Looks like we are live. Hello everybody, I'm going to take audio check here. It's a little low, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe that's okay. Alright, let's do a quick audio check there. Alright, it's not bad. Okay, so I'm going to mute that so I don't hear myself twice. And let's see what we got here. Yeah, I was messing around with some stuff for a while. I got this TimeTosser about a year ago, maybe more. And I always thought the name was funny, of course. But there were some updates done to it I didn't even know about, which added a whole ton of functionality to it. So I was kind of slagging it off before, but it turns out to be pretty cool, actually. Works with audio and MIDI. I'm mainly using it for audio today. And let's get my screen set up here better so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, chat looks like it's working. Let me add the stream to the chat. Anyone wants to join? Oh, I forgot to turn that stupid heart thing off again. God, I hate that thing. Now I can pin this. So anyone wants to join can join. And I'll wait just a couple more minutes before I start the audio part, just so I have to repeat it. What's up, you guys? How are you doing? Yeah, I was going to do something, and then I said, what the hell? I'll do something, because I was having fun playing around with this silly device. So, I think that is... rubbing into my mic. Gets annoying. Anyway, here we go. Just wait another minute or so, maybe some other folks will join. Gonna hide that chat, don't need that other dual chat. Okay. Goody, goody, goody. Probably late for some folks. It's already, what, 12:30 a.m. in the UK, so maybe some diehards who like to stay up late. So we'll see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and just start it up. So TimeTosser is this kind of fun DJ, live, glitchy, beat, repeat, looping, whatever kind of deal that's used for these guys in, I think it's in Utrecht actually invented it. It's called Alter Audio. And it was a Kickstarter thing, and it kind of came and went, and I don't know how many people actually looked at it, or I mean, Nick Bat mentioned on a Sonic State a long time ago. It was kind of a joke because of the name Tosser, of course. So yeah, I found one on sale at Perfect Circuit, one of my last trips down to LA. So last year, I think it was probably for Synthplex, maybe something like that. Anyway, I looked kind of cool idea, and it was the only thing I would get on sale because it would never pay full price for it. But it turns out with the added features they added probably earlier this year, maybe last year, I didn't even know about it because I wasn't looking at their website. It does a bunch of functionality. So essentially you have these transport buttons here, which are either beat sections or slices or parts of the loop or whatever mode you're in. And so they made a fairly simplified interface, but there's a lot of power in here. So for example, you have modes, 3 main modes. There's a live mode, which does live kind of glitchy sampling stuff on the fly. There's a loop mode where you record a loop into it. And you can turn off your source altogether if you just want to keep playing with that loop. But you can also have it in the background to keep sampling from over and over again. You just have to, there's a delete function to delete the loop that's stored. And you can kill the loop. You don't have to go the full length. The mode button acts as a start stop kind of thing, so you can actually do a partial loop, not a full loop. But it's very good at quantizing and making a perfect full loop that loops nicely. And so then there's the live mode, the loop mode, and then the slice mode, which is the kind of crazy, wild, glitchy stuff. And these are both based on recorded elements. So if you record, like I said, with the loop function from an external device, it's stored in there. And if you turn this device off, the sound will continue to play if you have the right setting for it. It's tempo, which can auto tempo right off of the MIDI import. There's also MIDI output on here as well, which I'm not using. But I just did a tap tempo on this one, and it's matching pretty well. It's not currently, well, I'll know when it's playing, because when it's playing audio into it, right now I have the volume turned down. This will flash blue, meaning it's audio quantized. If it flashes yellow, it's gate quantized from like the MIDI input. There's a reverse mode here, which is clever, and a mute mode, which is fun. So if you're in the live mode, it will just kill the feed altogether. So like a dynamic mute function. If you're in the loop mode or the slice mode, you can kill, in this case, what's going on behind the live stuff coming through, and still continue to play your loop through the thing. There's also this shift mode, which allows you to turn this 1/4, 1/8, 1/16 into triplets. So you get some other beat variations. And another clever thing is if you hold it down while you're in the, it's pretty much just in the, actually it's in all 3 modes, I think. We'll go through them, but it gives you extra slices to play with. So right now you only have 8 slices, but if you hold shift down, you get 16 slices to play with. So if you're stuck on a certain phrase and it's not variable enough, you can do this, hold this down, and access the other 8 slices that are part of the loop. There's also, if you use the shift with the reverse, it's a dynamic stop, like a record stop. And what else did I miss? Oh, there's a live view meter, which is kind of fun. So, for example, I'll start this with that. So let me turn that live view me on first. You do this, and do this, and it gets kind of a greenish tone. The other functions still work, but it does that. So let me just turn this up. And now you have a view meter. And you guys can tell me if this is too loud going into the stream, because it sounds fine to me, but it's hard to tell the balance sometimes. So that's a live view meter mode. You can turn that off if you don't want to see that, but it's kind of handy to know where you are and still use all the functions, because the lights are somewhat dim, or you just memorize what the buttons are. It doesn't matter. So what I've done on this OPZ is, as usual, just made a little series of parts. Now we're going to try the live mode. Quarter. So quarter. Not too dramatic. Move back to 1/16. What's fun, you can also use this dynamically since it's live from the OPZ, not using the loop at all. I can do the mix of the live effects on here with this, so I can what was more fun is using the other modes for me once I discovered them. So I'm going to switch to I'll leave it on that beat. I'll switch to this mode. And now we're doing it's loading the samples that are stored in the slices. So that's the loop mode. Here's the slice mode, which automatically kills it doesn't play back this automatically like the loop mode does. You have to invoke it. And you go to the main slice to just loop the whole thing normally. Reverse mode. It's a little hard to get the timing right on this one. It's more something you would just use as a quick thing. And here's the stop. Put the view meter back on. I'm in loop mode again. So you're not hearing the audio coming through here. If I stop this, you wouldn't even hear it. But if I go to this mode, turn the view meter back off so you see the colors. And then you can do I'm just goofing around, so don't expect high quality stuff here. Just showing the capabilities. this mode where it kills everything in the background. You can hold it and you can dynamically start and stop it. Works better on the other mode where it's live. Or the loop mode, I think. Actually, I think it's better for live. You can do the canceling part of it. Works better with the live mode. So if I put the layer that has all that on. So yeah, the different modes do different things. They're all useful in their own way. That's enough with that loop. It's getting kind of old after a while, but you get the idea of the shift functions, some of the hidden effects that these different 3 layers can offer. It's kind of fun, actually. So let me load another thingy in here. So you can load pick something that's kind of musical, go into kill the loop that I already stored, and now when I go back to loop, this is blinking waiting for me to kill it, to invoke it right at the right time. Now it's recording, and I can hit the mode button that's red anytime to turn it back to green if I want just a partial loop. Now it's back to red, back to green, it's finished. So if I go to, I'm still in loop mode, notice I can stop this and it's still playing just fine because it's looped the whole thing. Slow loop. So then I can turn this back on, put into slice mode, get this guy going again, and it's just playing the OPZ now, and I can go just to one of the rhythm parts. See that the BPM is, when I recorded it, auto sampled the BPM. But just in case it didn't get it right, I'll do it manually. It's not, there you go, now it turns blue, so now it's quantized. If I did it wrong, like I started at the wrong point, then of course the whole thing's going to be off. So what I should do is go back, start that over again, so I screwed that up. closer. And with MIDI sync, obviously, it's going to do more of this stuff for you. I'm doing a lot of this with tap tempos and stuff. So now, when I switch back to this mode, just turn the OPZ in the background. Slice. I could have it off a little bit still, but you get the idea basically. Just got to find the right setup, and I could have some stuff messed up in some of these if I didn't set it up right. Let's pick another project here. That's a really weird hardware jams one. Let's go to that one's empty. That's what I made with the Kinflix Pure Sample Pack. Let's see what that one is. Some other stuff that's lost in the cobwebs. No, I'm flying blind trying to find something that will work as a good loop. That's one of the cuckoo ones that came with the OPZ. Empty. Driving beat there. Okay, let's do switch to this mode and I turn it to a melodic thing only. Like I said, jump in. Play with the TimeTosser. Alright, turn that back to normal. Not that one. This one. This. Of course, you can turn this on. Have some fun with the live. Go through this mode. The idea, just goofing around with those settings. Let's see. Let's try to find another one. Maybe it would a better fit. Mode, so pass through. Switch to do the reverse. I'm going to put the bass line in here and have the rhythm play live. to I got the baseline double. That was a mistake. Why did I do that? I thought I separated it. Start that over again. Let's find one that is. So I can have this one go into the tosser. There's the loop. I'm going to go back to web mode, go to the slicer mode. I also did a video using this with modular. It was quite interesting. So you can put a loop of modular in here and play along with stuff. That was pretty cool, actually, especially for arpeggios and stuff. That one works pretty well. Just gotta figure it out, get the timing right, fit the right slices in there. And just do some funny tweaks with it. But it's nice having the live effects here. So you get variations here and variations here. So you can do a whole DJ set like this. I'm not really playing anything else. Yeah, Alpha Romero, how's it going? Glad you stopped by. It's not horror movie music, but it's a bit funky. So 1/16 works out pretty well with this one. Let's try 1/8 again. Longer slices. For those who tuned in late, this is all I'm working with, is to basically, if I mute this, mute the whole thing, sorry. And I'm not playing any of this right now. This is the OPZ coming through live. So I just have this chopped up into different sections. Different things turned on. Basically part muting like you do on a decent drum machine or a electron like Digitac, Digitone, something like that. And then I resampled there's a looping function in here. So I looped a piece of this without the drums, and that's what's part of this loop section here. So I go back to the drum section, and we're on still on the loop, still on the. This is the live loop section where I'll just play. So the bass line is being tweaked by the TimeTosser here. It's part of the loop, but this mode is a little more dynamic, so it's off until you play it. And it's got a quantized tap tempo that I've actually tapped in and it kind of grabbed it. But there's also MIDI options on here as well to control MIDI stuff and take in MIDI to do automatic tap tempo sync. And then you just play with different drum parts here. Take it really down to a basic drum beat, and you can use the live effects mode of the OPZ to start at the main one, we'll play the whole loop. I said, I got this last year. What is it? Synthplex, I think. Going through Perfect Circuit. And I was like, hey, it was on sale. What the hell? And I didn't join the Kickstarter. I didn't even read much about it. I just remember Nick Batt talking about it on Sonic State, laughing at the name TimeTosser. And there was some kind of embedded features here that weren't enabled in early videos. So it looked kind of cool online, but you wouldn't see, too much going on. But they've unlocked these other two modes, which is one of the ones I'm using right now, which is this is the slicing mode. So this is normal mode, which is just putting through live this thing, and it's just chopping up with its here with your time division. So quarter, eighth, 16th, and you have triplets here. Too fast on that one. Back to normal mode, and then you have two layers of slices because if you're doing a loop, so back to the loop mode, you have this part, and that's going through all the things. But if you want to quickly access half the loop with buttons, you hold shift and now you're in this mode. Or go back to the main page, the first part of the loop. So you got to get that timing down. You can do that. And then there's reverse mode, which is basically reversing the input, but in this case, not the slices. It's probably way around. And if you hold this to do that, you get the record stop kind of. Time it right. And then dynamic muting. So this mutes the incoming, but I can still play the slices because they're stored in memory. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then there's the live view mode if you want to see what's going on with your audio signal. And you get it'll actually turn red on the last step, so you know you're going too hot. Right now I'm not driving it too high. So hopefully it's loud enough in the stream for you guys to hear okay. Turn that off so it's distracting, because you lose some of the colors, which are kind of handy if you don't memorize all the buttons. So yeah. Pretty fun little thing. You also have the light feedback too, so if you don't want to hold it down too long, go on to the next step. Use your ears or use your eyes or both. And just go to the beginning to play the whole thing. So yeah, fun stuff. So far that was the best loop. A couple of the other ones I tried earlier were kind of hit or miss, but this one worked out the best. So it's doing some automatic stuff for you to a certain extent, but you have to have some timing still. So it's definitely not for everybody. As you can see, it was a mixed bag of how much I paid attention to what I was doing and how much magic worked on the box. Because this blue mode, like I said, it's audio. When it's not flashing blue, but it's still tempoed. This is actually the quantized mode. You can do an unquantized mode if you want to make it a little more sloppy. So that worked out pretty well. Let's try one more. Going through my history of weird shit on this box. That's what came with the box. So yeah, this thing stores a lot. So this project mode, you basically have 16 projects per page, and there are 16 pages. So I think that's right. So 16, yeah. And so what do we got here? Some of these didn't get saved right. The tempo got messed up somehow. Nothing on that one. Well, I think I jumped ahead. This one. Let's go back down to this one. Yeah, that's a cuckoo one. Came with the box. That's the Ken Flux one I messed with. The cuckoo one. Is that the right tempo? I think that is the right tempo in that one. Yeah, but it's distorted extra for some reason. Nothing there. What we just played. So here's one that came with the box. The drum and bass thing, so I can just let's have fun with this one. So that's section one. Okay, so I can take this crazy mode here. Let's turn that one off. Go back into loop mode. There, I think. Let me try that again. cut that one. I'm gonna see what happens when you cut the loop actually. So let's go check this mode. Stop that one. No, actually looped it pretty well. Even though I cut it off. Alright, so now let's put it in the drum mode. Oh, sorry, Chris, I didn't see you in the background there. How's it going? Is that too loud?
Finally, man. Hello.
Sorry, I wasn't watching the screen.
That's alright.
Is it too loud?
What is it? What is it? Like a scatter machine? Like the rolling thing?
It's
Was it a looper?
It's a combination of things actually. It's a kind of beat slicer, looper, live effector. So like that's why I was doing the mix and match with the OPZ effects here.
You know what I mean by the scatter thing, do you? The like the
Not quite. Scatter does more, I think, per pass than this does. This is more simple, just repeats. Scatter, you can. It seems to be doing more than just loops.
It does pitches and
glitches.
reverses and things, doesn't it?
Yeah, this has reverse here.
Okay.
Let me turn it back up again. You can hear it better. So if I have these live effects here, these will do more than this one, kind of, because there's a lot of stuff going on in the live effects. But it's kind of fun to have them mixed. Enable the live effects here, so good. Oops. Wrong mode.
Do you find you use the OPZ with the Android app, or do you run it off just as is?
I just, after a while using it, it's very easy to know what the colors mean. There are only 4 major modes here.
Right.
This is the, sorry, I'm just under this mode here. So if I unplug this guy, there are only 4 major modes. Why is it not cycling the colors now?
OPZ is like a synth, is it?
It's synthesizer, sampler. Basically, they took the OP1.
Will it sample then? Or
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. There's a microphone on the side, or you can plug in, or USB, or whatever. So it's
okay.
yeah, it even has this cool module I put inside of it, which is
I've just been looking on the website for the modules. Yeah, they're like $99 each, aren't they?
This
Have
one's
you got
the best one.
module, or what?
This one's the best one because you can do CV gate, MIDI, and sync in
you
and
got
out.
the CV gate one. Right,
So this whole thing will run a modular studio.
right.
You don't need a DAW. You can use this as your DAW essentially. So you have
Look,
basically 8 tracks of normal stuff. So it's like, they label them, but you can use them however you want really. But it's like it's 4 drum tracks, 4 synthy type tracks. This is an arpeggiator track. This is a chordal track, so you can do polyphonic. The rest of these are monophonic tracks, these 2 here.
Yeah.
And then these are different modes. These are different sections for live effects, like insert effects, mastering effects. There's a tape function where you can do weird tape effects on your sounds. This is the live effects. The same thing pocket operators have, these live DJ effects.
Yeah.
Then there's the module mode here. So you can actually, this module here even has its own channel. So just like on Electron Gear where you can like modulate the effects with a sequencer, you can do that on here. You can modulate the module of when it's sending stuff out and when it's not, overriding all the other settings on the sequencers. And then there's a DMX channel for hooking it to lights, and a animation channel for hooking it to the app and driving animations with the sequence that you project on the screen.
It's a bit mental, isn't it? Really, you think about it.
It's really the most complete thing that's this small I've ever seen. So, so when people say, "Oh, it's overpriced," "Oh, it's crap," or whatever, when you dive into some more, once you get past the learning hurdle, I mean, the electron stuff's hard to learn as well. Most people know that. It's either
Yeah.
gel with it or you don't.
Yeah.
And I like the electron stuff, but if I don't use it for 6 months, I forget how to use it. It's so complicated.
Yeah.
Same with this thing. There's some chordal stuff. So, like, if I want to, for example, there's 4 buttons up top here. This is my project. So I have this many number of projects times this many slots. So there's like that times that is a lot of stuff. This is my live mixing mode with part mutes, and I can create these part mute groups. So this is group 1 has these, group 2 has this, group that, and you can quickly make basically mute groups just like you do on a decent drum machine, right? So that's really easy. And then this mode is the tempo mode, and all these knobs change based on which mode you're in as well. But watch this, it even flashes my tempo. Watch the numbers.
Oh, okay.
161 is the tempo on that one.
Right.
And then this is your kind of battery check
So
mode.
the little display thing's a bit like the circuit. It'll
Basically,
try and tell you what's happening.
the difference is the circuit will actually give you numbers in the pads, which is kind of clever, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so that's just these buttons up top, and then there's like the transport buttons here. What's really cool, people don't know about this. This is a pitch bender. It's a little rubber thingy, and you
Okay.
can go. Let me go to a synthy sound.
Oh yeah.
Also has accelerometer in it, just like the OP1 has. So
Yeah.
you can do that with an accelerometer without the rubber if you don't want to use the rubber.
So it's what's the sampling bit for then? Is that for just your own little drum samples, little tiny bits, or can you do more? than that?
No, you can. So it has the same rules as the OP1. So a drum track is basically a 12-second thing. That could be tons of slices that you create all the slices, or it automatically helps you with the slices.
Yeah.
You know, like you have an MPC, you have the lazy chop kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then all the synthy paddy kind of stuff. If you're not using the synth itself, but the sample mode, they're 6 seconds,
Right.
and it's really easy to set up loops and envelopes and stuff. Like for example, see this mode here. I'm hitting the shift here. So the white things are your standard. Set up your oscillator, set up your couple of the parameters and all that. This is your ADSR. The green is ADSR.
Right.
The purple is LFOs and routing, which is really nuts. This is where it gets crazy because the LFOs and the routing, modulation routing on this is off the chart, right? And this last mode is effects routing. You have 2 layers of effects, you have the filter control and stuff like that. On the main one, you have the balance control as well. You can do left, right, balance, pan, pot kind of stuff, and overall volume. And then if you're in a different mode, like say you're in an arpeggiator track, you have a different mode. They got rid of the LFO mode. You're in an arpeggiator mode now. So if I want to play too fast, and now. So that's how the arpeggiator works. And then here's your range.
All right. Yeah.
And I forgot what this one does. I think it's pattern or something like that. So you have a lot of variation just with 4 knobs in these different modes. And the color, it's blue, it's arpeggio, easy. Because every other thingy has the standard modes. So it's white, green, pink, and yellow.
Yeah.
And then what's really clever is they also have the stuff Electron doesn't have, but it kind of does. You have these conditional, so you have conditional trigs, and but what's fun is you're not limited by the steps here. You go, well, I only have so many steps. So for example, if I want to let me start a new project up here, and I'm going to go in and make a drum. Oops. Pick a drum sound I like. So Pick one of them. So pick this one, right?
Yeah.
And I want to lay down a quick sequence. So I just go. Tempo's too high. Or I can tap in the numbers.
Yeah.
So this is my quick tempo, fast bass line, and I can go add a quick snare. Oops. Pick a different sound. Whatever. I can just do a quick. And if I want to do a little. Now what's fun is I want to make it longer than that.
Yeah.
Or I want the so I put like a melody line down. Whatever. And so I want to do a little quick live record. It's too short, right? Well, how do I make it longer? Well, you can go in here and you can basically change the speed.
I got like the playback speed. I got
Each step has 4 trigs embedded on top of it. And if you change the speed, now I have 1 trig per step.
Yeah.
So that's pretty special. A lot of these trigger sequencer type things can't really do that. And then if you have these rules, you can go into these basically math functions and do some really crazy rules. And that's what these weird symbols are on the bottom here, above the bottom, what will be the white keys.
Yeah.
There's some little symbols above here, and you have to look at the little chart to know what they all mean. But they're really math functions. So some of them are like repeat twice and then skip, or those little weird kind of things like that sequencers just don't do.
Yeah, that's like an electron thing. We can tell something to play once every 4 bars or something like that.
But not as elaborate as this. These,
Yeah.
when you see these, they call them.
Conditional trig type things, isn't it?
Well, it's a slightly different name than that, but it's
that's
another
what
conditional thing. But it's conditional trigs are normally just on off or
Yeah.
play once or something like that. These are like crazy ass features in there, and I forgot what they call them in the manual. But again, this is because I don't use it as much as I'd like to. With some of these other settings here, I don't even know how to use them because it's just so deep. So I know how to do what I know how to do, and I just do that with it, and it's pretty good. But
It's good when you got a product that is like sort of deeper than you need. Then
yeah, I mean,
know
you grow
that
into it.
it's
Either
not-
you use the basic functions, like
Yeah.
the average person never looks at the LFO page for the OP1. And if you go look at that graphically, it's a trip because there's so much modulation routing and the visual feedback is so cool. And even things like this effect's called the CWO, the cow, but they flipped
Yeah.
it. And so you have, 4 different effects regions, 4 different knobs, little 4-chambered stomach on the cow, right? So the fun
Yeah.
graphics are there, and so it's cool. I mean, I like my OP1 a lot, but I had some issues with the power button a while back, and I need to send in for service because it's a little glitchy if I tap it wrong. And I've had it for like 7 years or whatever, so it's it's okay to have some service. But the problem is they stopped accepting them in Sweden
Right.
for abroad. And they said, oh, you got to send it into this local guy on the East Coast. And I had a dialogue with him for a while on email, and then I'd lost track of it. I got busy doing other stuff, and I finally tried to follow up, and I never heard back from him. So I don't know if he's done, or if they stopped using him, or if I have to go back to Teenage Engineering now to get it fixed properly.
Yeah,
But,
you need to you need to like update.
but
what's-
but they're really well built. I mean, it's built. If people complain about Apple all the time too, about being too expensive and fancy for fancy's sake and stuff. But that's the OP1. It's really built well. It's aircraft aluminum, nice solid shell. Military grade switches and knobs that work like millions and millions of tweaks and and hits and stuff, more than your average thing. So they put a lot into it that people don't realize until you read the backstory on the gear.
Well, most people, me included, only ever see like a YouTube video. We never get to actually touch them, so it's hard.
Exactly, yeah.
It's hard
And
to
I
feel
didn't
the
know much
quality
about
of
it
it.
until I started playing with it, and I said, "Oh my god, these things are crazy! You can do so much with this thing." And again, I barely scratched what I would consider scratching the surface on them, and I use them a bunch
Mm.
because they just like the this doesn't have the FM radio, but the OP one does.
Yeah.
Actually, I think maybe this does. I don't think it does. There's no room for an FM radio in here, but the FM radio on OP1 is cool because not only can you use it to sample while you're traveling abroad, weird sources to tweak and reverse
Yeah.
and stuff, but it's also used as an LFO.
Oh, it could be like an input device.
Yes, so you can do a
That's
noisy
it.
sound for a really cool LFO like you do on a modular system.
Yeah.
Or you could do some weird musical thing and just use it to drive it, but no one would know where it came from because it's a piece of music as an LFO. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not a live thing. Then you literally just tune into it, and that becomes your LFO.
Yeah.
That's mad.
And when you use the LFO matrix with that and all the other stuff you can already do without even using a wacky LFO, you're just like, holy shit, this thing's crazy. So yeah, I don't have obviously the latest OP1 feel. That's pretty damn expensive. And the tables, they're also they're like design students and video game nerds and stuff like that who founded the company.
Yeah.
So they have some artistic stuff like a fancy speaker, a fancy lamp,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it makes sense that they would also make a fancy table because why not?
Yeah.
Because they're art nerds.
Yeah.
So when you
Well,
consider
yeah.
that, it's
Yeah.
not so crazy they did some of this stuff. Look
Yeah.
at those dolls, right? Those wooden dolls that sing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an art nerd thing. That's not a music person's thing, right? Although you can use it musically. There's that that video that Audio Pills did. Did you see
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
great when you actually got them all to talk and sing and sync up, and it was very entertaining. So I give them mad props for the stuff they do really, really well. And again, the prices aren't horrible for most of their equipment. The pocket operators are dirt cheap, right?
Yeah, I'll be looking at the pocket operator this week. The
They're awesome.
original KO. It's quite well featured for like 80 quid. It's like, what? Does all this shit? It's even got more things than the KO2 because it's got
Yeah.
got like a what do you call it? Where you can sequence your sequences. You can't do that in the new one, but you can do in the old one.
Yep. And if you look at some of the hardware jams folks are doing entire jams on one little pocket
I've
operator.
seen, but yeah, it's mental, isn't it? Literally,
Yeah.
like oh, here's my rig. It's like click. Okay. it's just like one
Yeah.
little pocket operator, and off you go. It's a sampler it's quite good actually. The little one. It's got
It is, yeah.
It's got 8 melodic tracks and 8 chop tracks. Something like that. No, 8 drum tracks and 8 chop tracks. So it's quite cool. And I think it's 8-bit sampling, which sounds okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun, you know.
Yeah, they're really cool, and I got them all because why not? And I did hook like 4 or 5 up at one point and tried to, because you can. What's clever is they also thought ahead, like, hey, you want to be able
Yeah.
to sync these,
Yeah.
so the audio, you lose. I can't remember if they're stereo all the time or not, but you lose part of it because in order to sync, it has to use one of the channels as a sync channel.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
to send them all the way through. But it sounds great on the other end, so I don't care if it, cuts
Yeah.
it out or whatever.
Wow.
And the sync stays in there. It really works. And then you can even sync it with other gear that generally
Really?
works with sync pulses,
Yeah.
from what I've seen. I've hooked it to Volcas, and it's synced.
Mad, isn't it? That's crazy.
And yeah, so they really thought ahead of it. But they have fun ones too, like the arcade one. There's all these crazy arcade sounds on it.
Yeah. I've seen that one.
And the one called The Office, which is like typewriter and
Yeah, it's like a noise one, isn't
stapler and all kinds
Yeah.
of sounds.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I got the Rick and Morty one just because I knew it was going to be a rare one and kind of a collector's item.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it comes with it because you can just wipe the sounds and just use it as a KO essentially.
Yeah.
But there's one for Mega Man, there's one for Street Fighter.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And there's so they're always like special edition versions, but they're really just KOs.
I'm just looking into the cases for them. You can get some really good cases for them as well.
I got the rubber ones that they sell, which is just enough to protect it, but it
Yeah.
doesn't change the
No,
size
these
very
are
much.
third party ones that look like
Those
an
plastic ones.
FP404. Yeah, it looked really good. It's
Yeah,
like
I've seen those.
$60, but it looks really fucking good.
There were clear plastic ones for years, and 3D
Yeah,
printed ones, and all these different styles. I haven't kept up with those at all.
yeah.
But if you want to totally get freaked out on what's available with this stuff, there's a couple different OP1 forums out there.
Yeah. I
Operator
like
one, I think, as it
people.
calls, one of them, and there's a couple different ones out there that not only is they have challenges too, and people kind of like Harbor Jams when people like upload stuff, and they used to have like monthly or weekly challenges on there that I used to interact with a little bit. And it's a cool group because they really know how to use that shit. So any weird questions you have that you're not getting cleared up from TE or any of those other, you know, outlets like that, third party stuff or whatever, the user group is really knowledgeable.
Yeah. I'll
And
probably
makes,
end up
makes
getting
good
one of
music
that.
too.
I'll probably end up next year getting one of those. That new one once it's all sorted out.
Yeah, definitely.
Once they get all the packaging issues sorted out, which I think they're sorting it out now at the moment. So yeah.
The Tonic one is cool because it syncs with the Tonic app, so you
Yeah.
can make your own drums for it
Yeah.
and synth
The one,
sounds.
one about that
That's
might be
pretty
the
fun.
next one, the next big version. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
the big calculator thing that's come out. So the Tonic is like the ideal candidate for the next one.
I think I got that just before I got the KO, and so yeah, this thing does a lot. Of course, I had to buy the Tonic app or whatever it's called on the PC
Yeah,
side.
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
But it's funny how it syncs because it does like a modem tone over the microphone to send data.
Okay, so as long as it works, okay.
It does work, yeah. It's just it's
Yeah.
funky that they're doing that, but because again, there's no audio input on that one. So
Right.
yeah, they somehow listen on the microphone or speaker or whatever. I forgot how it works exactly, but
That's like the old days of having a cassette interface, isn't it? On the old.
kind of, yeah. It's a trip because I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, how's this going to talk to this? This is not a sampler,
Yeah,
but that's how you do it.
it's just data, isn't it? It's just saying it's just.
Because I have that on my old, this pre-MIDI synths, like the SX240 from Kauai. It was like a Teisco rebrand,
Right.
and really awesome, like DCO. I like it better than the Juno 6 and Juno 60. It's just because it's duophonic, it's polyphonic, it's polyphonic and dual layer, so you can actually have two
Okay.
voices at once,
Right.
and you can also, it has primitive MIDI on it, but for patches you have to load via the audio in with those same kind of modem tones,
Yeah.
So it's a really weird thing, this crossover period where you had synths that were able to use MIDI but not for data, only for basic control.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Well, my RX5 is obviously MIDI, but
Yeah.
for data, it's cassette.
Yeah, I
It's got
didn't
cassette
even notice that. Is there a port for the cassette or just audio?
It's
Like a weird port.
It's just, I think it's just audio. It's just the audio connection.
Just audio, okay. Yeah.
If I remember right, it's over. I'll have a look in a minute. But yeah. But those are the days of £19 Dixon's cassette machines and your C90 for backing all your data up.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because
Good old days.
I had that trouble on my SX240. I was trying to load patches off the internet from MP3 files that people put up of the old cassettes.
Yeah.
And you got to get the volume just right, otherwise it won't
Yeah.
load.
Yeah, it'll just go error. Try again. But like the old
Damn.
days of games, you put a game in that
Yeah.
was on two sides of a cassette. And
Like
you'd
5
hope it
minutes to load a
worked.
game that sucks, right? So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I had friends that had Apple II and stuff before they could afford a disk drive, or I guess certain games are only on cassette or something like that. And I was like, how long does this game take to load? Because I'm used to Atari 2600, right?
Yeah, it's just a
I'm
cartridge.
like-
You slap it in and play.
But then later on, they had the supercharger for the 2600, if you ever saw that, which is cassette-loaded games on a big freaking cartridge.
Okay.
And the games are much higher quality, potentially, than the standard Atari because the cartridge loaded a lot more information. So much so that to load levels, you had to actually play the tape again, and it would load the next level
Right.
if you left a dungeon or something like that.
Yeah.
And but it was one of the first 3D games I've seen on the Atari that was a proper 3D perspective and scrolled pretty well. It was this is called some Game Blaster. I think the Game Blaster was the name of the interface, and then Mind Master was the game.
Right.
And you go through a stupid maze trying to avoid this alien who's trying to attack
Yeah,
you.
the first 3D game I played was on a ZX81, which is black and white display, no sound.
Oh yeah.
8-bit. It's a Z80 chip on it, and it was again it was a 3D maze, and the bad guy was a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh,
He'd
there
like
you
go
go.
around corners collecting stuff. You turn the corner, this fucking like the whole screen is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh shit,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
start running. It's cool though. Back in the day, it was like amazing just that anything like this even existed.
I mean,
But yeah.
there's just been this constant Atari thing going on lately. There's even a new Atari console that came out that runs an emulator, but
Yeah.
looks externally like a real Atari and even loads cartridges. But it's actually probably a Linux emulator or something like that inside.
Yeah.
And the only problem is because it's not 100% true hardware. There are certain games for whatever reason do not load, but only I think out of giant list probably like 4 or 5 out of like hundreds and hundreds of games.
Yeah. You need to like. It's probably fixable. They just probably never
But one
ran
of
that beta
one of my
test.
favorite silly games won't work on it. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, with the worst graphics in the world, where you're chopping up the. It's so bad because there's no Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's always like a girl in a skirt running around. You're never killing a guy.
Oh, perfect.
For whatever reason, they made the game that way. So because they had like one graphic, I guess, and she has a little skirt.
Yeah. You can afford one sprite. Better be the girl then.
And when you hit it with this arm that looks like it's just got these big blocks on it with this horrible sound, the sprite freezes and just turns upside down with.
Yeah.
So
Not worth.
it's supposed to be like it's cut in half or whatever, but it's like really bad graphics.
That's when you had to use your imagination back in there.
You really did, yeah. But the Activision games not so much. Activision was really good at nailing the details, like Pitfall and Keystone Capers and stuff like that, where the graphics were stunning, for the time.
I remember you had a Yamaha MSX music computer. Bought it.
Oh yeah.
It also played MSX games. Had a cartridge game which had a racing game on it, and I don't really remember the game that well. But the only things that does stick in my memory, it had weather on it, and just the whole idea of having weather in a racing
like pole
game
position,
was totally new. It had thunder and lightning, and it was raining. Then it had a snow section. It's like that was like really cool for me.
Did it affect your traction at all, or was that too much?
Yeah. You went sliding all over the place in the snow.
Wow,
So
that's
be
cool.
really careful. Well,
So that's better than a Spectrum game, right? That's fancier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same idea. It's still 8-bit, but it was a cartridge game. It was the only cartridge game I bought for it, but it was fucking cool. Well,
Wow.
yeah.
I thought it was only mostly for music. I didn't know they had games for that thing.
Yeah. There's a Yamaha MSX music computer. It came with a 4-octave keyboard and the Yamaha sequencer.
It did come with a keyboard.
Yeah. It had a
Interesting.
4-octave keyboard, but it had no pitch bend or it had no wheels on it. It's just 4-octave keyboard.
So
But
when Robbie got his, it didn't come with the keyboard anyway. He's just got the computer.
No. When they sold, they came with keyboards. I bought mine new.
Interesting.
It was. I saw someone's probably lost the keyboard.
It's kind of like that. You ever see the Miracle piano thing?
No.
They were selling to hook to your Mac or PC to teach you piano.
Oh, okay, all right.
And
Yeah.
the same idea. They sold you a basic, like really cheap piano with no pitch bend mod because they think you're just do piano with it and not nice MIDI stuff. But yeah, that's kind of funny how they did that.
And of course, the Yamaha sequencer was amazing when you thought about it. It was an 8-track sequencer, but to enter steps, it was a stave. If you didn't know music, it's like, oh.
Well, it's kind of like Page R, right?
Yeah.
Fairlight.
They probably nicked Page R back in the day. Yeah. I mean, it was cool because I played on loads of little songs on it. And just the idea that you could do 8 tracks was unbelievable.
And it was all clicking the notes. We couldn't MIDI in, right?
No. It was all step. You wrote the notes in, and the rest.
So it was all pre-MIDI stuff. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't. Well, no, it was MIDI.
It was MIDI. Okay.
Yeah. It had MIDI. But the sequencer was driven by. Did the MSX have a mouse? I don't think
you had to manually do it. Okay.
I think it was just cursor keys going up and down the stave and across then you choose a different note value or arrest value.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, it was. I mean, it was good. It was good fun. I mean, I wouldn't do it ever again. But Jesus, but just to be able to do that back in the day was like
Yeah, definitely. Well, they had a bunch of Mac
this is
things
it.
like that too before MIDI got more popular. There was some like, or even Apple II had that, the music machine or something like that, music
Yeah,
workstation, or whatever the hell they call these apps. And they were basically just, yeah, you're dragging a mouse around the screen and building stuff. And
this was pre-mouse. That was the mouse.
yeah. Well, I mean, Apple II didn't have it either at the time. They used a joystick.
Mm.
So since they're already using the joystick for all their games, this one
That
called
was my
the,
first sequencer. I mean, you think about it. That was
yeah,
probably
definitely, yeah.
well, no, not really. No, because I had a CV sequencer in another band. I had one of them Roland 2-channel, 100 notes in each channel
Oh,
sequencers.
really?
Yeah, I can't remember. It's probably called a Roland C. No, is Roland CSQ 100 or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
A great big metal box about a foot wide and a foot square.
So
With
so no floppy drive, just
no
storage.
no memory. No,
Yeah.
switch it off. It forgets everything.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
yeah. Switch it on. You got two channels, A and B. I think if I remember rightly, you could play A or B, or you could do A B, which would go from A to then to B and then back to A again.
That's
Um,
crazy.
and there was a CV gate sequencer, and we had that hooked up to a Roland FH9, and then we swapped a ER606 with it
Yeah.
as a drum machine, and that was the backbone of our band back in
Wow.
1982.
Yeah, there was a trick on the because Juno 60 had DCB, but Juno 6 didn't. So in order to make it sequence, there was a trick where you could feed a high frequency click into the
Or like a sync pulse.
like a
Sort of
sync port and drive it. Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
So you use a drum machine and sacrifice, or you split it off one of your voices to be the sequence, and then
Yeah, I think we
you
could
could sync.
do one of the high toms on this on 606 to do different triggers
Yeah.
for what the sequence was spitting out.
In fact, the 909 when I bought the boutique, it's pretty faithful in almost every way other than the size,
Yeah,
and of course MIDI and stuff that did.
that's rare as rocking all shit now. One of
Yeah,
those.
the USB didn't have obviously all that stuff, but it's cool because the it has a sync port right on the top,
Yeah,
and send it right out to the SH101 sync input and
yeah,
bypass MIDI altogether and be old school with your
yeah,
boutiques.
yeah. Mad, isn't it?
It's fun. Yeah, I did it a couple times. I'm like, this is the old way of doing stuff. This is pretty cool. Because I didn't have any of that shit back then. I mean, by the time I was really into this stuff, MIDI was the law of the land.
Yeah, my first MIDI keyboard was a JX3P, and that
Yeah,
was really annoying because it was the first Roland keyboard to have MIDI. You had a choice of channel 1 for MIDI or all the channels.
yeah,
You couldn't choose a channel. It's
that's
either
funny.
one or all the channels all at once. So if you had another piece of gear that was stuck on MIDI channel 1, then you're fucked.
This
That,
is why the companies like MIDI Solutions sells those little boxes where you can program them to reroute for you.
yeah, that gets around the old. But that was
Yeah,
only like the first year of MIDI devices that came out, and then after that, everyone got them act together and got sorted out.
because I have a problem with that theory board controller I use on some stuff, and they never 100% finish the firmware on it. So if you use there's a top strip on the board that has these notes, so you're representing the different scales you're going to enter. So if you want to do a C scale, or you choose major or whatever. And there's also a macro section on the side where you can go pentatonic or the 12 note scale, and some other options on the side. Well, they forgot to make sure those don't step on other devices when you invoke those.
Right.
So if you hit those, it immediately changes a preset on whatever you're trying to do. And on something like a virus, when I'm trying to do like a hardboard jam, and I hit that by accident, it just lost whatever preset I was on. I got to go dig in to find out what the hell it was,
Oh,
unless I already saved the mult. And so I bought one of those MIDI solutions things called
Like you can like filter that stuff out, can it?
there's a program. Yeah, it's called Extended something or other, and it's you can go in there and program it on your computer. Yeah, you hook it up through USB, I think, or maybe it's MIDI, and you go into their app that they make, and you actually program it how it routes things, and then you unplug it, and it stores it forever until you change it again. And those are also MIDI bus powered, so they don't need any special power to run. Just MIDI powered, and they're pretty cool. And you can go into block channels. You can turn off Omni or turn off all the channels but one. You can turn off, if you're getting weird stuff with pitch bend you don't want to use or aftertouch, whatever. Go in and just turn it on or turn off anything. Really clever.
Mm.
They also make some other cool things too, like if you want to use Yamaha is famous for putting all the breath controller jacks on everything for a long time.
Yeah, my mate's got a YS200.
Yeah,
It's got a breath controller input on it, and I found my
exactly.
breath controller because I
Yeah,
used to have an SY77. I got
exactly.
rid of
Yeah.
that,
So
and I
up
put,
till recently, they or maybe 10 years ago, whatever, maybe more, maybe 20 years ago, they stopped putting those on all their stuff.
yeah,
Even the DX100 has it.
yeah,
And so anyway, MIDI Solutions makes a breath controller module. All you have to do is go buy the third party or Yamaha, whatever breath control thing, plug it into that, and it sends MIDI to anything MIDI.
that's cool.
So they make a lot of. There's a cool little company making really weird,
Yeah,
like a foot switch control to MIDI, or if your thing doesn't have an expression jack, or route your expression to MIDI properly, whatever, you can use the MIDI expression box that they make. So they have all this kind of cool single use, pretty much, boxes to
yeah,
buy.
yeah. Sort of fix-it boxes,
Pretty
boxes of
clever, yeah.
yeah,
There was another small company years ago called Anatech, with a K, Anatech, and they sold this little handheld. I mean, they're literally like this big, little thing that fits in your hand,
yeah,
and they're also MIDI powered as well. And some had dip switches on them, so you can change the modes. Some actually act as a MIDI recorder. So if you plug it into your MIDI device and hit the record button on it, it's going to record however you played into it and act as a little quick and dirty MIDI recorder.
yeah. Over in the UK, there was a company called Philip Reese, and they had loads of little MIDI filters and MIDI free boxes and little things, little push button things to do change MIDI stuff. But he disappeared a few years ago, so I imagine he's like
Yeah.
retired by now, probably. But yeah,
Anatech's long gone too. You can find their stuff on eBay still here and there, but some of the stuff is incredibly rare. I have a couple of their modules there. Because at the time I wasn't using, I first got a couple synths that were MIDI capable, and I'm like, I don't really want to use all that. They didn't call it DAW back then, but some kind of. I didn't want to use Vision or Easy
do you
Vision
ever
or
use a
whatever.
DAW, by the way?
I have a lot over the years, but only because I didn't have good hardware. I just always preferred hardware sequencing and hardware synths
Yeah,
when I could afford them. Drum
I find
machines as a
on board
sequencer and stuff.
on
But I
something.
have tons of them. I have every DAW ever made practically, and I have Ableton Suite. I got it because I might get a Push 3 eventually.
Hmm.
But
I
I don't
find
really
DAWs
use them much
are
more other than playing some VSTs. Like I like the OB, the Dave Spears Oberheim stuff and certain other stuff, the Cherry Audio stuff. I like some of those tools, so I'll fire them up on a laptop. Basically nothing fancy, and hook a MIDI controller up and play with them. But a lot of times I don't even need the DAW for that. They just have standalone apps.
yeah.
But if I have to, for years I had to use VSTs with a DAW. There's no standalone thing until I found this. I don't know if you've ever seen those little standalone players that came out, like Mini Host and Sava Host and a few other different companies that or individual guys that made these cool hosts. So some people only reason they wanted to fire up a DAW was to play a damn VST live, right?
The only time I usually use a DAW is to fix something that is like easier in the DAW than it is in whatever I'm using. Like if I wanted to fix a vocal, and it's like, oh, it's a little bit, I've got the performance, but there's a couple of notes that are a bit shit.
Yeah, DAW
So
with a mouse is so much easier to do that.
just
Sure.
just go into Logic and just do whatever it's called, whatever they
Yeah.
call it. I can't
But think
remember
of the
what.
old days when guys
Mixer.
doing that with a sampler
Yeah.
and having to feed it into the sampler, use some tweaks on the sampler, hit the right key to make it bump up the vocal, all kind of stuff.
I've been more productive making music on the MPC than I ever was in Logic.
Exactly, yeah.
Done way more, way more.
I mean, it's a DAW in a box, but essentially it feels like hardware, so it's cool, you know.
I just like the interface. You get
Yeah,
because you got so many actual, real, physical buttons to do stuff.
that's why I like
Yes, you
Machine
still
Plus
got
so
a
much.
screen,
Yeah, yeah,
but most of the time it's like most of the time I'm in the Looper page on the MPC. I'm just whatever I'm doing. If it's a synth or whatever it is, I just loop it. It's audio.
with
So
all the distractions and tweaks and weird stuff with computer-based stuff in general, I was
yeah,
always much quicker with hardware than I was with a DAW. Even though
yeah,
Machine Plus is a DAW in a box,
pushing
I
them out
can make
there
a
is
I
not
can make
fun.
a track in like 2 hours from nothing, and
Yeah.
there's no way I can make a thing in a DAW in 2 hours.
Mm.
There's
Too many
just no way.
options on a door, I
Yeah, and
think.
I'll just and it's computer issues and distractions and glitches and
Yeah, updates. It's like,
well, and also just like even
yeah.
more option paralysis than you have with all the hardware.
Well, yeah, yeah. You know,
So what do I do
not,
now?
well,
Oh, I
if
could do
I'm
this. I
going
could
to
do
choose
this.
hardware on my MPC, so if I'm going to choose reverb on my MPC, you just like the reverb. That's it. How
Yeah,
big do you want it? Not if you've got reverb on Logic. It's like, well, which reverb do you want? It's like, oh, I don't know.
and it's cool to have that option because like there's a really good reverb called Realm on Machine Plus, which I use once in a while because it's really nice. But a lot of times, just the basic reverb is perfectly fine.
Hmm.
You know.
You need to get on with shit, don't you?
Well, that's the thing, and I'm committing with recording audio. I mean, obviously they're MIDI events, but I'm recording the performance like it's audio,
Yeah.
and committing to it and moving on. I'm not sitting there massaging it endlessly and quantizing the shit out of it
No,
because
so
I
if I
want
get
to
too
play
long,
it,
I just hit delete and do it again.
start over because I actually want to learn. I want to play better. I want to get skills. I don't want to just sit there and robotize everything. You know, it's just that takes the fun out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You know?
used to be like, yeah, you end up sitting looking on a piano roll, moving a note around for 20 minutes. Like, what are you
Yeah.
doing?
Like,
It's-
like obviously for some drum parts, I have to use an arpeggiator occasionally because I'm not that good, right? I have to make it a little cleaner because those will be sloppy.
yeah.
But I'm not fully robotizing the whole thing. I'm literally playing everything in and just only occasionally massaging it when I'm in a hurry and I can't get the takes right. At like 3 or 4 takes, I go, God, fuck that thing up. I don't have time. Let's just
Yeah.
try it. Oh, the quantize actually worked this time. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
I'll do before and after. And a lot of times it took the feel out that I wanted. Because sometimes the quantize adds the nice. It fixes the timing, but
You
sometimes it
lose the
really
feel.
screws up something. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is exactly, but
Yeah.
something's off,
Yeah.
and you can see it visually when it shifts it. When the
Yeah.
little things move, you go, well, that moved too much. Why did it move so much? And I'll go back to the original take and say, well, maybe that's close enough.
Yeah. I find a few things. It might not be drums. It might be like a lead line that if you quantize, it's like, oh, it's not right, is it? And you
Yeah,
go into it and you go to like, it might only be one note, but it's one note that needs to be a tiny little bit either late or early. And it just goes, oh, that's perfect now.
yeah.
It's literally one tiny little, and it's only a tiny movement, like a 30-second or a 64th of a move. But it just goes, well, that's better now. That works now. And it
The
might be
most,
something to do with how the envelope of the actual sound opens up. But
yeah,
it
all that
needs
kind
that
of
little
stuff,
bit of
and
breath.
reverb tails and all kinds of stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah. It's
yeah,
yeah.
delays and
That's another thing I learned a long time ago is have you ever done this? Have you like you've done some songs, blah blah blah. You've got them all to go, and you're like, right, I'm going to get rid of my main workstation. I'm going to upgrade, and everything's going to be brilliant because it's the new thing. And the new thing is brilliant. Can't play the fucking old tunes though, can it? Because all the sounds that made
yeah,
the old tunes aren't
sure.
there now. You've got new, better sounds that
Or
don't work like
they're
the
in
old
different
sounds.
places or something. You got
Yeah,
to
yeah,
find them. And,
they're all don't work right.
yeah, yeah.
Fucking, you learn that pretty quick. Thinking, I need to finish the songs before I buy new gear.
That's
Yeah,
why a lot of people they not only get different computers for different periods of their work, but they also don't put on the internet. They don't update. They don't. They just bake it. So
yeah,
this is my station, and that's it.
yeah,
Until I absolutely have to commit for some other thing I need to have, I have to upgrade. I do the same thing with for years with 3D software and Photoshop stuff and all that. I don't want to be the latest and greatest all the time unless I really need those features because
Yeah.
it often something breaks, something doesn't work the same. Workflow changes. You got to learn a bunch of new stuff when you're on a time crunch.
Yeah. If you're in
And
production, you stick with what works and
yeah,
you
just
stay
do
on
what
that.
works. And if you're at a company and you have technical directors who can do all that shit for you, then that's fine. But if you're a one man guy doing everything, you don't have time to sit there and
Yeah.
one man shop stuff. You just there's no way.
No, you lock into whatever works, and then you
But
finish the
people,
project. Then you might move on to something new.
but people go, oh, did you get the latest Mac OS? I'm like, I'm done with that bleeding edge stuff. Not
Yeah.
just from an IT point of view, but just from
I'm not paid to
creative
be a
stuff.
beta tester, thanks. But if I was,
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you are if you do Windows stuff, just because that's how Microsoft is these days. But it's Windows 10 took a long time to settle out, and it
yeah,
still sends out updates that kills your computer once in a while.
I'm on Windows
You know,
10. And since I moved to Windows 10, my CorelDRAW, which is like a 2D drawing package, all the things that say like file, edit, view,
yeah.
and whatever that, all of them have gone invisible until you hover your mouse over it. If you hover your mouse over where it should be, it'll go, oh, that's file.
Oh,
And you
that's a
move your mouse,
feature.
oh, that says view. But all that's literally, it's invisible.
That's a feature because you don't want the clutter of the interface in your face.
Well, yeah, maybe. It's
Nah,
the thing that
that's what they
on
would say.
CorelDRAW, I'm on CorelDRAW, like, I don't know what CorelDRAW's at now, but I think I had CorelDRAW, I don't know, 13 or 15, so it's ages old. It's like 2013 time when I had CorelDRAW, so it's 10 years old. So
So
it just working is amazing, to be honest. But yeah,
I mean, I dabbled in Corel Draw for years, off and on, because I really didn't like it that much. But when they bought Painter, I kind of had to use them because I love Painter. If you ever saw Painter
yeah,
before,
Paint is good. Yeah, I got
so
that.
they bought it. It went to like 5 different companies, and then finally
Yeah,
Corel ended up with it.
it was Fractal Design, wasn't it? It was Meta
Yeah,
Creations
it
and
was
all
Fractal
sorts.
Design, then it was Meta Creations, then it was uh, Procreate for a while, with a little
Right.
rabbit logo,
Yeah,
and it was it's just so many different. Yeah, it's
then
these
Corel
programs
bought
change
it in
so
the end.
much.
That's where it
Like I used
stayed.
to love. I don't know if you go back to Kai's Power Tools or not. I used to
Yeah,
love those
yeah, I
things.
remember them. Yeah, I had. Do you remember Goo?
Yeah, Kai's Power
Yeah,
Goo was amazing.
and Soap. Remember
So
Soap?
Photo Soap, yeah, Photo
Yeah,
Soap was good.
and then they had like a slideshow one that I can't remember what it was now, but I had a
Yeah,
slideshow one as well. That got
I
me a
used
job.
to.
That did. That slideshow one got me a job.
Yeah, I used to see Kai Kraus at all the Macworlds and stuff. I used to talk to him about his products
Yeah,
and stuff.
his
Interesting
interfaces were
guy.
nuts, hilarious.
Yeah, and Bryce was fun,
Oh
although
yeah,
the render
Bryce.
time was
Yeah,
awful.
yeah, yeah. Bryce was
What,
brilliant.
did you
Bryce
ever
was
use a
amazing.
Morpheum?
I remember of it. I didn't have
So
it.
Play, the guys who ended up buying Electric Image,
Right.
this company Play,
Yeah.
made this thing called a Morpheum, and
Is that a sculpting thing?
yeah, and
Yes,
it
I do
was
remember it. Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
cool because,
Yeah.
and I discovered a trick on there one time. Like first of all, it was great about it is you start with a couple primitives like a sphere and a square and a cube and a pyramid and all kinds of stuff, tetrahedron and all that, but with the noise algorithms and like the brush mirror kind of equivalent you have in Photoshop, where you have the you'll do like the symmetrical brushes. So you draw one side, it does the other side. Those kind of mirroring brushes.
Yeah.
It had those for 3D stuff, and you're basically deforming 3D with mirrors
I remember it now.
live.
That's a while
A-
ago, isn't it? Jesus.
And you can, I figured out a way in about 5 seconds of practically maybe 10 to make a pretty awesome conch seashell from a sphere with those tools. Because you basically open it up, you stretch it, use this function that added horns to it, like these bumps all over it at different amounts, and then you cave a hole into it real quick, and then you twist it a little bit, and it looked like a goddamn shell. It was amazing. Would have taken forever in a standard, those organic stuff that would take forever in a standard 3D package back then. And what I discovered, because I used Wacom tablets all the time, and I discovered when I got a Wacom tablet that also had a mouse on it, the Graphire series. And one day I was doing something on a Morpheum with the stylus, and then I left my mouse on there, and I go, oh, I wonder what the mouse is like. Oh, okay, that's kind of fun. And then when I said, I wonder if they both work at once, and they did. It was a tight space, but you could actually put the stylus down and use the mouse and rotate, and it would do like these carving functions around the object, which you couldn't
Yeah.
do any other way.
I just found the name of that thing I had. Meta Creations Power Show. It was a slideshow thing.
Okay, I probably had it. I just don't remember that one.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I couldn't remember. I just Googled it, and Google just found a picture of the CD. So I just found it.
But
Yeah.
Painter was one of my favorite things of all time because really good fake natural media stuff, and the
Yeah.
ability to mix oil and watercolors, and these like this liquid function called distorto,
Yeah.
where Photoshop had a similar thing, but it wasn't as efficient. It would be very, very slow to redraw
Yeah.
all your warps and stuff. And in Painter, you could basically do the trick that cake decorators use, where you do like a bunch of parallel lines and you do little choo, 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 choo,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
make
Yeah.
these cool little peaks and stuff
Yeah.
with the liquid effect. And with the graphics tablet, it was just unbeatable. And they had like paper textures and lighting effects.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
those, remember the
You could throw
friskets?
salty water onto your watercolors, couldn't you?
Yeah,
Do
they had
that.
these like automated function called friskets where it would like draw some stuff for you, or you had an image hose where you could
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
spray images all over the place and
Yeah.
they would stack up. And yeah, it was a trip.
So, yeah. Good fun back then.
Yeah, it's primitive days, but man, it was still very, very powerful. The first 3D program I ever got my hands on was a demo version of Macro Model from Macromedia before Adobe bought them.
All right.
And it was really cool because you could do really nice organic stuff that's like NURBY kind of stuff, but without the headache of NURBS.
The first 3D program I probably had was Dream 3D. Was part of the
Ray
Cold
Dream
Draw.
Designer?
He
Yeah.
licensed it and put it in CorelDRAW in the
Yeah,
CorelDRAW.
okay.
But it was really weird to move things. You have to look at the projected shadow on a wall.
Yeah, that was the later one. The earlier one was more like
Mad.
Macro Model. They all more like, they weren't in a box.
Yeah,
They were more flat.
yeah,
And then they started doing that thing with the, so instead of having to have separate screens,
yeah,
like the panels like Infinity did. You ever use
yeah.
Infinity?
Yeah. Infinity. You mean that?
Yeah, Infinity. That was a good one. But then I got my hands on the guys who made Mist. Used Strata Studio Pro
Right.
and Strata Vision. Holy smokes. Those were so incredibly powerful and easy to use. Not super fast. But when I saw the making of Mist, little documentary they'd made on the CD-ROM, that most people missed because you had to actually look for the file on the disk.
Hmm.
But they showed how they made the program. The whole damn thing was made with Strata Vision, Strata Studio Pro, HyperCard, a little bit of other magic here and there, and then a Proteus. The music was all done on a Proteus keyboard.
Yeah.
So a very, very low budget, simple operation, but the output was quite amazing. And so
Back in the day, it was like it was the thing, wasn't it? If our graphics looked anything like Mist, you got a winner on your hands.
and they were so smart because back then you couldn't play QuickTime videos bigger than this, these little windows. So what they did is they made this pre-made 3D environments with very cleverly embedded 3D animations that were mostly seamless,
Yeah.
like butterflies in a little forest. And
Yeah.
only the little butterfly video was the video. Everything else was static, and the illusion was really strong. You're like, wow, this is so cool. This whole thing's alive, but it's really just this dumb little video playing.
Yeah. Fun stuff.
It's super clever. And they also figured out how to lay out the files in order on the disk, so there's no seeking. Because back then, double speed CDs and stuff were super slow.
Yeah.
And so they had all these little clever tricks to make things play really, really well on a system that could barely play the damn game. But the Strata Studio Pro was great because it was the first time I had used something that was basically like Metaballs, but it was made Metaballs look like garbage. It was like literally virtual clay. You could, like a Morpheum, but way before Morpheum.
Yeah.
You could sit there and you could draw some basic, sphere and, add some extra points to it, whatever, to make it a little thicker. And you just start massaging out parts of it. And being a kid that played with clay for years, making sculptures and all kinds of weird stuff, I just was immediately drawn to the clay thing because the other 3D methods of making stuff were doable, but so cumbersome, and had to think out these different ways of getting this to work. And this was so organic. You sit there and just push and pull clay chunks. It wasn't even like individual vertices as much as you didn't feel like that. It was
Yeah.
more
It's
organic.
more organic.
And I mean, my friend's LC3 Mac could barely handle it, but I did it. I was up to like 3 in the morning a lot of times at his house because I didn't have a good Mac, making stuff on these programs. And of course, they're all pirated because I didn't have money back then. And but I really got into 3D stuff back then, just big time. It was so much fun, just getting lost in these programs. Macro Model I didn't have as a demo, so the only way I could save my work was print screen.
Oh well.
And hey, I got it.
I think when I had the demo of Bryce 3D, you had to print screen because you couldn't save
yeah,
anything.
exactly, yeah.
But then
And if your target is a still, who cares? That's all you needed, right?
Yeah,
It's the animation stuff you miss out on. So it's the
I think the demo I had was a Bryce 2, and the one that I bought was the next one, Bryce 3D, that had a timeline. Because Bryce 2 could only do stills.
yeah.
Bryce 3D, I think, had a time. The timeline was fucking hideous, but it was all right. It was great back in the day. It was amazing when you think about it, what it could do.
Yeah, it's just funny old days. I mean, do you remember Avalon? It was a database of models.
Yes.
So apparently it started as a military database for making stuff or whatever, and they became open source.
There's one that had just Star Wars models as well, wasn't there?
There was a Star Wars Modeling Alliance, which is really good. And then they got cease and desist, I think, yes, because they're just too damn good.
Yeah.
But I used to grab a bunch of those. But at SIGGRAPH one year, they were selling the entire Avalon database on several CD-ROMs, and I bought it. And to this day, some of those models really hold up. They're very, very good. They're like, several 100,000 polygons or whatever. But most of them are more primitive, like 50,000 polygons or whatever. Just because computers could not handle it.
Yeah.
But man, the good old days. Because now I'm doing stuff in ZBrush once in a while. Or
I've got ZBrush. I'm not going to update it. I'm done with upgrading.
If you don't need it, you don't need it.
Oh, Blender's good enough for me.
And there's free stuff now that's amazing.
I used to upgrade 3D Studio Max every fucking couple of years, but that
Have you ever used Mesh Mixer?
I think I did once as a demo. I had a look
It's
at
free.
it. I know.
Awesome.
I've tried it out, but I've never used it.
Man, I use a lot for the 3D printing stuff because it's really good for decimating models and cleaning up models. But it's also a very capable 3D program.
I haven't done 3D for over a year. I haven't done anything in 3D.
I dabble in it once in a while. My tool of choice for a couple decades was Animation Master because they were the first company, long before Maya came along, long before Lightwave was halfway decent, long before Softimage was really usable. They were the first to use really high quality spline patch models, very high resolution.
That's the only way you could model in that program, wasn't it? It was spline patching.
There are other ways to import things and tweak them, but that was their thing. But the main reason it works so well is infinitely smooth shapes all the way in.
Yeah. It's sort of like another version of doing. I just forgot it's another version of doing nerves, isn't it?
Kind of like that.
But 3D Studio Max got spline patching as well as nerves.
But what's clever is you could,
as long as it's a 4 or a 3, you're okay.
It was the first. See, you can do 5-point patches in this, which is even
clever.
But
they'll look a bit ropey if you turn them into a mesh.
You have to do some magic to make them work perfectly, especially if you're going to export them. But what's really fun about the program, though, is they're the first to use the reusable actions idea, where if you use the same skeleton on all your models, and you named everything appropriately, you can literally drag and drop actions you make in one model to another model, and you could have a chorus line of characters that you basically reanimate by dragging and dropping actions from all over the place. And you do action overload to add, like if it's kickboxing, you add some extra punches on top of the kicks you're already doing. Very, very clever use of the timeline, use of reusable actions, and
it's a bit like
use
Character
of
Studio and Studio Map.
Yeah, everyone basically copied him because these are the first guys to do that shit. Because they were doing it back in the days on the Amiga.
Right. Yeah.
It's called Will Vinton. You know the guy who did the California Raisins
He did.
stuff.
It was the guy who did the Killer Bean thing. He used
Oh,
he did-
that guy's amazing. His name is Jeff Liu, and I have a bunch of
yeah,
his tutorials.
yeah.
He made the
I bought
best
his
tutorials
DVD.
for
I
stuff.
bought his DVDs. Really good.
He's really good, and those are usable. I mean, here's a guy who uses SGI and some of the other fancy stuff years later for a living, but preferred to use Animation Master in his own time because of all the power it can do as a one-person studio.
Yeah.
Which is why he made that series also Animation Master, even though you can extrapolate it to other tools. But it would run really well on even a basic machine.
Yeah.
The rendering was pretty good. It wasn't like RenderMan kind of stuff, but it was pretty damn good rendering.
Yeah.
And the fact that you could do these pretty elaborate things and reusable actions and stuff, which is cool. And now the guys have written. Some guy wrote a plugin for the BVH files for it several years ago.
Oh yeah.
So you can take this. I'm gonna make something pretty soon with it, but this guy, you can import any BVH files. So if you use a motion cap system and you make your own BVH, is fine. If you go to the library on the internet, grab them, pre-made ones. They're really good ones out there for free.
I know.
You can do that.
I've got some university had like 2,000 BVH files, which is I grabbed them years ago.
Oh,
There's
really?
loads,
I'm gonna have
of
to ask you
BVH.
about that. Maybe we could put them on a Google Drive or something like that because
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
could
I'll
definitely
figure
use
it
those.
out.
But there's a tool now you can use. It's only been around for about a year or two, maybe a little longer, and you can shoot a video of yourself.
Yeah, one of my friends does it.
You see
Yeah,
that, and
works.
you can use it
Well,
for free for several versions before you have to buy it,
yeah,
and then you just have to make sure your program handles BVHs properly.
yeah,
And I saw some guys do some amazing shit that is impossible for one person to do
yeah.
by
It makes
hand.
things doable.
Yeah.
He also got a suit. What did he get? I can't remember what suit he got.
One of the flock of birds ones or something. Or
I can't remember. It's a couple of grand.
BioVision's the company that invented BVH, but
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
remember. That was my favorite thing at SIGGRAPH is all the they were always smart to hire very sexy, nice looking ladies in those tight
yeah. Well,
suits.
sells, doesn't it?
It
It's
does.
been running
They're
around in a
like
leotard.
most people aren't even looking at the screen; they're looking at what
Right.
she's doing dancing around.
Yeah, yeah. You don't get the jiggle on the screen, do you?
No, actually, you did when they did it right.
Oh
When
yeah,
they had
probably
some
did.
of the
Yeah.
rigs are pretty good, actually. Yeah,
Yeah.
um,
Crazy days.
yeah, it was
Yeah,
fun.
I remember. I remember going to a show in London, which would be like 1999, and they had a motion capture area, and that was just amazing because I had a great big monitor screen. You could see what the 3D
Yeah,
version was doing, and it was just looked amazing. I mean, totally unaffordable. I think they were
yeah,
like
yeah. It
their
still is.
starting price was like 50 grand back
It
then.
still is crazy.
Yeah,
It's cost
for
that
good
shit.
ones, it's going to cost a lot of money. But
Yeah,
it depends what you need.
and you need that dedicated space. You got to have the sensors and the suit, and
Tell you what, I did rig up in Studio Max. Studio Max, you can get any input device, and that can become a motion capture device. So one of the motion capture devices I was using was just think which one did I use in the end? I think in the end I used like a big joystick with multiple triggers and a
all
hand
right,
and everything on it, and I rigged
yeah,
up a bird character. So you can move the neck, you can open the mouth, you can open and close the eyes. You can literally puppeteer it with one joystick
yeah,
live
yeah.
and then record it. It's fucking
That's cool.
amazing. Really
So
good.
this German guy who ends up being the only coder left working at Animation Master. He was a power user, and then hold on a second. I got something at the door. It might be my special thing. Just a second.
Okay. Anybody left on the chat or everyone disappeared? Have a look. Oh, 3 people left still.
Sorry, I should have muted this thing. It's all scratchy now. Well,
Nope.
DHL's doing late deliveries. I got my. You heard of Jamstack?
Jamstack. No. What's
There's a
that?
Kickstarter thing, sequel to this Jamstack 2, sequel to Jamstack 1. It's a Bluetooth and regular amp with built-in electronics to have effects you control with an app.
Okay.
And you can bolt it to the bottom lug of your guitar where the strap goes. And it's battery operated, so you can go around busking.
Oh, okay.
You,
I get what it is now. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's one of the best ones out there. And this is one of those pandemic things where I literally ordered this like 3 years ago. It finally showed up.
Oh well, that's all right.
So everyone thought it was a scam, right?
Yeah.
Because he's really bad at communicating.
Wow.
So anyway, I'm looking forward to that because it's my friend got his last week. I'm like, where the hell is mine?
Hmm.
And it was held in Hong Kong. It was a dangerous good because of the battery issue.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, when the hell am I going to get this thing? So,
I think
but yeah, it's
that's
app
why
control.
I think that's why a lot of things these days still turn up wanting AA batteries inside it. Not because they've chosen AA batteries. It's just like, well,
It's a
it's so much
hassle.
more of a headache if we
Customs,
put a battery
yeah.
in it. Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone's worried about explosions and
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, it's like, I mean, when I was a kid, we never had this problem. But when laptop batteries started exploding, everyone just got all freaked out. You know, it's
Yeah.
just.
Yeah.
I think it was a Sony problem initially. Sony had some bad battery issues, and now everyone's paranoid that everything is going to explode.
Yeah.
Let me open this real quick and show you, since I got it. There's a nice little case for it. This little lunchbox kind of case for it.
Oh yeah, got big.
And where's the seam on this thing? Anyway, yeah, so this German guy who's still the only guy programming this company's stuff now, was originally creating all these whacked out plugins for the thing that adding features you never would have thought of to the software. One of them was MIDI control for puppeteering.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I still
yeah,
have the plugin. I haven't had a chance to use it yet, but yeah, you can set up, like you were saying, a rig, whether it's a character or a little simple shape or whatever that has some skeleton in it, and use all your knobs and sliders and your pitch bend mod and stuff to
Yeah.
puppeteer, which is super clever.
Yeah, I saw a studio that was running a MIDI keyboard to do different different mouse shapes for other keys.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah,
play the keys of a keyboard equals A, E, I, O, U, or whatever the different mouse
there you
shapes are
go.
doing.
There's the unit right
That's
there.
right. That's quite nice, isn't it?
It's got little knobs on the top there. Pretty heavy.
Yeah.
It's got
It's got
USB,
built back, hasn't it?
audio,
Yeah.
and a headphone jack on the back. So it's got a proper mic mount on the bottom. So you can put it on a stand.
So what it's going to do is it can play a backing track and it can play your sound of your guitar as well. Is that what it does?
You could use it for that, but it's mainly just to be an amp to play. So,
Oh, it's an
but
amp.
it has built-in effects as well. So you can use an app to configure whatever you
Okay.
want it to do, like
It's
reverb
got like
delays, all
delay
kinds of
and
stuff.
whatever on it.
Amp cabinet profiles, all that shit, you know, that
okay.
kind of stuff. Yeah, pretty advanced stuff. But I'm just so happy to see it show up because you know,
Just
the
before
guy was
Christmas.
basically silent for about 6 months or more,
Yeah.
and people put nasty notes up on the Kickstarter thing, and it's like, you can be honest with people. Yes, everyone knows there are delays. I'm still waiting for like 3 or 4 other things since the pandemic that have been held back. One of them was Paul Vo. You heard about that guy? VO.
Someone's trying to tell me in chat to go and get a PO33. Is that
Yeah, go get one.
that's the KO, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Don't worry, mate. I'm looking. I've been looking all week, so we'll see. It's along with that, or I'll wait until the KO2 is like fixed its issues. One of the two.
But yeah, I needed one of these days. I need to try that. He made several MIDI plugins. One is, I forgot what they all was different about him, but he made 3 or 4 MIDI plugins along with he was the first one to write a physics model for crumbling walls and stuff for the software.
Right.
So this guy's very industrious, and he's doing this shit on his own. So finally became the main programmer for the company when everyone else bailed.
Right.
So it's kind of cool, actually. This guy's Stefan.
Some clever
So-
guys out there, aren't they?
Yeah, and like I said, he was just started as just a hobbyist, just having fun, There's some other guys who came and went who are like doing amazing like landscape stuff and stuff you never expect to do. Like kind of like
Origin, remember that going out?
remember when Bryce came out and guys are doing like trucks and guitars and stuff and
Yeah.
Bryce. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a black and white picture, isn't it? It's what you do. You're painting on black and white. It's a bit like a flat version. It's a flat version of ZBrush. Because
Basically,
ZBrush
yeah.
is basically a black and white picture you're painting, and there's hills and valleys. But with Bryce, you could do a mirror thing. So you could do a side profile of a motorbike, and then because you can mirror it along whatever the opposite of it is, you could then turn it around and it looks like a motorbike. Because
But
you
I-
do one side and does the other side.
But I'm pretty sure those guys had to put an inordinate amount of time in that because that.
Oh yeah.
Just to
Yeah.
because it really wasn't meant to do that. So I'm like,
No.
holy smokes!
No, it was amazing what it could do. To be honest, for
That's
the
when they
landscape
finally started
side,
allowing imports. It took a long
Yeah.
time, but you could finally import like poser files and stuff. So you could have humans in
Yeah.
there
Yeah,
and stuff, and that was pretty cool.
yeah.
Did you ever see all the
world's
poser
slowest
porn
red-
stuff that was out there for a while? There was a whole rash of for years of like user created poser porn.
Cool.
That's pretty funny. And most of it was stills,
Yeah,
but some of it was like animated. I'm like, come on, you guys, what is this? But then you look at all the anime stuff now where it's taken over. And it's
Yeah.
like these guys are way ahead of the curve. They were doing it back in the 90s.
Yeah,
And now the anime stuff is just off the charts with the crazy stuff going on there.
yeah. Whatever sells, isn't it? And that obviously sells.
Yeah, I mean, some of these incels and some of these shut-in guys are basically that's what gets them going.
That's
So
their thing, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
If it keeps them happy. There you go.
yeah, yes. I mean, as long as it don't hurt anybody, who gives a shit, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
It's,
3D stuff's fun. It's crazy because it's like I thought Cold Draw was difficult when I got my head around Cold Draw. I thought, gosh, it's an hard program, isn't it? And I ended up buying. I got made redundant from a MOD place, Ministry of Defence, and I thought, I was a forklift driver, so my next job was going to be a forklift driver, basically. So so I got my next job was a forklift driver in this next factory thing, and then halfway through, 6 months in, they said like they get like a thing. It's like, where do you expect to be in 6 months' time? And I just started learning Lightwave at that point. I had like there's like a little version of Lightwave called Inspire 3D.
oh yeah, I
And
remember.
so, when you're having this conversation to your line manager, he's like, where do you hope to be in 6 months? I went, not here, having a proper job. I went, what?
Wow.
You've asked, mate. I'll just fucking tell you.
Yeah, I'll be
So,
honest. Yeah,
But then they had an open day. So they had an open day a couple of months after I had an interview. And he says, do you want to do like a slideshow thing for showing what the company's done? So I went from working on like a production line with a forklift. They found me a table up in the office. They got me some stuff, and I did the open day. And one of the big guys who come down from London saw the open day, saw this slideshow running, went like, "Who's done the slideshow? It's really cool." And I did it. Oh, what do you do here then? I went, drive a forklift. He went, no, you don't. And then 3 weeks later, I had a job up in the office doing marketing. So I was working in the
That's
marketing
cool.
department, and then
Nice.
ended up with 3D Studio Max, and they bought a copy of Max, and we did all that shit. So yeah, that was a mad time. That was.
Man, the original, like the really primitive 3D Studio Max a friend used to use, Brandon Doss. I was like, oh my god, this is a
That's
nightmare.
3D Studio. That is, yeah.
Oh, sorry, 3D Studio. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 3D Studio DOS.
Oh
and then
my
was
goodness! I
yeah.
mean, the stuff he did with it was pretty impressive. He actually made a game and got a job selling stuff for Interplay.
I looked at it, but I never bought it. Never tried it. The first thing I had was a dodgy version of Max One
Yeah,
that was like really crap, but it was like I could do this. So when I got made redundant from the MOD, I spent 3,200 quid on buying Studio Max. And I tell you what, it's mental. It's talk
Yeah.
about focusing your brain when you get it home. You're thinking, okay, you end up with about 6 big, thick, fuck off books,
Yeah. Yeah.
and you're thinking, I really do need to learn this shit, don't I? Because I've just blown all this money. Like, you can't waste it. You need to like
No.
get your
Yeah.
head around
Definitely.
this shit. So yeah, but then ended up with a job, so it's all
That's
cool in
cool.
the end, But
Well,
yeah,
Maya, when it was really
I looked
becoming
at Maya. I
popular.
thought about buying. I went to a thing in there's SGI in London had a headquarters, and they had on show that they were demonstrating Maya, Softimage, whatever 3 point whatever it was back then,
Yeah.
Lightwave. I think they're still on 5.6. Then they're about to go to 6, but they ain't gone there yet. And then they had Studio Max as well, and they had them all in a big room in this um, Silicon Graphics in London.
Yeah.
And basically the idea was they were showing off the Silicon Graphics Intel versions of their machines that they could
Exactly.
do
Because
there.
that's when they're dying.
Yeah. But they had all these 3D programs running on all this kit, and I just went around all of them and basically said, "No, show us what it can do, then, impress me." And as impressive as Maya was, and it was impressive, when it came to the Max guy, he's like, "Well, can you do this? Oh yeah, I can do that. A matter of fact, I can do this as well, and that, and this, and oh look, can hit record and do it live." It's like, fucking hell, fuck that.
Maya basically, it's popular for movies because you have the pipeline and guys writing mail scripts and stuff.
It was
Without
expensive.
those guys, it's not as useful. You know, you really
When I
need
was
to have
looking
a
at
team.
Maya, it was the base version was 6,000 something quid, and the
If you
full
get the two
version.
unlimited, it was like 10 grand. Yeah,
No, no,
it
no, no, no,
was.
no, 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 no. This was before Unlimited came out. It was
Yeah,
all in modules. If you wanted to buy the whole thing, it's £28,000.
yeah,
Fucking, that was a That was a shit ton of money. And
yeah.
Softy
It was like a
Marge was
car, like
16
buying a car,
grand.
basically.
16, I think, yeah. Softy Marge was 16 grand. Max was like three. No, Max was 2,695 plus VAT, which is
Yeah,
like 50% back then. And I ended up getting Max with Character Studio, and Character Studio was like was about $1,000 or 1.5 grand. I ended up
wow,
paying. I ended up paying the the full price plus VAT, but I got Character Studio thrown in free. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, it
wow.
ended up doing. So I ended up like with the ideal thing. It was like
Yeah, because
really
that was
cool.
that made it a big game thing for a long time. I know a lot of
Ah,
guys using Character Studio for
yeah, Character
games.
Studio is amazing. I got a job as an animator on a this guy in Canada was doing I think in Canada they do a lot of outdoor gas heating. So you have a big gas thing outside, and then you can like to keep your back garden warm if you got like a like not a patio. What do you call it? The raised thing on wood. And they were doing a bit. Is an animation in that, and
Okay,
but he didn't know how to animate. He was looking for an animator, and I thought, well, I've got biped. You haven't. I'm an animator, even though I'm not animated anything. And he went, okay, yeah, cool. I'll send you the files. And then like, I want this guy to walk from here to here and poke the barbecue or whatever, and then do whatever. So I ended up doing that, and I literally learned animating on that job. I thought,
wow,
although the worst that could happen is I'll get fired from the job. So have a go. So I thought I'll have a go, and it worked out. So it's pretty cool.
that's
But yeah,
cool.
that was mad. That was, but that was really good because with biped, you all you need to do, you literally place down the footsteps of where you wanted your character to walk,
Yeah,
and then you hit go, and your character walked. So all you had to concern yourself with really was what the upper body was doing. He would by default walk okay, but if you wanted him to carry something, then you'd add a layer on top of that, which is so you just animate the arms carrying like a tray of food or something like that, or cutting a knife or whatever it's going to be. Not cutting a knife, cutting with a knife, doing stuff like that. But yeah, that was mental days. And then I got a job teaching 3D after that. It's like mad. Because I saw an advert in a local in Nottingham Evening Post saying like we're doing this new 3D course. If you're like unemployed and want to learn it, like phone up. So I phoned up. I was unemployed at the time. Says I don't want to learn it. I want to teach it. I went, oh, come over. So I went over and got a job teaching it. So that was fun. Teaching adult, well, they call themselves adults. Teaching adult students in college 3D stuff. That was really fun. But yeah, it was good. Good fun. You disappeared. I think you disappeared. Hang on. Looks like he's disappeared on me. Maybe his battery's run out. Yeah. I think I'm still here, but I don't know. So look. Hello, hello, hello. Well, I can see my voice move. I think he's disappeared. I'm probably bored him to sleep. We shall see. Well, either Andy will notice that it disappeared, or not, and he'll either bring himself back or not. I don't know. Am I the host of the show then? I don't know. Wi-Fi glitch. Hang on, he'll be back in a minute. Yeah, it's amazing how you jump from one job to another and learn different stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Hey, it actually recovered. I'm shocked. I thought when it died, but it didn't. I actually was able to. I had a Wi-Fi glitch, and actually resurrected it from the ashes. That's pretty
There
cool.
you go.
Good old
Born again.
StreamYard. Yeah, anyway, I was talking about this guy who made this thing on an Infinity, which is not a character animation program at all, and he was doing like essentially what looks like inverse kinematic animation on the thing that doesn't have it, right? So he eventually started doing stuff for Animation Master, and he started making third-party products for it. One was called the Setup Machine, which was the most elaborate thing that basically you take the standard skeleton that he gives you, put it in your character, run the setup machine on it. You either tell it's bipedal or quadrupedal or N pedal. You could set whatever N you want to be, like an octopus or something like that.
Yeah.
And the damn thing would go and solve. It would make this combination FKIK rig that was really elaborate, but instead of having a million pose sliders and stuff in the interface, you could dwindle it down to just a handful with a couple rolls and a couple other kinds of things, and directly manipulate the animal or humanoid like a puppet.
Yeah.
But with all the constraints baked in, all the smart skinning where the bends work correctly, and it was unbelievable. And to this day, people are still using it. And he sold the program for like $50 or something like that. And
yeah, there's a thing called the thing for Lightwave, ACS, automatic character setup or something, ACS 4, and then I think that ended up migrating over. Well, not migrating. He died a death in Lightwave, and then he resurrected the idea in Modo. I think Modo's got that now. But then
give you guitar picks. Look at these guitar picks.
I tell you what, I've got what are you very funny about guitar picks? I've got one guitar pick that I really like.
Really?
And I guard it as though it's the most precious, like it's made out of 24 karat gold.
You mean a brand or the medium style or what? What's the?
Just the weight of it, the whole design of it. It's the guitar pick that works for me.
Really?
And it's got a certain thickness. It's got like a textured finish to it. And it's got a certain amount of bend to the pick. And I haven't got another guitar pick like it. I think when I bought my guitars on Toman, which is like a European shop,
Yeah, I bought
You
stuff
could
there.
you could say, give me a selection of guitar picks. So they sent me like 20 different guitar picks, and out of that, I got one that I really like. uh,
Really?
so that is the one that I daren't lose. It doesn't leave the house. If you take my guitar out anywhere else, I'll take a different pick. I don't care. I'm not
Oh,
losing that pick. There's no chance I'm going to lose that fucking pick. Even though I'm not a really very good guitarist, it's the one that I feel the most comfortable with. So if I do any recording of a guitar, it's with that pick.
interesting.
Right. Yeah, that literally doesn't leave. It's next to my MPC. It stays there
Who
when it's
makes
not
it?
being used. No idea.
Oh, really? Oh.
Uh, it's probably like a generic something. I don't know.
Is it in your purchase history at Toman?
Oh, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, because I'd like some more because it's really good. Okay, everything else is it's either too thick or it doesn't grip well or it
I'm
doesn't
such a
flex
novice.
right.
I don't really notice that much. I notice a little bit. If it's too flexible, it's not good. But
Yeah, I bought a whole load of thin ones. They're ridiculous.
I bought
How
a
the
thing on
fuck?
Think Geek years ago. It was a guitar pick maker, and you just snap credit cards, and it cuts out guitar picks.
Yes, I've seen that. Yeah.
It's actually pretty cool because every
Yeah.
card's a little bit different. And I
Yeah.
have a whole bunch of these guitar picks that are made out of old credit cards
Probably quite good, actually.
and gift cards and all this little like gift cards and stuff like.
Yeah.
Check this out. This is the little thingy that goes on the bottom of the guitar.
Oh, is that
Where
the?
You
Does that go where your strap goes?
Yeah, so there's a lug they put on this thing, so you can still have a lug to use.
Yeah.
And your real lug goes through here, and there's a rubbery thing, so the whole thing is like seated nicely on here, and you put that on the end of your guitar, and you can
Pretty cool, doesn't it?
go busking. Yeah,
There you go.
you're clever.
Okay, busking. I wouldn't have the nerve to go busking.
I wouldn't either. I don't even. I'll never play my guitar on the stream because I suck. I mean, there's no way.
Oh, I'm not. Okay, so I have. Hang on.
I don't
have three
practice. I
guitars.
like them, but I don't practice. So.
Yeah, I've got three guitars. I'm not a guitarist. I have a drum kit. I'm not a drummer. I have synthesizers. I'm not a keyboard player.
Yeah.
And I have a microphone that I do singing on, but I'm not a singer.
2 turntables on a microphone.
Well, yeah. I just own this shit and have a go. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the great thing about these. That's why. Yeah, although my early hardware jams are all Rick Random hardware hooked up, and occasionally we'll do that because it is fun to get a bunch of shit hooked up and going. A lot of times I have limited time, and it just Machina Plus is my thing, and I love it, and it's got so much variety and so much expression, and easy to set up.
Yeah, whatever works for you is. I mean, you can if you go on somewhere like go anywhere, they'll go like, oh, you don't want that, you want this, mate. You have whatever works for you.
Yeah,
If
I mean,
it
I like
doesn't
to do
work for somebody
modular
else,
EMOMs.
yeah, it's not
So I
you.
do modular there mostly, but I don't want to bring a Machina to an EMOM. I think I'd rather put on a little more interesting show with some gear, instead of just pushing buttons on a Machina Plus. But
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Inky, because she was on about doing an EMOM. So it's like, if I said to her, if I was going to do an EMOM, I wouldn't approach doing an EMOM from my point of view. I'd do
Yeah.
it from what is the audience going to be watching, and if it's
Yeah.
someone just turning the fucking filter knob, it will look a bit boring after about 12 seconds.
Right.
So I'd want to do more than that.
Like that guy Mo does really good sets with his Machina Plus.
Hmm.
And it looks cool, and he also has some other stuff with it.
Does he
But,
do any like finger drumming as well?
No, he's mostly triggering loops and turning knobs and stuff. But I mean, he makes really, really nice, elaborate pieces on the Machina Plus. And he's also got some other stuff hooked to it, I think. Or sometimes he has 2 Machina Plus. I can't remember all of his sets, but he makes really good output. So I think people don't care that he's just using the Machina Plus most of the time. But visually and just for the challenge, I like having the modular. I think it's a lot of fun. Not just because I like to use it, but I also it's that way I'm guaranteed to use it. I don't use it that much for hardware jams, but I guarantee if I'm going to go do something at a live set in San Francisco, it's only going to be modular, and I guarantee I'm getting use out of it.
So the chat is asking, what's your current favorite gear other than Nade Machine or what MPC? Oh, I've got MPC one I'm using, and you've got the Machina Plus, haven't you? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the Force. I have a bunch of other stuff too, but as cool as the Force is, and it sounds great, and it's really got a lot of great controls on it. It has a CV gate, and it has, insane amount of drumming capabilities on it. The pads are infinitely better on the Machina Plus, and I really like. Yes, although I don't use DAWs that much, I really like the Native Instruments plugins, the Massive and
Yeah.
FM8, and Contact and stuff like that. And these challenges come up all the time, and I'm thinking like, oh, there's so many free Contact libraries online, or ones I already have that are pretty good that either I bought through NI, because I have the whole NI suite as well. I mean, it's just funny. I don't use DAWs that much, but I have so many goddamn, like I have the whole NI suite. I have the whole.
You're a bit like Kent. You keep buying shit.
Yeah, well, he's worse because he has a really expensive library that I can't afford.
Yeah.
Like the most expensive stuff I have is the NI suite, which I found all these workarounds for it. I bought like closeout things. Like Perfect Circuit sells like an old version on disc or on a drive. I buy that, and then I have a really dirt cheap upgrade path, and then from then on it's nothing, right? So
Yeah.
that's how I got the Arturia stuff, the whole suite. That's how I got the NI stuff, the whole suite. And then when I got the Machina Plus, it was perfect because then I have all this shit I can load on it, right? I don't have to buy anything else. And anything I can't find, weird libraries like a bagpipe library or a taiko drum library or whatever, there are free Contact libraries everywhere online. Just go looking for them, either demos or proper free ones you can get on, like the Piano Book. Have you seen the Piano Book?
Yeah.
That they have amazing stuff. Like even Native VS has put stuff on Piano Book. He made custom libraries and put them up there.
Mhm.
And I find weird stuff in there, weird flutes and weird guitar libraries and weird stuff. So all the guitar stuff I've done lately on Hardware Jams is because of these really good guitar libraries, and I just have to figure out how to get the performance down because I'm not using loops. I'm making the loops.
Yeah. I don't use people's loops.
I don't either. I mean, I used to like them. I thought it was cool and gave me some ideas. But the whole
It's
point
like
is I'm making this stuff and I want to make it. I don't want to
yeah.
grab it.
Yeah.
So obviously I can't make those sounds from scratch. If you want to use a guitar, you got to use a real guitar, otherwise it doesn't sound right. And you want to use like a shakuhachi flute, you got to find a decent shakuhachi flute somewhere. And then you got to find out how they recorded it and what the voicing's like. Sometimes you can't get all the notes you want, and you have to work around that. The library is like really weird, tailored to a certain key or something like that. So I have all these limitations all the time by doing these things, but it's fun because it's a problem-solving thing. And at the end of the day, I pretty much find what I want without having to spend gobs of money.
So Chris is asked. Is it Chris? Can't remember. One of them asked me which MPC. So the reason why I got an MPC one, two reasons why I got. Well, yeah, two main reasons why I got an MPC one. It was the cheapest one that's for sale. So out of all the range, it was right at the bottom of the barrel because I'd never had an MPC. I thought if I'm going to blow some money on something and it's shit, then let's not blow lots of money on it and end up being shit. And two, it just looked like it had more buttons than the MPC Live. And now I've had it for 2, maybe 3 years. It was a really good choice. And it was a complete fluke of buying that, to be honest. If I was going to buy anything again, I'd either buy an MPC One again or I'd buy the MPC X. I probably wouldn't buy the MPC Live because it's got rubbery buttons. And it hasn't got many buttons on it. It's got some good things on it. Don't get me wrong. It's got a battery on it. It's got speakers involved and all that shit. But I like the buttons. I like the amount of buttons. Like when we was talking earlier about you when you're saying like an MPC is a bit like a door in a box. It is.
Yeah,
But most doors in a box don't have 28 physical fucking buttons to press
exactly. Yeah.
with shifted buttons as well. So that's the thing that I find really quick. If I want to go to my looper page, it's just hold down shift and press a button. I'm in the looper page. I'm not navigating the screen, not touching the screen really.
Yeah.
So it's really cool. It's just a good way. It's a great compromise. The price is really cheap, and you actually like get shit done in it.
Yeah, I mean, I see them go as low as $600. It's really cheap for that kind of a system. So I almost considered getting an MPC one, but because I already got the Force, which I probably would like better in general. If I didn't have anything, I would definitely get an MPC one because it's
Yeah.
very capable.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think the Force is quite
Six
good.
hundred bucks. I mean, it's
I
a
know.
joke.
I know.
How can I? It's so
I know.
cheap.
I got an SP404 Mark II,
Yeah.
and the SP404 Mark II is really cool,
Yeah.
but it is nothing whatsoever
No. Yeah.
like an MPC.
I have
It
two
is a
original
million miles away from
SP404s,
an
which is
MPC.
even lesser than what you bought.
Yeah.
But I had fun with them. I do like the old 404s. They're a lot of fun. They're just extremely limited. No velocity, no quantizing.
I like the 404, but it's so much. I think what they've the sort of it's good and really bad in a. It's good that they've expanded it so much, and that's really good because you buy it and they've like added this and added that and added this, and you're
It's
like, well,
definitely on my list because I like what they've done with it. But I bought the original with the compact flash card, the original.
yeah.
Brand new when I was doing some jams with a friend years ago. He's teaching me all kinds of cool shit. We used to do a lot of recordings. And I bought it for two reasons. One was it was super portable and I could use it to fire off Halloween sounds to scare the shit out of kids at my brother's place. Second was I had just bought an Electrive EMX at the time, and the ESX looked like more of a pain to use, and I wanted the samples. So I was going to hook it up to my EMX, to act as an ESX synced for samples along with the synth, and it worked great for that. We actually made a porno jam. I pulled a bunch of like moans and grunts and all kinds of stuff. These ladies doing all these sounds, and we made a porno jam with the 404, which is hilarious. So,
I think the trouble with the Mark II 404 is they've added so much cool stuff on it. There's so many things in it, but it's not obvious. Like if I want to go and do something, it's like, well, you need to know that you hold down this key and then you press this button that's got nothing in relationship to the thing you think it's going to do.
yeah,
And
well,
off
it's
it
like
goes.
this chordal stuff because there's only so many buttons, and
Yeah,
so
yeah. Yeah, it's like I was looking on they do a thing where you can turn any sample into a pitch sample, so the pads become different pitches.
yeah.
I was thinking like, I'm sure there's a way to turn it from monophonic to polyphonic. How the fuck do you do it?
Do you lose? Do they still have the
hold down the
resample?
shift key and press remains. Like, how would you
Yeah.
know that? How would you remember that?
Do they still have the issue when you resample, you lose your polyphony?
I don't know.
Because that was stupid.
Don't think. No. You got 32. No, it's 32 note polyphonic.
Okay, because they say, "Oh, you can do this resampling on here, but you'll lose." I was like, "Why did you do it that way?" I mean, I understand it was an engineering problem at the time,
Yeah.
but that sucks when you start doing some what you would expect to be a normal function of a sampler, and now polyphony is cut
some
down.
weird shit. It's just some weird, stupid shit. Like if you want to record, what was I? It's when you're first learning it. When you want to record, when you want to sample something, and you've got your pattern playing, you couldn't do it while patterns play. You can't. Yeah. You can't sample while a pattern is playing. Or you can, but you can't start it properly, something like that. And what you ended up doing is you end up getting your sequenced pattern, and then you would resample that sequenced pattern, so it ends up being a sample. And then because it's a sample, you can hit play to have to play in the background, so you know when to do your sampling if you're singing on it or playing guitar. Then you can sample in it. It's just like, really? That's the way you make it work, is it? It's like,
That's
fuck
weird.
that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool sampling features on the Machina Plus, but because I'm usually in such a time crunch, I'll go into Audacity, chop up the samples I recorded myself on a recorder or online somewhere, and then put them on a card. It's just so much easier than that. But there is
Yeah.
plenty of really cool sampling stuff on the Machina Plus I'm not using, which I need to figure out.
The weird thing on the MPC in the looper page is the looper page is amazing. The only thing it doesn't do, which is really annoying, because you end up not taking risks because it's so annoying, hasn't got an undo.
Yeah.
So if you're like when I do something, I basically because I'm so crap at everything, I basically sellotape stuff together. So you might have an 8-bar thing you as a loop, and you're either doing a guitar line or you're doing a or vocal line. I always try and make it so that if I fuck up, it's not on an overlap. I'm not overlapping a good bit of stuff with some shit that I've just put down. So there's like a gap. So that if I fuck up, I can just chop that out and I can still save my performance. But if you had an overdub and an undo, like a normal RC
Yeah,
505 looper, I'd take more risks.
Yeah, I
So
don't even use that feature. I'm sure it's on there, but I just redo the loop.
yeah, but
It's probably
I'm
not
trying
do.
to get a performance on the guitar, like a guitar
Yeah,
line. So I'm doing like 3 or 4 notes at a time, and then doing the next bit. So yeah, but to be honest, what I should do is not be bothered by that, and do all my things separately, get them all on separate pads, and then resample those like
yeah,
5 or 6 pads into a new pad.
sure.
So that's another. I think sometimes the limitations should make you think of another way around it. Like
Sometimes, yeah.
on the SP404, the thing I was talking about earlier about trying to record a loop is a pain in the ass because you need to really have a sequence playing, but you can't play a sequence and
Yeah.
record. So you end up. But what you have got on the SP404 is got a thing called skip back, and skip
Yeah.
back is as soon as you start switching your machine on, it's actually recording. It's
Yeah.
just not telling you it's recording.
Oh, it's a history thing. I heard about that.
Yeah, yeah, but
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
not MIDI recording, it's audio
That
recording.
is cool. Yeah.
So what I do now is I don't even bother trying to sample. I just play the guitar or something. I'm trying to get it right. And if I've got it right, the weirdest thing, the really cool thing about skip back is you've got no red light of death kicking you in the face, going like, now you're recording. And then everything goes to shit because you go, oh shit, I'm recording. And,
Mm,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Because you're never recording, because you're always recording. You just end up playing. You're thinking, the thing I played like 10 seconds ago was actually quite good. Stop, skip back. You literally grab the sample, chop it up, and put it in. You just done it. It's brilliant. It's amazing.
Wow.
That feature should be in every product that ever comes out that's supposedly a sampler. It's fucking amazing.
I,
It's the anti-red light of death record button.
I
'Cause
heard about it, but I just forgot it until you mention it now. So that's pretty cool.
yeah, is that
I like
in
the fact you do
machinery? You
two
think?
effects at once too. The original you couldn't do two effects at once.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea. That's not in the MPC. The MPC's got a like a skip back function, but it's for MIDI. It's for
Yeah.
notes you've played, not for audio.
Also, does it remember per pad which effect you chose? Because the original doesn't do that. So if you watch one of my hardware jams, every time I'm trying to use a reverb, I'm like pad reverb, pad reverb, pad reverb because it doesn't remember the damn reverb things.
On what? On the MPC or on the
The
S404?
404.
404 should remember what you've been doing.
So no matter how many pages you go, because you still have multiple pages, right? On the original 404, you had to use the letters to go through multiple pages of banks of pads.
Oh, you got a display now on the 404, so you just
Right,
tell
right.
you what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, back then you had to kind of figure it out, but
Yeah, yeah. Back then, yeah, you had like 3 letters back then. Yeah.
no, you had through J.
All
You had
right.
12 pads times J, so that's 10.
Oh, right, got you. Yeah,
Yeah, so you had a lot of shit.
yeah, yeah. You can still go. You can select effects via a shift and whatever pad you're hitting. You can do that. That's still a thing you can do. You can also tell. You got your 6 effects that are preset. You can change them if you
Yeah.
don't want the one that says filter to be a filter. You want it to be a delay instead. You can change it and make it to be a delay.
And you have 16 pads instead of 12, right?
Technically you got 17 because the sub pad's another pad that works as well.
Interesting. Okay, that used to be
The
just
sub pad's a weird one because it's basically the last thing you played with is on the sub pad.
yeah.
So if you fucked about with stuff, but you're going, oh, what's the last thing I had? Oh, it's that one. So it's quite cool.
Interesting.
But it's a fucking deep device. And
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's got so
Well, the original was too. It was just not a lot less fun to use. So
yeah. I'm going to be writing a book on how to use it because it's just driving me mental. I know it's
Yeah.
got loads of cool things, but trying to find it is like a pain in the ass. So
yeah, that's why I always say I make cheat sheets for all my devices like that, so I
yeah,
can
this
remember
will
the
be
steps.
a cheat sheet book thing I'll be doing next year when I get my head around it. Because I'm doing it for me because I just think at the minute I'm using like 2% of what the SP404 can do,
Right.
and I really need to know how to do stuff, and I'm not going to be digging into Roland's back to front manual all the time because it just drives me mad.
Well, at least I'm probably a better manual than the one that used to come with because that was pretty shit.
This one's still pretty shit. It's all back to front. You got like a cheat sheet, and it doesn't like. So if
Oh,
I
it's
want
like the
to-
IRA stuff. It's the same tiny little thing,
No. It's a PDF. This is not even paper.
but it's a giant thing you have to scroll around because it's one giant fold out. Okay, good.
No. It's not. No,
Because the
they haven't got the
PDFs
look.
even work that way on those things. So even
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
use it
yeah.
as a
No.
PDF, you have to scroll around this giant paper.
But if I'm looking for something,
Yeah.
what I'm not looking for is the thing I'm not scanning for is a shortcut key. The thing I'm trying to find is whatever, like I don't know, like if I'm trying to find what's the where's the undo function, because there's not an undo key. Where's the undo function? So on the Roland way of doing it, they wouldn't tell you that. They go like shift remain something is undo. So the things in big letters is shift remain, and then in the little letters it says undo. I'm looking for the
Yeah.
undo. I don't care what it is.
They should
I'm looking for
make
the
that more
undo bit,
obvious.
mate.
Yeah, they
Not.
should.
It's the wrong way around for me. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's right for everybody, but if I'm trying to find something, I'm trying to find the something. I'm not trying to find the shortcut.
Yeah, they don't. The
Weird.
UI stuff should have basically, the testing should have bore out some of those choices. Like, you want undo to be right there.
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you? You would think. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? But
Is there undo redo, or is it just undo?
no, there's 8 do's. You got 8 undos now because that's an extra thing. I think in the
But you can go back too, right? So you can redo the undo.
yeah.
Okay,
You can
cool.
undo and redo.
Yeah, yeah.
But it didn't used to. I think they had 1 undo when the first Mark II came out, but now they've got 8 undos.
Right.
So it's got a bit better. And then and on the MPC, you can set how many undos you can do, like 20 or whatever. But
Interesting.
yeah,
because you were talking about the RC505, so I have 2 of those, and I need to figure out how to sync those so I can get 10 loops, because 5 is killing me. Sometimes it's just not enough. As much as I like that unit, I need to hook 2 units together and get them to work, which I'm sure you can.
I don't use my. I've not really used my RC505 since got the MPC.
Well, it's great when you have a bunch of hardware laid out. If you
Yeah.
don't, then there's no point.
Yeah, the way I'm thinking with the RC505, I'll probably have it with my finger drum kit. Be ideal for that, and my what do you call it, Akai wind synth thing. Things like that you want to loop in. Then that'd be cool. Hello, got someone who's turning up. David,
Somebody's here.
is it Goliath or
Is it
David?
David and Cleo?
This Goliath.
It's Goliath.
Oh,
Hello,
Yeah,
Goliath.
no Cleo.
is Donkey Dave again?
Yeah.
Where's my? Where am I?
I don't know.
I can't
Turn the
see
lights
me.
on. There you
Oh,
go.
black
there
hole.
you go. What is that?
Wow.
Is that you? I think you need a new razor, mate. You know what I mean? It looks a bit dodgy to me.
I was talking about Halloween earlier. There you go. That's a Halloween
Yeah.
thing.
I guess I haven't used this StreamYard in a while.
No,
Let's see what.
you look
But,
younger.
but did you see a couple of those Osmos things I did with the 505? That's really useful for that. I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to use an Osmos with the Force, or it's more fun to use a physical thing with the sliders and stuff. So
I like the readout on the RC505. You know where you are in the loop. It's fucking clever.
exactly, yeah.
Proper clever
He's
way of
back.
doing it.
He's back. There he is.
Hey up, hey up.
Hey, there we
You
go.
brushed your hair. You look different on top.
Yeah, I feel a little better.
We're just moaning and bitching about gear and how cool it all is.
Hey, Dave, I forgot. Are you a guitar guy?
I can play a little bit. You know,
Have you heard about these Jamstack? I just finally showed up at DHL today. A little Jamstack amp. It
I remember.
attaches to the bottom of your guitar and for
Yeah.
mobile use, or you can just use it, with built-in effects and stuff on batteries, and with an iOS app to control the effects layouts and profiles, cab profiles and distortions and all kinds of shit. It's really clever.
Let me see it again.
It's 3 years to get here because of the goddamn pandemic and stuff, but
Yeah.
it was also stuck in Hong Kong for a while. So you have knobs on the top,
Right.
2 big drivers here, microphone stand, audio out, headphone out, USB, and then what's clever, I already put it away, but there's an adapter to make it. You unscrew the lug on the bottom of your guitar where your strap goes,
Mm-hmm.
and you put this adapter in place, and the adapter bolts to this guy. Here's the
Can't
case
see
for
it.
it. I know I'm getting it out here.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all right.
The adapter sits on this little guy on this rubber pads, and then you put your lug through here, to the
Uh-huh.
guitar, and then it provides you a lug here to use while you have the speaker connected. So you can still use the strap with it, and it attaches to the bottom of your guitar. So for mobile busking stuff, which is kind of clever.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to. So it's just a little portable amp that,
It's a yeah, it's
but it's digital.
it's yeah, because you have control with an app, so you can control how many effects you want, what kind of amp profile you want, what kind of distortion,
It's a bit like
simulation
that Boss
stuff.
thing, isn't it? That whatever it's called, Boss Katana One or whatever it's called. Is it Boss Katana little portable thing on battery?
There are a
Bit
few
like
out there. Yeah, this
Yeah.
one. In fact, when this looked like it was going to fall through and they weren't delivering on their promises, people were saying, "Oh, just forget it. He's probably going to screw us. Go get this one." And that's I think the one they kept mentioning. Some other mobile one. It's like that,
Mm.
but it's got Bluetooth as well, and so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, good.
It's just. I mean, it took like three and a half years to get here, or something like that. So,
Is that worse than the Osmos?
what happened?
That's worse than the Osmos, right?
That was about 3.5, I think. Yeah, but the
Same.
worst was my. I think the theory board was 4 years. Chordbot was about 3 years. And I have a few that haven't come yet. They've been probably 3, 4, or 5 years at this point. And a couple that never will come because the one company in Germany went bankrupt.
Wow. Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's
It's,
cool.
it's
Yeah.
a modular company called Bird Kids.
Mm.
And they make a handful of modules until the company went bankrupt. But their last product they made was this clever little, everyone's talking about controllers all the time, it's a little knob bank controller that's also wireless and easily programmable. It's called, and it had some buttons on it too. It's called Off Grid,
Mm.
and it was pretty clever. It wasn't very expensive, maybe $50, $60, something like that.
Yeah.
And so it took them forever to finally talk about we finally finished development, we got the parts, all this kind of stuff. And then I didn't see any more notice about it. I sent him an email, said, "Hey, what's going on with your thing?" "Oh, well, we didn't gather enough money to ship them to everybody. We can't afford to ship them.
Oh,
So
I remember
if
you
you
saying
send us
that.
if you send us, a box with this money, we'll send you your thing." I said, "You got
I'm
to be
like, so
kidding
you
me!"
have it? You're just not gonna
Well, because I
ship it.
saw them
And you
I
weren't
saw
gonna
them.
tell me?
They were
Oh.
selling them
fetch
at
it,
Perfect
yeah.
Circuit. I said, "Perfect Circuit has them. Why don't we have them yet? We paid for them." They already have. They were doing this pre-sale nonsense to make some more money, and not giving it to
Cash and
backers.
run.
Yeah, and then I think as of December last year, they're dead, and their website's dead. Everything's dead. So I was able to go to some user groups to find the tools,
Mhm.
and I found some stuff on the Wayback Machine that was also missing.
Yeah.
So if I decide to finally pick one up just to try it out, I already have all the tools to do it. But I was kind of bummed that didn't even get a chance to try it and complain about it.
Shit.
Well, how much was it going to cost to ship it? Did they tell you?
It was coming from either Germany or
Yeah.
Netherlands or something like that, and it was
Oh, really?
it was probably like, I don't know, $20 or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's small. It's a small unit, so it can't be that much.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that their
Yeah.
feedback was shit. They were dishonest in so many ways,
Yeah.
and then they went bankrupt.
Well, wonder why they went bankrupt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I almost bought
wasn't
one of their
so much.
modules years ago. They had a mixer module that was one of the slimmer mixer modules that had 6 channels. That I wanted to get 6 channels for a while until I got the better one and the hex mix. But then I decided, I don't want to get that because I don't know anything about this company and what's going on with these guys. So luckily I didn't buy their stuff, because if I had any problems with that, I basically would have been screwed with that as well.
I've done 2 Kickstarters. I'm 2 for 2, but I haven't kept either piece, so I guess I'm 0 for 2.
Oh, really? They weren't good, or you just didn't like them?
Well, sample track and
Oh,
and then
yeah.
no, I'm pretty. I don't think that much. Then the Coma field, the little field kit.
Oh, you didn't like the field kit?
I never. I just. I
Oh, it's
think
so
I got
cool.
it. Yeah, I think I got it at the wrong time, and I kind of got it, and I just was like, I just don't want to. This isn't what I'm looking for right now.
Did
I
you get
kind
it
of got
with the spring reverb tank?
no,
Oh,
no,
that's the shit. It's did you?
no. I think if I had it now, actually, if I had it now, I'd be into it. I think I didn't. I wasn't in the modular. I don't know. It was like I
Yeah, it's
got
a
it.
modular thing for sure. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind
and
of
I just
yeah.
wasn't feeling it at the moment. And I said, I'm just going to flip it because people are looking for it.
The Heimbach
And
video was what sold me on it
well,
because
if I probably watched it, I probably would have got it.
yeah, they included a servo driver circuit in there,
Hmm.
so you can have like those little kind of servo motor thingies. They're either like wheels or
Yeah,
plunger
yeah,
things, and you
yeah,
can put that inside the spring reverb tank and modularly drive your spring reverb with these weird vibrations from the.
yeah. No,
So a really
they still
clever
make it,
idea.
right? Don't they still
They
make it?
they should.
Yeah, I think they still do. I remember they were kind of an interesting company, and I was
They
kind of
make
following them.
Commander too, which is the CVD beam, which is really
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. They're one of the ones I used to just, especially early on, I would just always check their sites because I
Yeah,
just thought everything they were doing was kind of cool.
yeah.
But honestly, I don't know why I sell things sometimes. I forget why I sold it. Like
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's,
just
if it's
I
not
just
doing
do
it,
it.
then yeah, it makes
Yeah, if
sense.
I'm
You know?
not feeling it, I just move it because
Yeah,
I can't. I'd rather just let somebody else play with it. I'm like, yeah, you try it.
yeah,
I'll get it again. I mean, I have a history of buying things 2, 3 times before it clicks. Sometimes I
yeah.
just buy it, sell it, buy it,
The
sell it.
problem there is certain things I'll never get the quality or the
Yeah,
price again, so I just can't do that.
yeah. You can't think about the price, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But there are a few things that
For
you
new
do
stuff,
get.
it's one thing, but for used
Yeah.
stuff, it's really tough to find. People
Oh
treat stuff
yeah.
like shit,
No.
you know.
No. I have a few pieces I wouldn't get rid of because, like, I have my Boom Star, one of my Boom Stars, and then one of the couple Mogafogers, my Grendel. There's a few things I have that I'm like, yeah, I'm not selling them because
Which
they're
which which Grendel do you have?
the original ammo kit.
This is the green thing.
No, it's the one that looks like an ammo can. It's one of
Oh,
the
okay.
it's
Right,
one of
right,
the
okay.
original Eric Archer things.
I have their
I have a
their
module too. Yeah,
I
I'll go
have
ahead.
their white thing that has a sequencer built into it. That's got the vocal formants.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That
Not
thing
the
is nuts.
hydronium.
It's
That's
the
not the hydronium.
wackiest 303 kind of
Yeah, the
thing you'll ever hear.
hydronium's really cool. I had that and I kind of miss it. I might
This
get
is
it again.
called the EA something, or there's a other funny name for it.
Yeah, it's probably an Eric Archer or something. Um,
Yeah,
well, he's super cool. Well, he before he had Rare Waves,
yeah.
he was
Rare was
another one
selling
that
it. Yeah, that was it.
he was. I forget where he was out of Texas or something, but you could always. This is like going back 15, 20 years. Like you just check his website, and
Yeah,
he was always making something really bizarre. And before
I don't know much
it was
about that
kind
guy.
of.
I have to look him up. What else has he made?
Oh, dude, he's just made a lot of weird kind of sound, just gadgets. Yeah,
That's
you have
cool.
to.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know him.
well, he's. I think he partnered with another guy, and it's called Rare Waves now, and they got a little bit less creative. They've been a little bit more, what's the word to use? Conservative with their. He's really into the format stuff,
Because I have
but
their Grendel module that is vocal
it's okay. I
formants.
have it
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I have it too, and I like. But the original ammo can, it's really gnarly.
Yeah.
It's just one of those really weird kind of you know. I used to be really into that stuff, especially like I was going to say before the kind of the proliferation of all the gear hit.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
was it was very different, and you'd have to like. It was kind of fun. You get on eBay,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you were just
Well,
like
especially now
scanning.
that all this stuff has become so rare, like those,
Yeah.
like all that weird Elisa stuff, like the Wedge and
Yeah.
the air synth and the air effects and stuff. Those are really rare now. And
Yeah.
their stomp pedals, like the Bitterman and Filter,
Yeah. They
and all
had
those are all rare now.
there
They
was
shouldn't be.
another. Yeah, I can't think of them now. There was another company, Flower or something. There was another company that made pedals for a while, really high quality stuff, super cool, and they went under. Um, and now you see them for crazy prices. But
Mhm.
if you, it's it's just timing. You just kind of back then it was a little different. But I'm also you can kind of go down a rabbit hole with that stuff, collecting all of it.
Oh yeah.
You're like, what am I going to do with all this?
Well,
It's
that
like
EA
really
thing I
cool.
misplaced. I gotta find it. I put it in a box somewhere. I don't know where I put it, but it's
But
really fun because it's really liquidy filter.
mhm.
So when you do like 303 type stuff with it, it's like more juicy than a 303. It's really cool.
Yeah, I remember they really into that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them they were into that acid kind of vibe, but yeah, there's I don't know, there's so much cool. There still is a lot of weird cool stuff. It's just hard for it to get any
And they made
traction.
it, and they made it with a sequencer, even though it's only 4-step sequencer. But you can sit there and just with itself have fun. You don't have to hook anything else to it. Maybe a delay or something like that. But it's one of those things you can just get lost in and play with it. And
Yeah, it drone the drone. I know we were talking about this before. The drone boxes were really big early on.
yeah.
That's what everybody would just make these little crappy square wave or
Oh, there are a whole bunch of those at like Big City Music down in LA and stuff. I saw a whole. I said,
yeah,
where are all these things?
yeah. You could go on those websites, and
Homemade
that's what
stuff. Yeah.
you would just get lost.
Yeah.
On Analog Haven, I used to
Yeah.
just sit there like every night and just kind of
They're good
scan.
though because they often have stuff that no one else has anymore. If
Oh
you're
yeah,
looking for
they
stuff
like
that's gone, they hold on to things.
and they hold on to it and they supply smaller type
Yeah.
people that
Like
maybe.
Bastel had some really cool stuff they stopped making for who knows what reason. And some of it was that electromechanical stuff, kind of like the stuff that works in the field kit.
Hmm.
And I wish I could get some of that because, as a drummer, you would like this. They have those servo things you can hook up to your modular and drive real drums with it.
Yeah,
And
God, there's
that's
so much.
awesome. When you
I
get that thing going, you get like drum rolls with a proper drum from your modular.
There's too much cool stuff out there. It's
Yeah,
just a rabbit hole of cool stuff.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's never ending. I know. I think I was talking about. I'm getting a little obsessed with getting some mics, like contact mics, real mics, and
Oh yeah, definitely.
I just want to sit in the studio and just smash things and loop them and sample. It's kind of I'm like really kind of getting obsessed, and it's kind of Heimbach esque, but it's not really because he's really into he takes it like way all the way.
Well, he also makes things expensive too. Like he did those Suiko Japanese poetry synths that do like mostly samplers, but they
Oh
have some
yeah,
synth
yeah,
things like the Koto synths and stuff. Once
yeah,
he did a
yeah.
video on that, they jacked up in price like
Collectors,
double,
yeah.
triple, whatever, and now they're incredibly rare. No one can get them anymore.
But you got to get everything he does by that audio things, all those iOS apps. You got to get every one of them
Oh
because
yeah, definitely. I love Fundamental. That's just a crazy one.
he's got some unbelievable. They're
Check out
all
Fundamental if you haven't seen it. I think it's
they've got
iPad only. It's too big to run on iPhone.
yeah. I think what's the one motor that just now it's down to like a buck or two. Every one of them is worth getting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like you get them and you're like, oh my
There's a
god,
wire recorder,
yeah,
like a
this is
Soviet wire recorder. There's a bunch of.
yeah, and they're pretty high quality too. They're
He did
not
one
like
kind of like the Cosmos looper, but
yeah.
it's called something else, and it's a looping thingy.
I don't know. Is he the one that, are they? I think he was the one that did valves too, and it's like kind of like a valve amp, tube amp, valve amp, but it's not like it's like really interesting valves, and you start throwing it on processing things with it,
Yeah.
and it's just so
He did a
cool.
granular one too, which is weird. I can't remember the name of it, but he did a whole like patch library for it as well, along with some other people.
If he ever got into
So
pedals, it would probably be nuts. But I actually like just the iOS stuff because it's really cheap. You
yeah.
know, like it's fun. Like you can just get on your iPad or whatever, and really you kind of start using it, and you're like, man, I really don't need anything else.
Also, look at if you like the iOS stuff. Look at Clevgrand. You know their stuff.
I've heard of them. Yeah,
They
I
make
don't think
these
I
really
have
cool
anything.
like vocal synths and filtery things, and I don't know. It's just a whole. Their videos are very kind of weird. because they're I don't know if they're Swedish or if they're
Yeah, just having
Norwegian or
fun.
something like that.
Yeah.
And their videos are really strange. But then you go into these apps and there's beautiful little instruments and stuff and effects. They make desktop and iOS, so you can go either way. But
Yeah.
I just run them in AUM and just hook up a controller
Yeah.
and then just have a blast.
Yeah. No, it's iPad.
I think one is
I mean,
called
I've
Pipa,
always.
which is confusing because Pipa is actually a Chinese lute, but they have a
Oh,
vocal app called Pipa, and it's really cool.
yeah.
Check that one out. It's really good.
Yeah. There's yeah. I mean, I've always been a huge iPad fan, but now the quality is getting like it's getting really crazy good, like really good. It's. I was just looking at that Bliss arpeggiator,
Oh yeah,
and it's like it's really interestingly laid out. Like it's got kind of modules sections, but you can kind of like run an arpeggiator, and then like you can speed it up like in a section, and then slow it back down, or you can have it ratchet with all. But you can also kind of like do like I can do on the Gaia 2. You can write in all these cool modulations,
yeah.
either in the blocks or
So you have
sets.
modulation lanes. Yeah, right.
Oh, it's absurd how cool it is, and it's like
Uh,
$15. You know.
So Bliss worked with Jordan Rudess for the Sample Wiz 2, and they
Okay.
added some cool new features to it. But unfortunately, they took a couple really good features out of it, which I'm glad I still have the original Sample Wiz.
Hmm.
But they make some nice stuff as well. There's a lot of really cool. There's one called Ape Soft that does a
I remember
boatload
that.
of granular stuff, really weird. Like one called Stria, another one called I don't know. I can't remember the names of all of them, but they go way beyond Borderlands. Borderlands is fun and pretty
Yeah.
powerful, but
Yeah.
you
Borderlands
know,
is aesthetically.
Spacecraft is pretty good too.
Yeah, I got that one. People
But
like that
these
a lot.
Ape Soft ones are a whole other level.
I like the Borderlands. I just like the visual aspect of it. Like
Yeah.
it's really fun because you touch it and you're just moving around.
Oh yeah.
It's
Loading weird samples into it and just see what happens. And
yeah, you
but they
can.
give you so much, you don't even have to load that much. You can just have fun with what they gave you.
Yeah, no, that's the way. I mean, what the Pro Synth show today is like half of it's, here, this is free, this is free. This is like, you can download this, and you're just like, oh my God, this is so crazy nowadays. It's just
Yeah,
like,
I keep telling Ramsey I want to do another iOS app show, but
yeah,
I don't know if he's into it anymore. So
I mean, I know you got to get an iPad and everything, but I was just looking in the, you can get a 10th generation one now for like $400. Well, maybe you guys spend about 500 to get the proper 256.
I
You
still buy
know,
the Pro with the headphone jack. Those are my
yeah, I don't
favorite.
blame you though. I don't.
Yeah,
But my point was being, for about $500, especially if you go refurb, you can get one of
that's
the
what I'm doing.
10.
Reverbs.
Yeah, you can get the what is it? It's not an M1, but it's like an A14. I mean, it's way all you need for
I mean,
this.
my second generation iPad Pros are still super powerful,
Yeah,
and
no,
they're the
that's
only
what
ones
I
that have the
mean.
goddamn headphone jacks. It really pisses me off that they stopped doing that. And they put the headphone jack in the other iPads, which is dumb.
Yeah, it is. It's
Because if
really
you want to
dumb.
call it a Pro, this is the same crap they did with Final Cut Pro and
Yeah,
some of the other apps. Where it's like, don't call it Pro when you cripple it.
yeah. I mean, because all of
Call
us
it
have,
whatever it is.
we have all of us. I have so many headphones with that, TRS jack, whatever. It's just, it is. It's really effed up that they, especially just having it. And you don't want to
Yeah.
get the dongle and have all that crap. It just,
Especially since
I'm getting
I
angry.
get mixed results. Because Apple doesn't make the nice multi-use dongle, but there's some Chinese ones on Amazon that will work, but not consistently. Like I get the one that because you want to have a charge and a headphone
Yeah.
jack,
Hmm.
and they uh, they don't really make one. Apple doesn't make one that does that.
I mean,
So I have to use a third party one, and it often breaks because they're cheap.
I know, but like I was just looking, I was looking for a, USB C to Type C, USB C to Type A, like the regular USB
Yeah.
for the Gaia, so I could do the audio and For some reason, the Belkin one came up, and I needed a 6 foot one, and it was literally like $40.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're so I'm like reading it. I'm like, okay, let me read. Like, let me see if they can sell this to me. Like, is there something amazing? And there just wasn't, other than it being a little more flexible.
Well,
And
if
then
you
you
want
go,
to get a good, they're still available. They're harder to find now, but if they do work in the current OS. If you want a good audio interface that's mobile, I showed it on a couple of my streams, but Blue, the microphone company,
mm-hmm.
made a few different things called Mikey. There was a 30 pin, then they made
Oh yeah,
the
I remember you
Lightning
talking
version.
about that. Yeah.
And Blue Digital Mikey, I think it's version 2, whatever it's called. It's a Lightning one, not a 30 pin. And it gives you not only a high quality stereo microphone for the bottom of your iPhone to use for recording, but it gives you a stereo headphone jack. And every single hardware jam I've done that wasn't done with the 505 or even with the
Mm-hmm.
505 with the output,
Machine or whatever. Yeah.
and even the machine, every pretty much every hardware jam I've done the last year and a half has been recorded on my iPhone with that Blue Mikey,
It's
and
cool when you
nobody can
find
tell
some.
the difference. So,
No, you can't.
so the quality's there. It fits in your pocket, and only certain apps will recognize it, but that's okay. You just find the recording app you want to use. So I use because I'm doing video as well. I use Mavis, which is a really high quality video app for iPhone that lets you have full control of your camera.
Mm.
Shutter speed, f-stop. Um, you know, it even does scopes. If you're a scope
Mm.
guy and want to scope your video,
Yeah.
to get all nerdy about it, you can scope it. It has Bluetooth support, so I can actually, because I don't have a headphone jack on my iPhone, I can monitor my stream going out um, from the phone, so I know it's going out clean um, before I commit to the headphones that are wired into the other gear. So, because sometimes that's where the weak point is. It's not coming out of the iPhone clean.
I used to record my audio on a Zoom H2N,
Yeah,
but
I have a Z8 or H8 or whatever it's called. That's pretty cool. But
I don't use it anymore though. I use my Yamaha FGDP drum machine now
oh, there you go.
because you've got an input on it, so you can go audio in. You've got headphone output on it, so you can monitor it, and you put a USB key in the back of it, and there's a big red button called record, and just
Yeah,
records all the audio. And it's so fucking simple.
that's
That's all you
cool.
do. Press the button, you're done.
Is how
And
much
then
memory
press
is
the
on that
button
thing?
again, it stops, and you have a file on your USB key that is the audio.
Also, it's USB key. Okay.
Yeah. It's just got a USB-A port on the back, and just put a memory dongle thing in the back, and then just
Hmm.
records to it. And file names it and
That's cool.
timestamps it for you. It's not
That's
fucking
cool.
so simple. Thought, yeah, that'll work because I could monitor it. Because the thing with the H2N was you have to monitor it through their stupid little shit headphone thing that's
Yeah.
never loud enough. And to make
Yeah.
it loud enough, that impacts on the volume of your recording. So you can't do that. So you have to like turn it down and then still trying to be able to play with not very loud signal.
Yeah.
Whereas on the Yamaha, you just hit record and turn it up as loud as you fucking want. It just works.
Yeah, I use my phone pretty much for everything, and just run a camera connection kit into it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never tried a camera connection kit to my.
That's
I've
great.
got an
Yeah.
Android phone, so
Yeah,
I've never
it's
tried it.
good. It works. I mean, you got to kind of get the levels, but generally, yeah, it's fine. I have an old interface now, an older Steinberg. It's not real old. I think it's the second version, and so I have like the cables and everything set up. So whenever I want to record, I just pop in the camera connection kit. And,
It's one of the big things to work out when you're trying to do videos, isn't it? Is trying to get
yeah,
the
you
audio in
do.
sync.
Yeah. I don't want to have separate sources because having to sync them later is a nightmare. So
Yeah, that's exactly why I
I
like
used
the
to do it
front.
separately. It was like, God damn, no more.
And
I
I
don't mind
started.
separately. Long as you do like some sort of clapperboard type thing, you should be able to
I
sync
just
it.
got sick of doing that. Especially since I'm often, if you see, I upload to Hardware Jams all the fucking shows on.
Yeah,
So I
No,
don't have
yeah.
time to do any massaging at all. I got to get it up
yeah.
there. So,
Well, I feel the same way. I mean, it's like when I'm ready to do it, I'm like, I just want it done, and I just kind of hook everything up. But I remember someone recommended that little Behringer. I still have the little Behringer one too, the 25 buck interface, and that's
Yeah,
cool
this
too.
guy on my camera here, this little red
It,
guy.
yeah, exactly. I have the little silver one,
Yeah,
same one though,
yeah.
and it's the RCA. I gotta make sure it's in right, but I really, I mean, I can't tell the difference between that and that Steinberg. I will say I got the newer Steinberg, um, the version 3 that I use on my computer, and I there was a little quality difference on that version. Um, maybe it's just got a little better headphone amp and um, just amps and the a little more drive to it, but it sounds
In fact, if I
definitely
didn't
sounds.
show this properly before, check this out. So I had this little bag. It's an old bag that came with like a hard drive or something like that from the old
Mm,
days. I always keep all these old bags for gear. And inside the bag, I can fit the interface, the cables to connect it, the
mm,
microphone,
yeah,
connector,
just
this
leave it
little
just like
this
that. Yeah,
channel mixer by Edirol,
yeah.
power supply that goes inside here. I close this flap over, and I have a fully portable thing that will just USB into anything. And I have that's my like mixer slash
That's
audio card. And it's
That's
super
your
portable.
mobile rig, isn't it?
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, and it's
that's
battery
kind of
operated too. I can put this on batteries as
Mm.
I
well.
like
So
that. I mean, that's what I need to do in my little Steinberg and all that. It's all wired, so I can just. But it doesn't look pretty. Like I
I
just
just got it
yanked
because
all
I
the
can't be
cords
bothered.
out and
I
throw them in
can't
the
be bothered with
corners.
loopback and all that shit. I just hate all that stuff. So this
No,
is
I
my
know.
solution to loopback. All I do is plug in a USB directly in here, choose it
Uh-huh,
in the interface, whether it's YouTube directly or
uh-huh.
StreamYard or whatever. As
Yeah,
one audio source, one video source. Boom, I'm done.
yeah. That's
Keep it
cool.
simple. If it
Yeah,
works, make it work.
and I got all these
Yeah,
inputs. I can plug in anything here, so it's great.
I
Yeah.
know. I'm getting to the point where, yeah, you know, I don't want to change that stuff. I used to always want to upgrade it. Now I'm like, I can't. I just can't do it. I can't be Ken Spong. I can't be like, sit
Yeah.
there. Like,
Well,
when
that's
it
why I
works,
did
it's
this because
brilliant.
they're having all kinds of problems on the streams with echoes and all kinds of stuff with that
You know,
stupid
and I,
loopback thing. And
and I don't want to tell him that it sounded like before, like 2 years ago when we used to like jam on his piano when he had his old system.
oh
It
yeah,
sounded it sounded so good.
yeah,
He would like play, and it would come over in stereo, and I'm like, man, he's got that thing sounding like it's just singing, and it's never sounded like that again since he's
Yeah.
had,
Don't tell him.
he's got all that stuff now, and I'm like,
Rip the
dude,
bits again, wouldn't
it's
Yeah.
like, dude, you should have never messed with it.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the old, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
It's hard though. You gotta. I mean, for me, I had to kind of. At first, I got tired of the doll stuff because I kept chasing the ADDA conversions and everything else, and then when things stopped working, I was like, oh man, what am I doing? I just
Yeah,
want to plug it in.
Yeah, it's
And
going to work.
so you tend to like once you get your brand. Like for me, the Steinbergs work great. I like the Focusrites too, but um, once those Steinbergs, they're not fancy and they don't have mixers and cool, things when you hook them up. But man, do they always show up
Are they
on the
driverless as well?
yeah, they're class compliant, so
Yeah.
they're just
Yeah, my
yeah.
mate's
That's
got Focusrite and he had so much hassle
same
with,
with them. Yeah, this
he had a
the
load of hassle just trying to
Scarlets.
get it to work because it needed a driver to work. He was on Windows as
Oh
well.
yeah,
It was a
the
pain in
Scarlets
the
were
ass.
pretty good. That's the ones I liked. But
He had the 18 something 18i2 or something. Big
yeah,
one, big lot rack mounted thing. And it took him 3 months to get it to work. I think one of
I
his
would.
mates came round and fixed it in the end of the day. I spent all day trying to help him, but I couldn't figure it out because he's using it with Cakewalk, and he's like, no, it ain't working, is it?
yeah. If I
His
were
mate,
using a DAW, I couldn't really use this because I'm not getting individual channels. It's just one
yeah,
master channel. So
yeah, you're
Yeah,
doing live, so it don't matter. All you need is stereo. To be
yeah,
honest, all you need is mono.
exactly. Yeah,
but
No,
I mean, but that's a system, and you know it, and you know
yeah,
it'll
it
work.
works.
And when you need, you know, that's kind of what I've learned. It's like, okay,
well, I
I
had to
got
use
my
this
little,
a few times at my other setup because you remember when, a couple times my microphone wasn't working on my mixer, and I go, what the hell? I was trying to do some of these from my mixer setup
hmm
in my studio, and I had to use this. I had to pull this out because my whole fancy setup wasn't working. So I had this as a backup.
Oh yeah, I've had that where you're just ripping everything out and you're just like,
I
give me
didn't even
this.
do that. Somebody just failed. It worked last time I did it from there when I was on
Mm.
the show the other day with my mixer and all my gear and stuff, showing the
It's
Alpha
probably the
Juno thing.
biggest thing to stop you from making music is having something that you think that worked yesterday, and you switch it on, and something's wrong with it. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
needs update. Of now we know
Well, it's like
do some
I
music.
well when I had that, I got one of those little tiny when I used to use my PC, and I had one of those little things that clips on that has the camera
Yeah.
and the mic, and it was flawless. And then I was like, someone said, "Oh, you got to get the Elgato, face cam ones. They're like the quality's great." And then I got that, but it didn't have the audio. And then I was trying, so
Well,
it's like,
this is basically a webcam on a tripod here, and this has
Now,
the audio.
now
I'm
you're
just not using the
chasing
audio.
rainbows, aren't you? Trying to get something to the way it was
so
last week.
so
Yeah.
I finally got on the Mac now. I've got the Elgato as my main one, and I've got that microphone, and they all recognize each other finally. But I had to use it. I had to run it through like the Steinberg. I had to do it a specific way for it just to every time that I turn it on. I still have to tell it, allow it to use it. It's still annoying.
I
You know
know.
what I mean?
Surely those sort of things should be allow, and that's it. You're done. Not every
Yeah.
time
So
you
the
turn it on,
other
allow. It's like,
the
ah,
piece when I had the PC and that other little lower budget one, it was flawless. I just
yeah,
plug it in. It just
yeah,
like
it
boom,
fucking worked.
and it freaking worked. And then see that was another big upgrade thing. And it's like, what am I upgrading for? Like what is the point again? Like this is
Yeah, yeah. Is it better? Is it really? Is it
like
actually
what's
better?
better?
Are you
What's better?
happier?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, you can see my gear a little bit better, and it's like
When it works, when it connects, it looks better. Yeah, but it's getting it to fucking work, isn't it? Pain in
yeah. And
the
I
ass.
don't, I don't personally. I have a little bit of tolerance now for that stuff, but I have like a mental cutoff. Like
Yeah,
once it goes into an hour or two, I just
yeah.
shut
I'm
down.
done.
I
Off.
just say nope,
Nope, not
forget it.
working.
Maybe
Go away.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, can't be bothered with it. That's the way, isn't it? Yeah, you need to find a way of making things. You need to find a way that is repeatable and work, and then just stick with that. You know, which is why I like
Yeah.
the hardware thing. You just turn it on, it works. You're done. That's it. It's exactly the same as it was yesterday. I hasn't requested some sort of thing to do today that he didn't do yesterday, which is like, I mean, software's brilliant and computers are amazing, and you can do lots of cool things with it.
Super cool.
But the amount of times I've like started to watch the pub or something, and you end up seeing Ken running around in circles for an hour trying to
Swearing.
get
Yeah, all
things
kinds of
to work again. You know,
endless
they
swearing.
worked yesterday, but doesn't today. It's like, really? That would drive me mental.
It
Could be
would
doing with that.
it would drive me mental too. I mean,
I
I
think this
guess
this week all of his libraries disconnected or something. All of his
I
libraries for his sample libraries didn't want to connect.
oh, like what's funny too, they'll be on Pro Synth and like, Ken, are you gonna get this? And I'm like, no, no,
Don't
no,
do
Ken.
it.
He's
Don't
like,
do it.
yeah, I think I'm gonna get that. I'm like, what are
It's
you
like
getting that sample
self-flagellation,
thing
isn't it? Yeah,
for?
I want a bit of pain. Yeah, how much is that? 200 quid for a bit more pain. Oh yeah, like that. Ow. Yeah,
I
hey,
mean
it's like,
that sample thing they were showing today, the first thing
oh, no,
where
I
you,
never saw it today.
well, I should like you throw the concept's really cool. Like you just throw sounds into it and then it sequences them. It creates like rhythms and stuff. I mean, it sounds really awesome. But then I was also
Oh, I'd
like,
get it in a second if I weren't broke right now. That's really cool, actually. I've already bookmarked it.
yeah, I just kind of
It's only
but then
$100. It's going to go up to 150 pretty soon.
There
So
you go.
I
That's the
know,
old
but
sweetener, isn't it?
yeah, get it
He's
now.
50 by spending 100.
yeah,
Well, it could be I could be spending 100 for. I mean, I got to ask myself, am I going to use it though?
Yep.
Because I don't really like to use computers. I mean, that's why like when Cherry Audio was giving away that SEM, I was like, I just don't need it, man. I know it's, and actually I had the GeForce, but I was just like, I just don't need it, man. I just don't need it. I'm like, it's
well, it's
just gonna
cool that
like,
it's doing some. It's basically taking field recording to the next level. So,
yeah, that thing
so
today
I'm
was,
already doing that. but
the concept and the way Ty was explaining how it links it. It's one of those things like if I really was committed to it, which would mean I'd have to be committed to my computer and to that, I could see it really being awesome. But then I also could see it being like another thing that I got that, is like I need to use that,
like I
and I
use this
never do.
program a lot called Fieldscaper.
I've heard
Um,
of it.
there's a
Yeah.
couple. There's Moodscaper, Fieldscaper. There's this Russian guy who makes all this stuff. And this, I used one of my favorite uses of this one year. I was in a bar at New Year's Eve, bar restaurant, and this kid was just screaming his head off, just so annoying. He wouldn't shut up, and no one's doing anything about it. And it's like they don't take him out of the restaurant, they don't soothe him. He's just crying, crying, crying. So I'm sitting there stuck drinking a drink, and I'm like, okay, record. Okay, record for a while. Ran it through this thing with a bunch of different wacky. It's kind of like a granular thing, along with a bunch of other cool effects.
Hmm.
And I made one of the coolest soundscape things I've ever made, just from some kid screaming his head off in a restaurant on an
He did
iPhone.
well in the end, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think it's on my
He actually
SoundCloud somewhere.
turned a
But
shit evening into a creative one.
oh, it's so cool. And so I love these little apps like this because it's way beyond field recording, and you can also process it on the go.
Oh yeah, no, they're
So
really cool. I'm still kicking myself. I'm not using Loopy Pro because every time I look at it, I go, God, that looks. It's like
I am, but not as much as I was
I
because
used to use the original one. The
Yeah, I've still got Loopy.
yeah, the
I
original
used
one's
to
on
use
here.
that
I
all
have
the
the original
time.
Loopy on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to drive to work, and I'd have my phone, and I had a copy of the blue one, the original, on my phone, and I would just like do rhythms, do like loop songs
Yeah.
going to work, and it was so much fun. And then I would take them later, and like record them on the things and make
In fact,
tracks.
in fact,
You know.
there's the trick. Do you watch that Jakob Hack guy? HAQ Hack Attack.
Oh yeah, I love him.
So if you like iOS, you gotta love his stuff because it's almost all
He's
iOS.
super cool. Yeah, he's
And
brilliant.
he was way into to Loopy. Um, it was Loopy HD before they went to Pro.
Yeah,
And I don't know if you ever,
that's the orange one. Yeah.
yeah, if you ever dug into the interface, they have all that MIDI functionality, which he had a really clever idea. You take your old Arturia Key Step, not Key Step Pro,
Hmm.
just the or Beat Step. Sorry, the original Beat Step had the blue pads,
Hmm.
and there's just enough pads and knobs in there to cover your loops with Loopy Pro or
Right.
Loopy HD.
Gotcha.
Sorry,
Yeah, the
and
sign.
so he mapped all the CCs and had a whole workflow of hitting pads and knobs, and it made it so much easier to use instead of having to scroll with your finger on the screen and occasionally erase the thing. Yeah, 'cause sometimes if you
Yeah.
swipe the wrong way, you erase the loop. And so he had a great workflow using that with a piece of gear that no one uses anymore, the old Beat Step. And it's super cool. And it's also wireless too. I think it's Bluetooth.
I mean, the one thing I'll say about the
So
iPad, though, though I have got it to do it, and I've been able to run effects and everything through it and out of it, I've never enjoyed like connecting into my hardware setup. There's just something about it that I just never. I like to use it separately, like as its own thing, and just work in the iPad. But when I try to like use it as an instrument in like my hardware setup, and syncing it, even though it with Ableton Link, I mean, it's all. I know people that do it, right? And they just sit there and beat me up and say, "You got to get Koala. You got to just do this."
Qual was
And
cool, but yeah, because I used Fundamental in one of the hardware jams, so I wanted to mix the iPad and the what did I mix it with? It might have been the Machina Plus. I think it was Machina Plus and Fundamental on the iPad, and that was fun. Didn't
it
matter if
is
it was
fun.
Saint because Fundamental is just this wacky spacey thing anyway. So
Yeah, so I might I might pick up another iPad eventually. They're not terribly expensive compared to what some of the other crap I buy.
no, they're good. The
They're
problem
really
with the
useful.
reverbs though is you get shit battery life. That's the only problem I have is
Yeah,
they're in good
but
shape, but you got to replace the damn battery at some point.
I'll put it this way: when I use iPads, I make music, I make videos. I use it. Like I definitely use it. I may not use all the apps, or even 30% of what I have, but it is very useful, even just for videos and LumaFusion, Cubasis. There's so many cool things.
Just the weird interfaces and the multi-touch stuff is just so cool.
I love it. I do. I really love it. But it's a different for me. It's a totally different workflow, than sitting in this down and at the table with my hardware. And,
Yeah.
I don't like to commingle them. I guess is my point.
I don't know if it's a thing anymore, but I don't see iPads being used that much.
But but I think that's the whole point of this conversation. Indirectly, is I'm. It's weird because it's outrageously cool.
I know people record them; they just don't make videos with them.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of YouTube videos anymore with them, unless it's like,
No.
do you get the sound test room? Those guys are really cool.
Yeah,
They do a lot of iPad stuff.
That one main guy.
Yeah, the guy and his
No,
wife, they
I
used to stream together, and they said they got tired of doing the streams every day or every week.
Yeah, he
So
got
they
cut
just
out.
upload now. They stopped doing the live, and they just upload.
Uh,
But I used to join their live streams. They're pretty cool.
yeah, no, I've peeked in there before, and I do. I think it's really cool. I think it's just saturation of, like it just I kind of like. Well, let's see. I think the Artcore stuff was all Cubasis. Like I literally I recorded maybe 8 tracks on the Zoom, and I dumped it on the Cubasis, and I just started messing with processing and adding tracks. And
Yeah, I
so I
gotta
was
play with
all
Cubasis
iPad.
more. I've only touched it a little bit.
I liked it because I could just sit upstairs and
It's good, but I haven't. I need to use it more. I used to use
It's easy. It's really easy.
I used to
You know
use
what I
that
mean?
other one that was the first real studio app they had. What was that called?
Yeah.
I had GarageBand. on mine.
No, way before GarageBand. The best thing about GarageBand is they actually
you,
added.
you know what about they had like a 48-track audio recorder?
Like the
didn't they?
Audio Pro or what was it called?
No, there was one that was.
Hi, Cat. Is it
I know what you're talking about. There was
Is that
a
Cleo?
Yeah, it even had like it was all skeuomorphics. It had like proper like racks in it, as well as a drum machine.
It kind of
and-
fell apart after a while.
Yeah, they still have it. It's still available, but they changed the interface a bunch of times. And it's something studio. I just can't remember. I have it, but it's that I was on the iPad 1. I was using that, and that blew me away because like you can do all this crap with this iPad, and it's just I didn't have a good.
Aria. It was
I
called
didn't have a
Aria.
good audio interface at the time, but just as an island, it was really fun to use.
Wasn't it called Aria or something like that?
There are a few of them, but it's.
Oh, it was a different one?
My iPad's
that was a
across the
big
room.
one.
I should go grab my iPad. It's across
Because
the room.
that was Aria was, I think it was called Aria. They were definitely trying to make it into like a proper
my cable
DAW.
will reach. So I have to unplug
Oh, looks like I
again.
have the sun above me.
Hold on, my cable will reach. Let me unplug real quick. I'll go check it out.
But I would just do Cube. Well, there's so many cool ones that you could use, but for like traditional Cubasis or Logic Pro, or kind of crazy not to use one of those two because there's so much value. I like Cubasis just because I don't have the monthly fees, and I just don't. The Logic thing was really disappointing when they went monthly. I was like, nah.
Yeah, not doing rental. I've got
Like that.
GarageBand. That'd be fine for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can use
Yeah,
Graphic.
when they bought Camel Audio and put that inside GarageBand, I was really happy because they could still use
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Alchemy.
Yeah.
Alchemy's now inside of it. So
I know I've said it, but I had Alchemy, and I think
the only you can get now is Jailbreak. It's long gone.
yeah, no, I had it on an iPad, and I think somehow I deleted it. I don't know.
Oh,
Probably a space thing, like I probably put it to sleep or whatever you want to call it.
yeah.
And then when they got rid of it, I went back and I realized my cat is, babe, bad, please. What are you doing? It's not about you.
It's always about the cat.
I know.
Always about the cat.
I know. Of course, it's about the cat.
Got Monaco sat next to my heater, basically soaking the heater up.
Good for it. Yeah.
And she's she's the furriest cat you've ever seen. She's gone doof with a winter
Well.
coat. She's ridiculous. Just
I love
got
it.
here.
Trying to look it up.
Oh, there he is. Look at that. It's a good shot.
You ever tried
Yeah.
Beat Hawk, David?
No, I know what you're talking about.
I think it's UVI. Yeah, UVI. The same guys that make the all that cool plugins. They also make Ravenscroft 275, a really good piano for iPad.
Yeah, I think I've seen that
But
one.
Behawk is cool
Yeah.
too. It's like an
Well, I think
NPC on your iPad.
isn't Piano Tech on iPad now?
It is, yeah.
I think it is.
I have
Yeah,
the free version.
Jeez. See,
yeah.
that's what I
Piano
mean.
Track is like the best sounding piano,
I know. That's
like
what
the best, with the most that you can do to it because it's modelled. You can
Yeah,
change the strings, resonance, the damping, everything.
yeah.
So
Oh,
one of
it's
the
good.
most fun tools, especially on an iPhone, if you're on the go waiting in line or something like that, is this Groovebox by Amplify Novation. They
Mm.
kind of collaborated on it. Groovebox, that was really cool. You basically go in, you turn it on, you audition patches that give you some kind of track ideas as they play the patches, and then you turn off the auto import. So it's not making your music for you. Some people just use it as a looper and they just say, it's going to make my tracks for me. I don't want to do that. But I like listening when you audition the patches. It might give you some quick ideas as you listen to it for a direction to go into. But I never allow it to import the canned stuff. I make it all from scratch.
What's that sample? Not sample. Modelled wind instrument that's on. Is it SWAM or something?
Swam, all the Swam stuff is great. Yeah.
Yeah, because you buy it on Mac and it's like 250 quid per fucking thing.
No, I have that here. And I'll show you one
But
of the
on
Swam
iOS,
things
it's
here.
like $30. It's like way cheaper.
I have the
Way,
whole set of brass and
yeah, sounds really good.
where the hell
Sounds
is it
very
here?
good.
Brass.
I mean, that's the only thing I'm thinking for my as a thing to connect to on my Akai WinSynth is one of those would be cool. But I'll need a new iPad for that, so we'll have to wait and see what turns up.
You might get away with an older one.
They won't put it
It's
on. Mine's
hard.
iPad free, no chance.
Oh yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah, I have an older. Yeah, no, I have one.
Yeah.
I was trying to. I think it was iPad 2. I was trying to run Animo. It was
Yeah.
kind of
I've
worked,
got
but then it
Animog
would
on my
crash.
iPad free. I've got that on my iPad free. I mean,
It probably,
I'll probably pick up a second-hand iPad at some point. So, but knowing that I can actually run that one thing
well,
on it.
I was trying to find a use for it, and I thought, well, if I can just run Animo, like that would be cool. Like I could bring it in the studio and just have
Yeah.
like, and then it kind of worked, and then it started to like glitch on me, and I was like, oh man, I was like, that was such a brilliant idea, like dang, you know, just have like a row of iPads running different synths, older ones, you know.
Why is it not finding my French horn? I know I have installed.
I got the urge to buy the little Teenage Engineering, not the new one, but the little Pocket KO, because I sold one for $80.
Oh yeah,
I've been looking this week at them.
we were talking about that earlier. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah,
really good.
I had a buddy who was like, he's like this. He goes, those little ones, they're surprisingly easy to
They
use.
sound
But
really fucking good to me.
yeah,
I
he said they're like 16-bit. He goes, but they sound really.
think they're 18. I think they're 8-bit, not 16.
Oh,
bit.
maybe, yeah, maybe it's less, but I
But
was kind of
it
like,
sounded, just looked like a load of fucking fun.
yeah.
You
Oh,
know?
another good thing that has SWAM. If you get Geo Shred, have you seen that one?
Oh yeah, they have. Yeah, I think you're right.
So that's the cheapest way to get SWAM right now.
What's GeoShred? What's
That's
that?
Jordan Rudess has a bunch of these apps, and one is this kind of shredding app. Let me get loaded up here.
It's
What the hell is it?
some of his apps are somebody. I saw somebody live play one of his apps, and it was super cool. I mean, the guy had like it sounded awesome. You know.
GeoShred. Let me Google that. Hang on.
Oh man, there's a see the cool thing about the iPad. If you already have one, you can have a black. You know, spend. You know, if you're smart, you can catch sales and stuff. You can really pick up some incredible stuff and just kind of. I don't know. Like you get the touch interface. It's like
Here's Geo Shred.
yeah, Trish. It's
Oops, it crashed. Hold on.
I never
I
bought
have
it.
too many
but
apps open.
Yeah. How many apps
Oh,
you
you
got
s-
open? All of them.
you get-
They're all
I
open.
do actually have a lot open. Because a reminder, so I have so many apps on this device.
Yeah.
Just music alone, I probably have 300 music apps.
Oops.
And this is full. This is a 256 gig iPad that is full.
Yeah. Wow.
It's
That's what the
freaking all
memory's
you
for, isn't
need.
it? The memory's there
Yeah.
so you can fill it. Need to use it.
Well, I mean, oh, here's the French horn.
I mean, honestly, if you had one thing for a desert island, you just take an iPad. And you'd
Yeah.
be set.
Yeah.
I don't have it plugged in, but you can kind of hear it over the microphone.
Yeah. I know. It's mad, isn't it?
And you put this on a wind synth. You can also put a mute in here.
So, what? How does GeoShred get you into
To the
Swarm?
mute?
Then?
Pull the mute out.
So, how does GeoShred get you into Swarm? Then, what you on about with that?
Let me show you. Let me close a couple more apps and I can open that up because that it was taking more memory for some reason.
GeoShred.
Close Model
App
D.
Store.
Close AUM. Close. Okay, that should do it. I'll try it again.
GeoShred 5.9. What is it? Oh, God, that's a horrible. Whoa, looks very odd. Okay.
It's laid out like a guitar for shredding, right?
Yeah. I'm just looking at screenshots for it.
Crest loves to shred. That's his thing.
I'm not a shredder. The only thing I shred is cheese.
You don't buy the pre-shredded? No.
Do not. No. Why
I don't
do
either.
people do that?
I don't
That's
either.
like
I love
the
real cheese. I hate that
lazy
shit.
fucking thing to do is
It doesn't. It gets all dried out. It sucks. It's just.
We don't
and
have
costs
time
you
in
twice as much.
We don't have time in the United States for it to shred.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Well, no,
most
it's
people in
that.
the U.S. don't even
You
eat
don't
real
have
cheese.
in
That's the
United
problem.
States, do you?
Yeah, we don't.
So that's
We don't.
plastic
You know,
crap.
we can't bother.
I mean, American cheese is a perfect name because it's fake and it tastes like crap and it's
I
not
used to have
real
a job
cheese.
making cheese back in the
It
80s.
kills us early. That's what we do. Okay, that's our thing.
It's your thing. Yeah.
It's like, what was that Inky was? They were talking something about Americans. Like they're like somebody was louder on the microphone. They're like, yeah, that's Americans are always louder on the microphone.
It was probably me because I was yelling because I thought the mic was not working.
But
so.
it's just the most brilliantly funny thing. It's like,
Well, we're certainly loud abroad. I mean, I run into Americans when I travel, and I'm so embarrassed.
You can hear
well,
them.
we do have a certain like
It's
we
just people are
cuss
just
more. We kind of
rude
cuss
assholes.
and we're kind of
Just
yeah,
you
we're
know.
kind of like
You're not very shy, are you? That's what it is.
no, we're just. But it's it's yeah, it's
Oh, here's the
it's-
Ravenscroft piano. Have you seen this? This is great.
Crazy, isn't it?
It's
Andy.
hardcore piano. This is great.
Yeah.
It's by UVI.
I mean, luckily I'm not like a piano snob. Like I don't.
Well, even
analyze
Kent
them.
likes this, and Kent's a piano snob.
Oh, he is. I mean, it's kind of impressive, and then it's like, man, that's gotta suck to like, to hear things that particular, to be like, oh, I don't like that. I'm like, really? Well, it sounds fine to me.
I haven't got time for that crap.
Yeah.
If I'm looking for a piano, I'll just go MPC, hype, piano, cheers. Done. Piano down.
Actually, did you get that upgrade that they had before Christmas last year?
Who?
You
what-
for the MPC. Crescent.
I've got whatever the last.
To get the
upgrade.
6 instruments for like $200.
Oh no, I didn't bother.
Those were good. The
Yeah,
FM one
right.
is really good. The piano is really good.
Yeah,
I think they have
was
an
on that
organ. They have some
Yeah.
other stuff. I bought, even though I don't use my force that much, I bought it because it was on sale.
with- Well, it's you, isn't it? Of course you bought it. It's
But it
obvious.
sounds great. I
You're-
did play
you're-
with it
you're-
for a while. I just don't like the
Virgin
workflow
Canada.
as much,
Yeah.
you know. But when I
Yeah,
did
I
fire it
still-
up, I was happy. It was like, this sounds really good.
Oh no, it's good stuff. It's just like
I still
just
wanna
can't be
em-
bothered.
Yeah, the MPC one, I'm still kind of. Yeah.
I
can
don't
see
know if the
that.
MPC's for you. I don't know. I'm
don't
not
think so?
sure if you're a bit of an Andrew Brooks that you go, it's too deep, it's got too many things. It's like, no.
It's possible. You never know.
Yeah.
I really never know how I'm going to react to something.
Well, that's the thing, too, because if people like modular, don't mind all the
Well, Andrew
tedious
Brooks
crap.
can't stand his MPC, can he? He has done nothing with it.
No, he doesn't. He's not a computer
He's
guy
well
anyway,
into
though.
modular.
He doesn't like computer
He's
stuff
into
at all.
modular. He's getting
Yeah.
deep into it.
He's
Like,
very good, eh?
He's really good. Yeah. That was a good fit.
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice thing when you can. I mean, I when you can focus that much on one thing,
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference. I like too many different goddamn. Look at this. See this
Yeah.
time tosser I was playing with earlier? This is
Just
stupid
got stuff
gadgets and stuff.
scattered all over the place.
Yeah. So it's if you can just
It's
say,
cool.
if you can say that's it. I'm not going to touch anything else
Then
but
you have to
guitar
describe.
or piano or
To describe Synth Addict, he's got the brain of a squirrel. Oh look, something new. Oh look, something new. Off he goes.
I mean, that's all my hobbies, right? I like.
But you retain. You do a really good job.
Not
of
as much as I
retaining.
was younger. I used to. It's embarrassing how much shit I forgot, and it's not a brag. It's just it's actually a shame thing
Well,
because
you can only fill so much.
when
of
I
the
when
brain.
I studied, I just like a sponge. I mean, I
It's
was
a
pre med. I
shame.
was doing biology. I had all the shit memorized. I could rattle off all the how to trace a drop of blood around the whole fucking body, all the vessels and all that stuff. I could do all that stuff. It's easy. I can't do it now. There's no way. Brain
It's
just
okay.
get old. Your brain gets fried. So
Okay.
it's depressing, man.
No, it's not.
My hearing's
I
not what it
mean,
used to be. My memory's not what it used to be.
I know, but I deal with a lot of younger people, and I'm just like, where is your brain? Like, are you even using it?
No, they don't even
Jeez.
care. A lot
God,
of the Zoomers are just checked out.
Yeah.
they just,
My niece and nephew, thankfully, are good people and
yeah, no,
bright.
Surprised they can
But-
dress themselves, half the people.
they're
aren't
bright. They're not using their brains enough, man. It's just like,
Well, I mean, a big problem is I hate to say it, but
they? The internet.
the modern movies and modern music are pretty shit.
Yeah.
And also their entertainment with social media dumbs them down. They get poor facts. They don't fact check anything. They don't care about
Well,
what really.
they're all. It's either TikTok 30 seconds or whatever they
They have
call
no,
it.
yeah, it's the
YouTube
MTV.
short.
Started with MTV, the short attention span generation.
Yeah.
And it got worse. MTV was bad enough, but if you watch a 70s movie, no kid can sit through a 70s movie. They linger way too long on a take. They go, "What is going on? This movie's so boring." And it's like, that's the fucking Godfather. Are you insane? Yeah.
Building the story. Yeah. I know.
You know.
I haven't got time for it.
Yeah.
They're all 2 second.
So that's why all these new films and all the Marvel stuff is just quick cuts. And my favorite example is Taken 3 with Liam Neeson. It's an entertaining movie. But there's just one particular scene where he's supposed to be jumping over a fence. It's 15 edits of him jumping over a fence.
It's probably he's so old that you had to do the edits. To
But
make
that's
it-
part of it, but also it's just quick cut bullshit. Like, oh,
Yeah.
it's got to be fast at different angles. It's cool, man. This is what everyone's doing now. And it's like David Fincher wouldn't even do that. And David Fincher's the master of the various cuts and stuff. I mean,
But that's why you, and I know you know it, like you gotta like deep dive some older stuff and just see some different styles.
they're not getting exposed to it, or they're not.
Yeah, they're not challenging in themselves.
Their friends are into dumb stuff. Their parents don't show them the good stuff, and they are being raised on really bad movies and music.
Well, their
Unfortunately,
parents probably half the problem, and then they complete the problem themselves. You've got not very good parents, and then
yeah.
surround yourself by things like TikTok and 20-second adverts, and then you're in a loser, aren't you? It's not
TikTok is a horrible babysitter. So
good. Yeah. It's not just
Yeah.
TikTok though. It's the
I mean, it's
idea of
hard.
the very short form thing that it's like 20-second video. It's like, really? You revolve around a 20-second video? Jesus.
okay, I had to reboot. 2 hours later, here's GeoShred.
Oh, cool.
So here's a Bansuri flute. Really nice Indian flute.
Have they, what you're saying, they've got the Swarm engine inside it or something?
Yeah, this is one of the Swam instruments, a Bansuri flute.
Right.
Hold on, I was trying to load a bunch of shit that I tried to load it that ran out of memory. Hold on. God damn it, stop telling me you can't load it. I went to the App Store and tried to reload all the stuff I was missing and realized I forgot I was out of memory. So now I have all these prompts keep coming up. Okay, there we go. Some of these are multi-touch. God damn these pop-ups! Stop. When you reboot, you get confronted with all these things.
I
You
love
didn't finish.
computers. I really do.
Well, I invoked this. It's my fault.
Yeah. But you wouldn't want that when you're on an EMOM live, do you? Like,
Well,
hang
that's
on a
yeah.
minute.
I would turn Wi-Fi off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would drive you nuts, wouldn't it?
But there's a problem when you want to reload a bunch of stuff and you say, oh, it'll cache it and play it later and load it later.
Yeah.
And this is the later headache because
Yeah.
I'm trying to load apps that don't exist anymore.
But it's super expressive. Like it's cool. I mean, you can kind of do the sliding and all the cool kind of.
I almost have it figured out. I'm working on a Pink Panther demo with the sax,
Oh my
Oh, yeah.
God, Andy,
and
you're
it
gonna drive
sounded
me
really
crazy.
good. It
What?
sounded really good.
I'm just watching you with that little rectangular white
It's a whole
block.
new game that with the white boxes. Brilliant.
Because I went to your history. If you go into your app store and you look at stuff you purchased, and I
Uh-huh.
go, why aren't all these loaded? I went boom, 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 boom down the list, and now it's finally getting back to me. Can't load, can't load, can't load, can't load because these apps don't exist anymore.
Okay, so GeoShred is $24.99. It's
You
not
gotta
bad.
wait on
Get
that.
it, get it on sale, and get it when they have the Swam instrument pack sale. It's like 50% off.
Yeah, with the
And
holiday
I have
coming
every
up.
Swam instrument they offer, all the Indian stuff, all the Persian stuff, all
Yeah, they do the tenor sax, the violin,
yeah,
flute, cello.
all that stuff, but
Oh no,
also
the whole
all the
collection,
ethnic
one
stuff too.
collection too. Yeah, they've got the whole collection, haven't
Okay, now it's good.
they? Yeah.
What's cool, you have this expression area too. If you have two hands free, but I'm holding it up, but it's you like flutter tongue. And you can turn all the reverb off and stuff. But check out
It's
some of these other
crazy cool.
presets like
Sounds like that kung fu TV program in the 70s with David.
yeah,
It's
like
gonna
great
happen.
great trumpets. Even that stuff, right?
So if you've got GeoShred and you've got those packs, does that mean you get access to just the Swan side on its own as well? Or is it always embedded?
It's all through GeoShred. If I get the Rolly Swam ones, they're different than the GeoShred Swam ones, different than the standalone Swam apps, which are also very good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I
yeah,
wanna
you
play
don't
it.
get a global license for Swam, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah, you're just getting whatever works.
Because I want to
within
play
that.
it via my Akai Wind machine.
Like this, the Duke. I mean,
But
like Peter
that
Gabriel's
sounds
Passion
crazy
right
cool.
there. You just
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's usable. You could totally use that in tracks. Just
Oh
kind of.
yeah, totally.
there's
Just sample it in, off you go, or loop it in
where's the sax?
with your looper, Dave. You love your looper.
Yeah, my looper. I love my looper.
Sax. Where to put the saxophones? They're in here somewhere.
Or the S for sax.
No, it's weird. It's sorted weird. Goddamn thing. But they have like sitars on here and violins and oboes and tenor. Here you go, tenor sax. Pick another one.
Oh yeah.
You get the growl. Check this out. You enable growl, and
Is
you do
that all
this.
Is that all quantized? It seems like it's quantized.
Quantized to notes. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the growl.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it again.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. I mean, it really.
Lady Aptitude uses this on some of her tracks because it's such a great app. It's
There you go.
it's a really fun app.
Well, it's fun because you don't have to you can get some expression and some feel out of that, and you don't have to sit there.
Like you can on Rolly and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because iPad doesn't have all that. It's really just up, down, left, right.
Yeah, same sort of expression without spending $2,500. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can get something usable.
I'm trying to
Out
find
of
that
that
In your
other.
pretty
fucking
quick.
rucksack. Take it anywhere you want.
Trying to find that other synth
Mental,
studio. That
really.
was so cool. I used to use it years ago. It's still around too. It's amazing. But they're like sound font players you can get. Seeing all those free sound font libraries out there.
Yeah.
Groovebox is
I
really
used
good.
to use Sunriser.
Synriser's good.
I've got
Yeah.
that. I've got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I've got
learned
that.
that was a fun one just to learn synthesis with because there's you could stack different filters and
You have to get these audio kit ones. These are incredible. This is the one for the. This is the.
Oh,
digital
those are
synth
the
one.
free ones. Those open.
Yeah, they're
source.
free and they're really good.
They're really good. Yeah, they've got an FM. They've got a reverb one they just did. They've got some.
They have instruments. They have effects. And the instruments are standalone. You don't have to use AUM, which is cool.
Yeah, they're pretty. They are.
I have some of these weird ones like Laplace, like math function named synths and stuff. Just weird shit.
crazy.
Though I got to tell you, I love my little Reface DX for FM. Nothing sound. It sounds so good. It sounds so
Yeah.
good. I use it
Well built as
all
well,
the
isn't it?
time.
That little keyboard is well built.
It's really well built, and then like it's you get that editor, and you just go on there and you can just drop sounds in
Huh.
it,
They have a
and
Dext version now. This is the Dext actual synth.
God, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. Didn't know that. That's new.
Yeah.
It's just, it was fun. Did you watch? Were you on? Yeah, you were on Pro. I saw you on the ProSynth chat, Andy.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like you could almost see how bored Ty was with
That's it.
everything.
Nano Studio.
He's like, I have all this stuff.
This is Nano Studio 2, but Nano Studio is the one that's been
Nano
around
Studio, I
forever.
remember that. Yeah, I never used that.
And it's really cool. Check this out. Let me bring it up here.
I've always wanted to use Gadget too. I've never used Gadget. The whole
Oh yeah, I've
Gadget.
got a gadget on my.
Do you like it?
Core Gadget's good, yeah.
It's a bit clunky on my iPad 3. But it
Uh,
was cool.
I like the concept. I
You can
like
get it
that.
on your Nintendo Switch too.
You can now, yeah. That's right, yeah. Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I had all the Nintendo DS ones. I had the M1.
Yeah.
I had the MS20
Yeah,
called
MS10.
DS10. It's really an MS20, but they call it MS10, DS10,
Yeah.
basically.
But it had like several tracks on it. You could do
Tracks and
you could do drums and stuff on it, couldn't
the
you?
MS20
split
is pretty
screens.
good too.
Yeah.
It sounded
Yeah.
good.
There's even one that had the M1 had some Korg W samples in it too, which is pretty cool. And then they had a third one, which was a graphic synth that had an oscilloscope built into it.
The thing
And
with
it
the
was
Korg,
really, but they all came from Japan. You had to get the ones from Japan, basically.
Yeah.
yeah, Korg doesn't give that stuff away though. It's hard to get it really cheap. Like,
Yeah.
their iOS stuff. I really like it, but it's not cheap.
Well,
Let's see.
cool stuff is not
Comparatively.
cheap period these days, isn't it? The way they're
Yeah.
doing stuff. Don't know why. Knowing a bit of a thing, I think.
So they changed this interface so much. I don't know if I can even figure it out anymore. Now it looks more like typical DAW, but before it was a very different thing. It had like a looked like a nice drum machine, and then you scroll through these stacks of basically playing like a regular VST with all the knobs and sliders and stuff.
All right.
And then there was a mastering stack and it had like these several 1U colored things come up that would be the mastering stacks you would have in a real stack and with knobs.
All right.
It was really cool, and it was so easy to make stuff in it, and even worked on the iPhone. And I used to use it a lot. It was really cool. But I'm glad it's still around, but they changed the interface so much I don't recognize it anymore.
Mhm.
But one of the best has to be TC11. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah. I have it.
TC11 is wicked. It's like
That's another one that's really
it was
fun.
made for iPad.
It's just fun to play with. Like I always just goof around with it, but it's
Look at this
so
thing.
much fun.
I should plug it in, but it's okay. You probably hear it over the microphone. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so fun to use. It's like you want to just turn all the lights down and just sit there.
Yeah.
And some have accelerometer things as well. You can move it around and do it.
Yeah, and it has presets, and you can just like totally go nuts. Be a good hardware jam instrument if you had the right.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah,
if
it
it's
looked good as
visual.
well if you've got a camera somewhere near it.
Yeah, you'd spend a little time.
There's some
with it.
great like arpeggiated ones too.
So yeah, look on the App Store for Swam stuff.
Yeah, that's another one you got to kind of watch because it was really expensive for a while. You got to kind of catch it.
So this one has a accelerometer mixed in with some.
Hey, those kind of ones are cool with with Loopy if you kind of get them all
Yeah.
synced. You know what I mean? And you can kind of make some cool textures and stuff all clocked.
And my other
Maybe
my
I'll
other
try to pull out the
favorites
DHD.
is where is that thing?
Try to use something I have. That sounds.
Where is it? have to find it in the App Store because I forgot the name of it. I haven't used it for a while, but it's really, really good.
Oh, and then there's Drambo, but I haven't. I
Drambo's
bought it.
good, yeah.
Apparently, that's another real deep one that you've got to kind of put some
All
time
the
into.
Brambo stuff too. They have like Buchla things,
Yeah,
303 emulations. Oh, here it is, Apparillo. I love Apparillo.
I remember that one. I don't think I ever had it.
Damn, that's great. Look at this thing. This company Sugar Bites. So
Yeah.
they give you this. This one has some automation put in, but you can also do it manually. So all the different effects, and some guy wrote a thing where you can either do it with accelerometer, or you can do it where it just travels, or you can do it manually. So for example, pick. So here's the crazy interface. It's kind of like animated sliders and
Yeah.
stuff doing their business. But then you get into the actual. This one I can move manually.
What's crazy is how little you don't see almost any of this stuff in hardware. Like it's just.
Yeah.
I guess it's too expensive. But which seems weird because it
Yeah.
seems like you could just slam an iPad in there and.
I'd say you could expect something like the Yamaha Montage, which has a big screen that's touch, that you could put something like that in the middle of it, can't you?
Yeah, like something really awesome. Other
Yeah.
than just telling us it sounds great, which is.
Yeah. Rather than just a super knob, you can actually like do something a bit more useful. But well, yeah, it's different.
Ambience, drums. What's this one? Oh, some of these aren't set up for the manual tweak. But just as a synth, just playing the presets, it's really nice. But then when you have this live functionality with essentially the equivalent of having microphones by effects, and you're in real life moving the synth by all the microphones is really what it's doing. It's just a crazy ass idea. Brass.
Yeah, some out there concepts. If you're doing like soundscape work, then that would be like really cool, like Foley effects and stuff, and soundtrack work.
I think you can turn off the manual here. Yeah, so here's the manual mode. Go into the play mode. And I can now move it around, I think.
So the new iPads don't have headphone outs, do they?
Not since, well, iPad Pro, not since Gen 3.
But you can plug headphones in, but you have to use like a dongle thing, do you?
Which is fine, but guess what? Then you can't use MIDI plug.
You can't use
then
MIDI.
you're limited.
And then Bluetooth works for MIDI, but not for everything. And Bluetooth audio works for listening, but not for performance because the round trip is too long. Even Bluetooth 5 has too much latency. So they kind of fucked, they want to make this great ecosystem for music. And yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, because you could your port, if you're lucky, you can get a dongle, non-Apple dongle that plugs in the port. You can do video, charge, audio, MIDI, whatever. But at the most, maybe two at once if you're lucky. Usually only one at once.
Right.
And so because
you really want to get, you really need to just get a little interface and just.
You get the interface, or you get an older one that has a headphone jack. I prefer the headphone jack. So
remember those Alesis IO docks?
Yeah,
that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And then it's kind of sad that it just got too complicated to keep making them. Because I remember I had one of those, and it was like, now see, that was when I used to use it live, with everything else, because it had all the quarter-inch jacks, and you could just, MIDI sync it all. Super cool idea.
So if you have the new iPad that doesn't have headphone outputs, but if you connect it via USB-C to an audio interface like my Behringer that's got MIDI ports on the back and it's got USB, would all that then work then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, even this little shitty Behringer one with the camera connection kit will work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's $25 for this. I think it's $20 for the camera connection kit.
That'll be like the way around. If you bought a new iPad you need to connect it to an audio interface, then it'll be fine.
Yeah, and you're almost better off just finding a used, one of the little Focusrites of the Steinbergs and just
Yeah.
finding one, one of the version 2s for like $60. People give them away almost all
Yeah.
the time.
This one's free. Audio Kit Synth 1. This is pretty amazing what you get out of this.
There's loads of synths, aren't there? I've got the Poly 6 and the MS-20. I've got an FM one. I thought it Op 4 or something it's called. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
I've got the Sunriser for it. I've got the SEM thing as well by Arturia. I've got the Mini Moog as well somewhere.
There you go. Here's a nice arpeggiated one.
Cool, aren't they? And they're all the right price. They're all like $5.99 or something. It's just nutty prices.
So here's your sequencer, right? Just like real gear.
Yeah.
And you have different pages. Use knobs or use a finger. And the XY pads. Do both at once. So just mental. Big ballsy patches. You can turn on the lock if you want.
Yeah.
Oh, the other one.
Well.
The other one that's really amazing is the Waldorf Nave.
Yeah.
That thing.
Nave's good.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super cool. You
Loads,
definitely-
aren't they? Loads. And they're all affordable, which is really cool.
Oh yeah. I used to just use that Nave, or I used to.
Nave's Cool has
There.
a 3D interface with the waveforms. Look at the 3D waveforms.
Yeah.
No, that thing is. Yeah, you can get lost in that.
You watch. Give it 3 days. I'll just put on your iPad. Oh, okay. It's Synth Addict's fault. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're all bad influences. We're all a bunch, it's like as Scarface said, we're all a bunch of fucking assholes.
Yeah. Oh, no. Funny.
Here's Sunriser. You were talking about that one earlier. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, Sunriser was cool. That was probably the first synth.
It's kind of like a JP8000
Yeah.
kind of thing.
It was
Yeah.
one of the. Yeah, it was one of the originals, and it was so well done that it was like,
It set the bar, didn't it? Because it was an early synth. It's one of the first ones that came out.
yeah, like that.
And you got to get Animoog because this
Yeah, I've
is
got Animoog.
so cool.
Yeah. Weird.
Oh, Animoog was.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? I've got the version 1, whatever that one looks like.
Love it. And Model 15, Moog Model 15 is so cool. You seen that one? Even on a phone, you can use it pretty well. You just have to scroll around a bunch.
Yeah, they literally almost gave all those away free at one point. I think I got all of them slowly as they were giving them away around COVID
I think the
for
main,
like
the
nothing or
main
free.
patch it boots up with is really good. So you have the scroll thing here. You can scroll through all the wires and knobs and
That's mad,
what you
isn't it?
got to do.
I
And
would
then,
probably just use the presets.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe tweak the filter envelopes.
By the way,
Wicked filter, just
But their stuff sounds really good. They did a great job on their apps.
I think this is the one it opens with.
yeah, they look and sound good.
Did you have you grabbed any of their Moogerfooger stuff? I haven't.
I got the Motorfucker kit. Yeah, it was a steal.
Yeah.
I never had the real ones, unfortunately. I was dumb when I should have bought them when they're all $400 each.
Don't worry
I was
about
an idiot.
it.
I was an
Don't
idiot.
worry about it.
I'm still an idiot. Oh, King of FM is good. Have you seen this one?
King
I've
of
heard of
FM.
it.
It's
I
really
haven't-
cheap, and it's a really good FM synth. So it sounds dumb, but it's really good.
Yeah, it is dumb name, to be honest.
Core Gadget Synth Master's not bad.
Do you remember the King Korg?
Yeah, I think uh, I think
A lot of people love that.
I think Ian has one or had one.
Mm.
Yeah, a lot of people really spoke highly of it.
Yeah, just a really odd name for a keyboard. But yeah, it was gold coloured, wasn't it?
And then this app is really good because I happened to buy a Sequential Max a while ago. It was really cheap, and it was designed to go with a computer because it's a very minimal interface, even though it's real analog inside. It's made around the same time as the 6-track.
Yeah, I'm
And
going to
because-
say, it sounds like a 6-track to me.
And because of that, check this out. This app this guy made edits the 6-track and the Max on your iPad.
Yeah.
You don't need a computer. You just hook
Yeah.
this up to MIDI and you're done. Really powerful. And the Behringer DeepMind 12 app is really good
Yeah.
to control it.
Yeah.
Let me show you this real quick. If you haven't seen Groovebox before, I'll give you a quick. Groovebox.
That's really crap.
I don't have much on this one because I mostly use it on my phone. Because if you're stuck in a line at the DMV or your doctor's office or whatever, and you want to just make stuff, this is an incredible thing for that. So you have these different sections. So there's a drum section, and bass section, and a key section, and a poly section. And look at all the knobs and. Oops, while you're thinking about it. Monosynth.
I really like the adaptable keyboards you get on an iPad.
Yeah, you can change your octaves on here, so you can just do like pentatonic.
You can't fuck it up. You know what I mean?
No,
Can't
you
play
really
a wrong
can't.
note.
pretty much. So, like for example, if you go into the rhythm section, here,
Ideal for live, isn't it?
you pick the
Unless you're doing jazz, then it's no good.
you pick record. Oops. Pick another one here. Let me do a new. Let's do a new file, so it's not messed up. New file. New file. Oh, they give you these silly names too. They just auto-generated names. That one was called GUI Microwave. Don't ask me
Yeah,
why.
Having fun with it.
Yeah, it's just silly. New project.
I'll have to look into that OPZ. See what exactly it does.
It's twisted because it's so powerful. That's why I bought a second one. And with the USB-C cable, and you go into the JSON file on board and make them sync. And now I have a master one using all these goodies. And then the other one go into USB-C. Just with this one cable and battery powered on both. It's a whole mobile studio with many, many, many tracks. It's really a lot of fun.
I'm trying not to listen.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so
Really,
here's I'm not even going to edit
started
this.
generating questions.
You can go on and do custom. You can do custom lengths and stuff, but I'm just leaving it from default. I pick the drum. I just hit record. Oh, hold on. Oh, damn it! It didn't load. Hold on. There you go. Now it's a boring bit. Okay, so you get this thing. It's a drum box, Horizon, which is a mono synth. Minimon is like a mini synth, and you bring it up and you get this browser. And as you hit these, it gives you some examples of what it could sound like. And if you're lazy, you just hit go and it imports this performance and you build on it. I turned that feature off, which I should have off. I'm going to make sure it's still off. See, always load patterns off. Good. I don't want those. So I picked this. First, let's go to drums. There's a god-awful amount of drum packs and stuff on here, which I have most of them. So I like that one. And then load. And here we go. You have all my effects, and I can do this stuff. So right now it's recording the loop, a quick loop. And it'll quantize if you're messy. So you can just go, I'm not recording yet. Okay. So I can go. So you can fill in enough steps and it'll make it sound better. And then you can go, oops, there's an undo. Where's my undo level here? Oh, there it is, undo. Multiple levels of undo. So I'll do it a couple times, get rid of all those.
Well, I like that sound.
So there's your basic rhythm. Then you back out to, let's add a bass synth.
It just makes me wonder how anyone even knows when someone's using a preset anymore. I mean, there's just so many sounds out there.
And because this is monophonic right now, I can go crazy and it'll just grab the notes it caught in my window. So,
Like, how would anyone ever know you were playing this instrument if you didn't show them?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
people are like, "Oh, I know all." I don't want to sound derivative. I'm like, shh, good luck.
Yeah.
and you got
good
poly
luck.
keys.
Good luck trying to keep up with all the new stuff.
Hey, Andy, just making music.
See how easy it is?
Making this. You too can do it.
And I didn't even change
That could have been your hardware jam, dude.
I kind of,
Could've
yeah.
been done.
But I didn't even, you can go slide through and edit all these. Look at this. It's a real synth. You can go in and change all
I
this
like
shit.
that orange color. I'm actually.
And you can change how many notes. You can have a proper, black and white keyboard, or you can make it simplified. This is, I think this is a 7-note keyboard.
What's
or
this
maybe a
one
5-note
called?
keyboard.
This one's called Groovebox.
Groovebox.
Oh, that's too
Awesome.
easy to remember. Groovebox.
It's Novation worked with this company called Amplify.
Let's see how much it
Okay.
costs.
And they give you a lot of free. Make sure to get all the free libraries. They're free drums, free, because there's tons of free ones. You don't have to pay for a lot of shit. And it works on your phone. You just whip it out, put your headphones on, if you're stuck at an appointment, and just have a blast. I made a whole massive playlist on SoundCloud a couple years ago with this app.
What's its full name? Is it
Groovebox.
Groovebox?
The company's called Amplify. So if you can't find Groovebox by itself, but it's a green icon, so you can't miss it.
Hang on, then. That looks greenish to me. This is by
Amplify.
by Focusrite and Audio Engineering. That's not it, then, is it?
Is it green icon?
Yeah, it's got little green squares in it.
Let me make sure. Let me look at the. Let me go to the App Store real quick. Hold on. Let's make sure.
Well, Groovebox Beat Synth Studio.
They keep changing the name of it a
Might be
little
bought
bit.
by somebody, I don't know.
Groovebox. Yeah, that's it.
Is that it? Okay.
Yep. Green squares. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have basically, and I've used it since it was only 3 or 4 instruments. They added like 2 or 3 more. So now I have like 6 or 7 instruments to choose from.
Yeah.
It's kind of a sound effect type synth, a bass synth, a poly synth, a drum thing, some kind of FM kind of thing in there. And they have gobs of presets you can play with. They don't have a preset editor, unfortunately, so you just have to use the ones you have, modify them a bunch.
Oh, so the actual thing's free. You just buy the add-on packs. There you
Yeah,
go.
you either
Oh,
and lots
wow.
of free
So you-
packs too.
Yeah.
So you can literally get.
But
this-
on sales, I got them for they were like
But
$1
the
a
packs
pack.
are 99 cents.
Yeah, and I got them for like sometimes like 10 cents or whatever. I mean, there was like these sales.
There's a 999 pack, 0, it's free.
Yeah.
There's a drum booster, $1.99.
So you can't make your own libraries, unfortunately, but you can edit the shit out of everything. And what's cool about one of the fun tricks there that people know.
I don't
use.
have time to do it anyways. I would just.
Well, like say you're into. I'll go into the.
So
mixer
if
section
you
here.
got all 10 packs, it adds up to $5
Wow. Yeah.
because a lot of them are free.
That's so crazy.
Isn't that
Not trying
great?
to sell you it or anything, but it looks affordable.
It's cool when you just want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
You might just I just want to.
So here's a mixer. You have a nice little mixer for it. This is much easier than they used before. Before it was just this kind of weird swipey thingy, but this is a nice little mixer. So I can turn this down a little bit.
Oh,
And
it's
if
a long
I wanna
phrase
mute-
sort of, isn't it? Yeah, it's good.
It's really easy to mute your tracks somewhere. If I can remember how to do it. You can set your scale. You can set your tap tempo there. There's I forgot what that does. Oh, that's microphone. Oh yeah, you can record into it now. I didn't know that. That's a new feature as well. Um, and then there's a section mix.
Where's my?
You can mix down to Ableton stems,
All right.
so you don't have to have it as a fixed thing. I was just doing final pieces on the thing. I didn't give a shit. But if you want to use the stems, you can. And what's cool is I bought the Novation keyboard slash control box that totally matches this one. The colors match, so when you hook it up, the yellow is yellow, the green is green, the red is red, and so you have your mutes and your solos and your controls. So you can use this with that keyboard or the Groovebox style thing, and it's really really fun just to jam out without even touching your iPad, except to change a few things.
It's Novation.
Novation is the
I had.
original. Well, now they're Focusrite because they were bought by Focusrite. But
Oh yeah,
it
yeah,
was Novation Groovebox made by Amplify. They just rebranded.
yeah.
But they heard all the features. Ableton Link, Ableton Export, Bluetooth MIDI.
Yeah.
There's a ducking function. You can use background audio, so it'll play while you're doing other things. You
That
can mix your stuff.
that Ableton Link is really well. Is kind of one of the underrated things they've done too.
I didn't even check to see
Really
if I
good.
got some new. There's probably tons of free stuff I
What
can
is
still
this?
get in
I think
here.
I have an Akai controller. This is the one I want. Yeah, APC Mini. That's what I've got. If I can even use it. Oh, hi Cleo. How are you?
Yeah. But what's fun if you go into the,
Yeah.
for example, I'm in the. Go back to my normal. Is it here? Do I tap this? I forgot how to do this. They keep changing the interface, so I'm used to the older interface. But if I go into the drums, and you go into the effects mode.
Nice.
Where's the goddamn effects mode? There it is. So what's fun is for if you make a few different drum beats on your copy paste or make them from scratch each time, whatever. And then you can just, for the remix section, when you have a bunch of stuff to remix down to a single file, which I like to do on this thing, is you can go into the drums, and you go in and play with the delays. So you get more repeats on your drums, and then drop it back. Oh. Not the best example there, but you get the idea. And then you can also play with you can edit the drum waveforms in the app. You can do all kinds of stuff. So
Yeah,
great
it's
little,
cool.
great little app.
Again,
And on your
like
phone, it's
tune
great.
in
You just
every
pull it
now
out, and you just make some shit. They make another good app that's more for like DJ type people called Launchpad. And it's also really fun, but it's basically, unless you make your own loops for Launchpad, which you probably could do with Groovebox, it's not as fun for me because it's all canned stuff, right? But for people who like this kind of stuff, like I had a guy show it to his kid because the kid wanted to learn some music. And I said,
Yeah.
well, use Launchpad. It's really fun. You get in no time. It's all beat matched. You got these cool effects. Like so. Here's one example. And you can bring in the effects.
Disturbing how easy it is. You like this, Cleo?
Some are touch and some are loop. Some of these are vocals. There you go.
I know. You're going for it there, man.
Right.
It is fun, but I would never
Yeah.
make anything in here unless I made the loops myself.
I know. It just feels
Because I just feel bad about that. If I were total, even though I'm not a pro,
You
if
feel
I
like
were
a
total
fraud,
beginner, I would eat this shit up and be making, man, I'm making all this music, whatever. And
Yeah.
another guy I showed it to at work, unfortunately, started making stuff and put it on SoundCloud and said, I made all this great music, man. I said, dude, you're just pushing fucking buttons, all right? I didn't show it to you to be an asshole. I showed it to you to have some fun, and here's exposure to some music. You don't have to buy all the tools. Have a
It's
blast.
fine.
But don't sit here and say you made this, because you just push some goddamn buttons. They're all beat matched and all quantized and easy effects.
It's a bit
There's
like
zero
using
work.
Midjourney, isn't it? It's like you just
There's zero work involved.
make pretty
Yeah.
picture. Oh, I've made a pretty picture. No, you wrote make pretty picture.
It's like the chord
Make
packs.
pretty picture.
But at least with the chord pack, you have to understand what they are to put them together.
Yeah.
This thing is like a dope could just sit here and just push buttons. They colored lights, you know. But this, it's fine. That's why I want to show it to you, because I think it's cool. It's really well made. It sounds great, super easy to use. But when some tool says, "I just made a bunch of great tracks with this thing. I'm gonna make some money with this," I'm like, "No, you're not. You suck."
No, yeah, that I can guarantee you won't. But
Yeah. And meanwhile, he's been annoying everybody with it. Apparently, people said, "Why did you show him that?" I said, "I was just trying to be
I know.
nice."
See, that's
Your fault there.
I'm the asshole now. I was just being nice.
Yeah.
It's like giving some guy like the disgusting joke book, and now he's going to go tell everybody in the world the disgusting jokes, and it's my fault.
Yeah. Well,
It's the unfortunate downside of the democratization of music.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, as much as I take advantage of it because I'm no great whatever, but democratizing the music tools is great. It makes me able to make music, but dumbing it down that far, and then somebody getting a big head because they just pushed a few buttons. It's like even David Guetta puts in more work than that, and David Guetta's a joke. So
wow. Yeah. Yeah. When you look at how I do my music, thinking, why am I making it so hard?
because that's part of the fun is a
Yeah, you
skill,
start
and you're getting better at it.
Yeah, stop for nothing.
It's just like, you can, like those 3D tools we're talking about. There's so many wizards now to make 3D stuff, you don't even have to think about it. And it's like, I remember how I was doing all this shit from scratch with like lathing tools
You have to fucking make it back in the day.
by spline at a time. I'm like, what?
Don't open that.
It's
that's the most enjoyable bit for me is actually writing it is the enjoyable bit.
Yeah.
Playing it, I
absolutely.
don't give a fuck about playing it.
Playing
is
it's
the
fun
end point.
because that's where you can test yourself that you actually learn some skills. Like if I
got
learned
no
a new
skills
riff.
whatsoever. I got zero skills.
Yeah, but I mean,
I got
your,
no
your
skills
box
whatsoever.
isn't doing it all for you. You are doing some work.
Yeah, okay, right. So if I was listening to one of my tracks today, which got some guitar on it, I have no idea how that guitar was played. The first time it was played was when I was recording it, and I've never played it since. So I don't know how that. I can't do my own. I can't play my own music. How funny is that? That's hilarious.
Well, we were talking about that before, where I make stuff and then I forgot how I did it because
Yeah.
it's in the
Yeah, I
moment
got it.
and it's an inspiration and it works and a lot of happy accidents and
You just I
I walk away and I go, oh, whatever.
But most of the guitar stuff you ever hear that I've ever done, I practiced enough to make it so I could actually record it, and then once it's recorded, I've never gone back to it.
Well, now that I have this Jamstack thing, I have no excuse. Now I'm going to start playing guitar.
Yeah, do it.
Because I can just take it anywhere and play it. I don't need to be in a proper location to do it.
Yeah.
Just because I already have one of my guitars I bought, of the many stupid guitars I bought. It was a cool idea at the time, but I never got into it like I should. But now I should.
The weird thing I found out recently is like with that little finger drum thing. I've never ever done finger drumming ever. I've had like drum machines forever. But
Not even your MPC.
drum machines are usually the wrong way around for me because I'm left-handed. So however they lay out a drum machine was wrong for me. So I never got into finger drumming. But with this
Right.
Yamaha thing, you can put the drums anywhere, and you've even got a left-handed mode if you want to just select
Yeah, that's
left-handed mode.
interesting.
So, but the thing is, I've like got into it, and you end up with drum beats you would have never thought of because you're prattling about playing some drums on this little finger drum thing, and
Yeah.
I would turn up with them and be clever. Yeah, it's cool. I don't know what 2024 is going to be like, but I think my drums are going to be a little bit different. But we'll see. Maybe not. It won't be
Well,
full on the floor boring. It'll be like something weird.
well, the guitar I was probably going to use for this thing was. You ever seen a fretlight guitar before?
A what? A fret leg?
Fretlight. It's a clever idea. It's paint by numbers with a fretboard. So the board actually has LEDs embedded in it,
Oh,
and
okay.
and it lights up, and you show all your finger shapes. So you
Oh,
have no excuse but to learn the proper finger shapes without carrying a whole book of shit around with you.
yeah. I'd black them out. Fuck
And
that.
then they have, I mean, it's only on when you never know it's there until the app is on. You can't tell
Oh,
there are lights in it at all. It's a
oh,
normal looking guitar, looks like a Stratocaster. And you plug in a little cable into your computer, USB. You run an app, and you can learn BB King and the Police and all kinds of shit, or just rudimentary stuff like scales and arpeggios and stuff like that,
wow.
and pentatonic scales and all that kind of stuff. But what's cool is it's a normal guitar. You don't even have to ever use that feature. But I got it with like a cool like backpack bag and some extra accessories and stuff like that. So I already have like a mobile rig, and all I needed was the speaker, and I'm good to go. Now I can just
Yeah,
set
now
up
you're good to
anywhere.
go. Yeah,
I
cool.
won't be doing hardware jam with it because the guys who do hardware jam guitar are very good. I'm shit at it, so
You don't have to be like, yeah, it's not about that though, is it? It's
it's
just having a go.
embarrassing. Yeah, it's just embarrassing because it's certain technology I can fake it, but guitar doesn't really know faking it.
Yeah,
Not for me
everything I
anyway.
do is a fake.
Well, you're very good at it, but I would never know it's fake if you hadn't told me. How's that?
Wow. Yeah, I'm crap at it. It's all sellotaped together, mate, all my guitar performances.
But like I like one of the reasons I got into guitar initially was just I was curious about it, and they were cheap on sale.
I
And I'm
just
like,
wanted something different. I was getting bored of the idea. Should I buy another synthesizer? Like, no, fuck that. No, let's buy something that I've no idea about. I'll get a guitar then.
well,
I'll
I
get a
was
guitar.
fascinated by the old YouTube videos from Unforgettable Fire with the Ebo and all the Brian Eno
Yeah.
experimentation stuff. I wanted to do those kind of weird, like scrape the strings with the reverb and a delay, and use an electromagnet and get weird sounds out of it. Right?
Just
I
a new
wanted to do
input
that.
device, isn't it? That's what I saw.
Yeah,
It.
yeah, and then I got that MIDI guitar, which is really cool because now I can use it to control synths, and so
See, I like the guitar because I like miking it, and I just like that feel, playing something and miking it, and then once I blend that in, it just, I don't know, it just starts to feel like more
but you have to
natural
have it
to
pretty
me.
loud to do that, though.
What's that?
You have to have it pretty loud to do that, don't you? To mic it
Yeah, well,
properly.
I have my acoustic, so I have acoustic, so I
Oh,
just
okay, yeah,
play it.
acoustic. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got my SM57 mic, and I just, and that's pretty much my only guitar.
I do that with
I
hand
never,
percussion.
I
I
bought an
like that.
electric
Yeah,
one.
that's cool. Yeah.
Electric is a whole different beast, and I don't know the tones and all that. I didn't want to go down that route, but acoustic is yeah, you
Well,
can do all sorts of cool things with it.
yeah.
But
I
I
like
just like the
acoustic a
feel of
lot,
it.
but I grew up with so much rock music that I just love the electric guitar. It just,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
No, I like just taking the acoustic. I used to sit outside, and it's kind of shocking how much I played it and how unskilled I still am. You would think I'd be a virtuosa, but I just never,
Well, that's the
I
thing. If you
never.
saw how many guitars and different kinds, and never really expensive, but if you saw how many guitars I have, you'd be like, why do you have any if you never practice? Which is stupid, right? So now
Oh,
I
look
have no
good though.
excuse. I got the Jamstack. I have to practice. So
Yeah.
That's right. You have no excuse.
I don't.
I
I
agree.
already didn't have an excuse, but now I
I'm
really
not
don't have
giving
an
you an
excuse.
excuse. I can tell you that. You're not get one from me.
But I just although it's maybe considered cheesy by today's standards, I always loved like the delay effects the Edge does on the YouTube tracks with the
Yeah.
guitar and the it's
Mm.
just a great wash of
Yeah.
sound and the little arpeggios and stuff he does.
Well, I
It's so
did.
cool.
Yeah, I remember I bought an electric guitar and I bought an Ebo and I was going to do that. And then right around then, I bought a Slim Fatty, and I started getting into synths.
Oh yeah.
And then I just put the guitar down, and then eventually traded the guitar for partially, I think, for some pedals or something.
I got a
I
Slim
really
Fatty
liked
from a
it.
guy for 250. Can you believe that?
God, I remember I bought it a few times. I remember like being so excited. I got the wood sides for it.
I
And
just
I
couldn't believe it was
just,
in good shape and it was so cheap. I'm like, is this stolen?
I have some,
So,
I have some recordings, of it really had a beautiful kind of dark, muddy, just, it really sounded good.
yeah, that's good.
Um, I kind of miss it. I miss it. It was a really,
Oh, you should have
Didn't
kept
Slim,
that. Those are
didn't
good.
Slim Fatty not have something? What was missing in the Slim Fatty? Something was missing in it.
keys.
Yeah, it's just a box.
No, I was kidding. Well, it had an
Yeah.
arpeggiator. It didn't have I don't think it had a sequencer, but
I mean, it's encoders and not
Oh, it didn't
box,
have
right?
noise.
So,
Didn't have noise, did it, or something?
might not have.
oh, it
Yeah.
should.
With
I have to double
all
check
okay.
because the reason I
Yeah.
got a Moog Rogue at the time instead of a Prodigy is Prodigy doesn't have noise, or doesn't have
Mm.
it doesn't have noise, or doesn't have I think it doesn't have noise.
Hmm.
It also didn't have
Not a big deal. It's just a thing.
no,
I
and
think
it's cool because if you do sound effects, you want to have noise or drums or whatever.
yeah, I think I
Yeah.
was using it more as a drone box back then because I really wasn't, I was really just into making weird sounds. And my buddy showed it to me. He's like, man, you got to get one of these. And he just got it. He like, one of those parties where it's like, come on down to the basement. I got to show you something. And I like looked at the Slim Fatty. And
Also,
we had a
Prodigy
pump.
didn't have sample and hold. I think that's the reason I wanted the Rogue because I wanted sample and hold.
The Rogue was, he had my brother. He had a Rogue. I
Yeah,
love
that's
that
great.
thing.
It's
Great fucking synth.
I mean, it's so heavy. It doesn't need any more
Yeah.
oscillators.
So
Wasn't
Two
there a Tandy
oscillators is
version of that?
perfectly fine. So,
Wasn't there a
Yeah.
Tandy version of the Rogue?
the MG1, yeah.
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 Same
really,
circuitry, different case, and
Yeah.
a couple extra things. There was a polyphonic organ
Yeah.
mode for polyphony,
Yeah.
and a really shitty ring mod that it didn't miss.
But those were fun to just, I don't know, like they were fun to jam with. Like you just go over someone's house and like,
Hmm.
Well, the reason I got the Rogue is Rogue had proper pitch bend mod wheels. The MG1 did not. It had these funky sliders. I'm like, well, I want a real performance synth. I don't want these sliders for pitch bend mod.
So we had this cool like used gear place real close to us where you could just, you drive by all the time and like you get lucky and maybe a Rogue would show up and you could pick it up relatively cheap and then play it for a while and then you could just trade it back for some other cool piece, you know. So we
You know,
would just
laugh
kind
though.
of what's
When I
that?
was in college, I had access to a micro Moog, really
Mm,
cheap, and there was a music store doesn't exist in Santa Cruz anymore. I was in college. I was into synths for a while for listening, but not really for playing because I didn't know what I was doing or what I wanted. Didn't have any money. Just had some Casios and some guitar pedals and stuff. But
mm,
then I saw this. Ooh, it's a Moog. Look at this thing, and it had the nice little metal ribbon on it for a pitch.
yeah.
But it was like really, really thin sounding, supposedly. At the time I didn't know either way because it wasn't working. It wasn't turned on. So I went and I turned it on. And I was too embarrassed to ask how to get a sound out of it because I couldn't get any sound out of it.
Yeah.
And I thought, do I really want to get this? I know it's a classic thing because I love switched on Bach. It's what got me into
Yeah.
electronic music
So you
big
knew
time.
kind of, yeah.
But I didn't know, this little Moog was even worth anything. I just thought, oh, it's interesting, it's cool, it's small, and I think
Yeah.
it was only like $250 or something like that.
It's so
And I
great.
should have bought it because they wouldn't sell it if it wasn't working. I just didn't know how to work it. And I was too embarrassed to ask. And I'm always kicking myself. That would have been a pretty good shape micro Moog, which I don't know if Bob actually worked on that one. That might have been a Herb Deutsch one. There were a few that he didn't do. The multi-Moog I know Bob didn't work on. Multi-Moog is also very good. That's the one Richard Hilton likes a lot because it's pretty nice. I had a chance to get one of those too, but I just got the Rogue instead. But should have gotten those other ones as well.
I still see, I know they're probably, I don't know. I see the Moog sources. You can still find those for like 1,500, 1,700. And I'm always tempted to buy one because they look so cool.
Madonna used that, didn't she? On for a lot of her basses. It's a View source.
Yeah, I know people. My buddy, I know
And New
somebody
Order
has
as well.
I just, it just looks like. I mean, I'd just be giddy if it showed up.
Wait, which one? Didn't hear that.
The Source.
Oh yeah, that I had a chance to get one of those. Not too bad either. Probably like $1,000. I probably should have.
Yeah,
but-
I've seen them like less than 2, usually like 15 to 2. Now they might be in shit condition. I don't know.
Well, here's the problem: is they came out at the same time as all the other shit with the alpha dials, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like the Alpha Juno and the SX240 and the AX80, which I actually do like a lot. The Akai X80 is really cool.
Yeah.
But the Source is like, oh, why did Moog do that? But everyone else was doing it, so why not?
Yeah, it was the thing to do, wasn't it?
And they look kind of silly, with the color scheme and stuff. So,
Yeah.
but then I heard one. I went, oh man, I should have bought
Sound
one of those.
amazing.
Yeah, I
Sounds
should
really
have
good.
bought one of those.
I think,
Great,
I think it's so quirky. It looks cool to me. I look at it and I go,
It's got those membrane buttons too, which are also a nightmare. I hate membrane buttons.
I'm sure, but you know what I'm saying. It would be. I would just love to get.
Oh,
one
it'd be
in the
great.
studio.
I'm kicking myself for not getting one. I know
Maybe
Tim
if
Rogan
I-
has one.
Maybe if I get into a proper midlife crisis at this point.
Well, by the time you
Need
get
one
one, it's
there.
going to need some repair because they're so old now.
I know.
That's the other thing. I don't. The oldest thing I have right now is a
Wait,
Moog Rogue.
just wait for the Behringer one.
So-
Get that one. Be fine.
Yeah. Well, if they would make one that looked like it,
Oh, yeah,
but
it
they
will
got to
do.
clone it 100%.
How
I
about
don't
those
want one
little?
that's little tiny.
How about those little tiny ones?
I don't want a tiny one, man.
No. You want a full size.
Well, if it's
one.
miniature, I guess they could do it.
If it sounds any good. It's like, yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny listening to Kent talk about that Model 55, and it's like, it's really like, he's complaining about the calibration and all that, and I get it, but it's really not like as tragic as it sounds. It's
It's
just
not
like
$40,000, is it?
No.
No,
You know what I mean? So it's
like,
not
well-
too bad then, is it really?
but I mean,
But
I
it's
hear what
funny
he's
they have
saying.
a problem with a lot of their stuff that way, though. They're too lazy to do a final check.
Yeah, and and that's.
I could understand for the Model D because it's cheap, but that bigger one is not that cheap. They should have calibrated that one.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're paying more money for it. You should get a little better value.
Well, maybe they are calibrating. You just got one that wasn't. You don't know, do you?
It's possible.
It
Yeah.
is
You
possible.
don't know.
I mean, I think he's more right than most people just play it and just deal with it. 'Cause
Yeah,
Most
I
people probably don't
would.
notice. Yeah, they don't notice.
I probably would. I would just kind of adjust it as necessary. But it does get frustrating when you in some of those instruments, and it's true a lot for some of the modular stuff that I've noticed. That you get up a couple scales and it's just off, and it's really frustrating. It's
Yeah.
like way off.
It's not an
Most of
unknown thing, is it?
No, it's not an unknown thing.
Well, that's why you got to have quantizers all over the place because unfortunately, that's like I had that jam that almost got lost with the stream glitch from my last EMOM that I finally put up online. There are a couple notes in there that are off because it was fine when I got everything left, got up to San
Yeah.
Francisco and probably a temperature change or whatever, and the fucking notes are off. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
Everything was fine when I last touched it, and it
That's
just
when
happens.
I started to kind of pivot away from some of the analog stuff
The
because
joy of analog.
Just
it's
quantize
really
it.
cool.
You got to put damn quantizers everywhere. That sucks,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. I kind of limit the use of them so much. Even some of when I was using the grandmother and what else was I using? Like I would start tracks with it. Why, I don't know. And then like I would start trying to overdub with my digital stuff. And I'm like, that's a little off, isn't it? And then I just kind of
Bit
say,
wonky.
well,
I had the trouble with my sledge. One of the jams I did about
That's
6 months
digital.
ago with my
That'd be
sledge. Yeah, because it was like a lot off compared to what I was playing on my Virus. And it sounded perfectly fine on my Virus. And then I started bringing a lead or something on the sledge. I go, that's not right. And then I started tweaking a little bit more. And I had to go way off on the manual adjustment of the tuning
yeah.
to get it to be close. I'm like, why is this so far off? But it was only certain patches. It wasn't the whole synth.
okay. Oh,
Yeah, it was
weird.
really odd.
But I've had that with like some of my analog stuff. And the grandmother was definitely probably needed to be calibrated. It just had a really tight range that sounded. And I'm pretty tolerant of that stuff, but like I said, when I start a song with that, that's kind of a no-no. I was like, I should have known better than to do that,
Yeah.
because now I can't really add much because
You just
it's
paint
not
yourself
really
into a corner, aren't you?
it's not really in key.
Yeah.
It sounds good to me, but it's almost like you can't just add percussion.
Yeah.
Well, that's the funny thing too. If you're not used to that kind of instrument or that kind of music, this whole modular thing,
Yeah.
some people get really like, "Oh man, it just sounds so weird." I'm like, listen to a bunch of the other stuff out there like this. This is kind of the style, you know.
Yeah.
It's more forgiving. People want stuff to be.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not saying that these people are ultra picky because they listen to a lot of crap music, but they are listening to stuff that's heavily tuned because of auto tune and stuff.
There's that, and
Yeah.
there's
So
also when you
And
quantize drums, because a lot of
yeah,
boom bap stuff is like zero quantize, no
yeah,
quantize whatsoever. It's
yeah.
sort of on the grid ish
yeah, yeah. It's like
regionally.
Jay Dilla stuff, kind of like
Yeah, yeah,
sloppy.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's like stop starty sort of sounding.
yeah.
So yeah, if you're used to just listening to whatever's on the radio, then yeah, it's going to go. What the fuck is this? Like,
Well,
can't he play?
But people
well,
assume
that
modular is going to be perfect because it's also sequence. I'm like, no. If you listen to old modular stuff from the '60s and
All over the
'70s,
place.
it's sometimes all over the place. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
oh, I think that's what makes it cool. I mean, that's
Oh,
why
I
I
know.
like. That's
That's
why I
why
love
Buchla stuff is
loops.
great because it's nuts.
Take a
Yeah.
take a like an extended loop and kind of like, but clock it with a MIDI, but it's still off. Like, but it kind of comes back, and
Yeah.
it's really. I mean, I love stuff like that. But I know the difference of something that feels just bad and something that feels good that's off. And that's kind of where you got to get comfortable. It's like, no, it's weird. I mean, like, I mean, well, some of those like New Order and some of those bands, Joy Division, sometimes they were kind of off,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it just
Oh,
it
Sumner had a sour voice a lot.
and it was
He's got a
just
sour voice.
and the bass was like flat.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No.
see, I loved it. It felt
It
really good to
worked.
me.
But listen, did you see the Depeche Mode thing that Matt uploaded the other day on Facebook? Dave Gahan is
No,
really sour on that. I mean, he needs tracking on his voice because it's like
no.
it's raw and it's live and he's not a real
Well, yeah.
he's not a heavy vocalist anyway. It's pop, it's like pop, right?
It's
So he's
weird
not.
though, 'cause when I had one of the New Order albums, one with this like silver metallic cover. When I
Hmm.
first got that, I'm thinking, God, he's out of tune. He's actually singing out of tune.
Yeah,
But after like 4 or 5 listens, you just get used to it. Go, no, it's
you
fine.
do. Especially
It's
Ian
weird,
back in
isn't
the
it?
old Joy Division days. That's like he's really out of
Well,
tune.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, to me, it feels good. Maybe because I sing out of tune a little bit. So it's kind of like, I'm like, I don't
That's
know.
why I
I don't,
don't sing. I can sing if I really try, but I don't like to sing.
but,
And I like instrumental music mostly anyway, so I just don't sing.
but see, I don't have perfect pitch. So,
I don't
like, I
either.
feel
Yeah.
sorry for people with perfect pitch. I go, that sounds awful. Like,
Yeah.
I don't, like, I'm jealous in a way that they can tell when something's perfectly in
Yeah,
tune. But
yeah.
then on another level, I'm like, the
You know,
fact that it bothers you, that kind of sucks, dude.
it's
Because
funny though.
it's,
I've heard
Yeah.
people with perfect pitch that still can't sing though. So
no, I
Yeah,
think
well, I
it's,
had that when I did that song where I was demonstrating the idea of changing my vocal into a female vocal using
hmm
that AI thing, and then
hmm
all I got back was, oh, it's a bit pitchy. It's like it's not the point.
yeah, just,
All I'm trying to show you is you turning from male to female vocal is what I'm trying to show you. But like you said, a bit some people who are perfect pitch, their life must be awful because most of the
yeah,
things they hear don't sound right.
yeah.
Whereas
yeah,
I'm
I think
fine
it,
with
it must
how
be
it is.
really, yeah,
Yeah,
it must be get really hard for him because to me, it's like finding that kind of sweet spot where you kind of can stretch it, is push it a little bit is really cool.
yeah,
Well,
And
a
I do
music
hear some people's stuff that feels too perfect to me. It's
a
just
music
like,
teacher I
absolutely.
did have said he had perfect pitch, and he said he'd walk through like the airport in Vegas and hear all the dinging of the slot machines. And he's like, he's naming off the note names as he's walking by because it's driving him crazy.
It's like being afflicted. I think if you got perfect pitch, it's a thing you don't want.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because, we grew up, we had a piano in the basement and we never tuned it, right? So it was always sort of out of tune, but I learned to play on it. So
Well, it's like that
I
honky tonk classic. I
maybe
love
I
that
kind
kind
of,
of chorused piano sound, where it's out of
Yeah.
tune a little bit.
Maybe you're actually tuned to your piano.
yeah,
Could be, couldn't it?
yeah,
Sounds fine then. We got
you
it.
know. Now there is something to be said for the physics of it and the harmonics, ringing. I do get that, um, but I
The thing is,
wasn't.
even a piano with the what do they call it? Even temperament. Even that's out of tune with actual proper pitching. So, you know,
You got to go
don't worry about it.
432. That's the only way to do it.
Is it? Okay. Yeah. There's a
I
whole
mean,
lot
what's
The
of
cosmological
yeah.
ratio.
I mean, is what is micro tuning though? I mean, isn't that the whole concept of kind of just like
Yeah. In between.
in
Well, that's
between?
like a sitar does microtonal stuff with all the
Yeah.
sympathetic strings and stuff. It's wild. I actually like that. I don't really like I don't like microtonal music that much, the modern stuff, but I've listened to a lot of it. You know that new board that's a pad controller that was like $5,000. It came out. It's got MPE. It's full microtonal, so you can do like just these crazy ass scales that are not your typical thing. Most people kind of wince when they hear it
Mhm.
because it's just odd. And I've gone on there. The price went up, so I would never get one now. But when they first came out, they got a deal where you could get one for probably like, I don't know, $3,000 or something like that. But it's this really nice pad controller with MPE that does all these crazy scales you can feed into it. Like you've seen that Scala program, Scala, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And so you can do that with your instruments now as long as they support that import and get microtonal on any of your instruments that take that import and get wacky. But because it's a pad controller, there's no predetermined like black and white keys
Yeah.
kind of
This is
thing.
where I want it to be.
Or there's that really weird, if you want to see something weird, look up H pi. It's H in the Greek letter pi, pi, microtonal keyboards. There was a company for a while that was selling those. And it's the weirdest keyboard you'll ever see because you can't do it with black and white keys. You had to make a new key layout with these long thin keys and these shorter thin keys and these other fat keys. And you had to learn how to play a whole new instrument to play it. And they're also very, very expensive when they came out. So what they've done with this newer controller is kind of, again, democratized it into squares, basically. And you just learn by color and by muscle memory where your notes are for microtonal. And go on and listen to some of that stuff. It's a challenging listen because I listen to a lot of like weird Indian music and Southeast Asian music and stuff, and I like a lot of it. But this stuff is even more challenging than that because it just sounds off,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to go to bed because it's
Yeah, I should
crazy
probably-
time here. And
Oh, Jesus.
it must be heading towards crazy-ish time where you are.
It's reasonable here, actually, but
Yeah,
Is it? Okay.
Here it's so
I'm a little
early.
tired.
You're in the middle of America, aren't you? Is that right? Sort of middle?
yeah,
Yeah, it's not even 9:30 here yet. So,
it's
Okay.
10:30.
But
But this is my
a.m. here.
bedtime.
but I'm still going to get like 3 hours before Ramsey. That's how it always works. So
Awesome.
Is he doing the show? He's still doing his, but
he's
then-
doing his, and then we're doing the JX3D thing later. So
Jeez,
senior
full
synth
day.
stream.
That's cool.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Just
Yeah.
I got to take a nice nap at some point because I can't go to bed too early. I'm a late person.
Well, I can go to bed. I can
No.
go to bed. I'm good at
Right.
that.
Yeah, it's good.
All right,
Good
well,
times.
cool.
Thanks
We'll
everybody.
chat.
You guys
guys.
later. Good chat, yeah? Like that.
Yeah,
That's fun.
awesome. Love it.
Thanks to the chatty. Sorry I didn't read all the chats coming in. I've been trying to multitask in here. So
I know. It's difficult, isn't it?
yeah, it's hard. Plus I've been distracted. I'm trying to get some other stuff looked at before I go to bed tonight. So, but yeah, it was just kind of a last minute thing. I knew this Jamstack was coming. I got the tracking update. I was like, ooh, maybe this will come during the stream. And
Yeah,
I
I
wanted
wanna
to
hear
play with
some-
this TimeTosser thing because it's so silly,
Going on.
All right, guys.
But
All right, I'll catch you later on, no doubt.
yeah, see you
Right.
guys.
Take care. Bye.
See ya.